You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Today seems like the perfect day to be sending some teams from the SAL region to the Munich Major, and that is exactly what we will be doing today, because the first two teams from this region will punch their ticket after winning just one best of three. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and luckily I don't have to send these teams all by myself. I'm joined by a wonderful team. On the desk we have Extra Troika and Lexing. Now, for you in particular, Extra Troika, your duo has already had their fair share of being on the desk, but I guess you enjoyed being in this region so much that you just had to join us as well.
Absolutely. You know me, Anne. I love a little bit of SAL. Whatever it's called, Brazil, SAL, you call it what you like, I will be here for these teams. It's incredibly exciting, and to watch and to see another two teams now get their ticket over to Munich, it's slowly starting to feel a little bit more real that major is just around the corner.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I just wrapped up the NAL. Well, we just wrapped up the NAL stage last night, so that was pretty exciting to see our four teams that are going to be going, and then to go into today, sending the first two teams to Munich from out of SAL should be an exciting one.
It definitely should be. We'll have a look at our bracket because, as you said, the NAL is completely wrapped up. We have only just started our playoffs. We started them yesterday with our quarterfinals that you see in the top left of your screen. Now, don't let these scores deceive you, because despite both of these grand finals, or these quarterfinals rather, being a 2-0, they were both very close. The first one between W7M and Lowe's was a 7-1, and after that, we've only had overtime games. So technically for Team Liquid, if two of these rounds would have played out different, they would have still found themselves in that upper bracket instead of in the lower bracket that they currently find themselves. But we'll be looking at the semifinals today. That is our main focus, Lexing, because those will qualify a team to the Munich Major.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to highlight, even with Los and Liquid being in the lower bracket, I mean, from what we've seen in the NAL, the lower bracket team seems to be the one that pushes it all the way to the grand final and solidifying themselves. So Team Liquid and Los still have a chance. As for today's matchups, again, Furia W7M, NIP versus FaZe, those should be really good ones. I'm excited that I didn't get to watch yesterday, but I'm glad I'm able to talk over these matches that we're going to be going over.
I mean, I missed the El Clasico. When I got told that I was filling in for Fox, I had a quick look at the schedule and got really excited for about 30 minutes.
You saw you were working
then realized I'm actually working the semi-finals, not the quarterfinals. So I was a little bit gutted there that we missed out on the old Team Liquid and FaZe game yesterday. But I mean, we've got plenty to look forward to today. Furia W7M. I mean, that is an absolute banger every time, man.
It is. Well, there's a lot of history between these two teams as well, and we'll talk about that as soon as the game starts. And then even for the NIP FaZe game, if we think back about that one in the group stage, it was a super dominant game for NIP. So can they replicate that? They'll look to replicate it, obviously. FaZe looked a little bit shaky yesterday in that El Clasico, so there is a real chance that they can replicate that result. Now, as we said, it's just this best of 3 that separates these teams from making it to the Munich Major, so the pressure is high today, especially when we look at our very first match between Furia and W7M, because we said that is history. These two teams have played each other 5 times in 2025, and Furia have won that matchup every single time. One of those actually was the playoffs last time around with the EWC invite on the line, and Furia won that one 2-0. I think what the caster said yesterday, or the commentator said yesterday, was that the playstyles between these two teams are rather similar, but the Furia players, they seem to be better in every single aspect, and it shows. When we look at Furia, they were incredibly strong throughout the groups. I honestly thought they were going to get away with showing just 2 maps, but Liquid put them to Chalet in the final one, and I think Ollie, that being the only game they lost in the group stage, shows how strong Furia really has been.
Yeah, I mean, they've been an unstoppable force, haven't they? And, you know, you're always going to have a little rock in the road. It was something that I was mentioning during times I was casting Furia, was that, you know, let's not count them out. Sometimes there's a bit of a rock in the road. But, I mean, they went through the stage by playing 3 maps. And, like, I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely insane that you're, you know, being one of the best teams coming out of SAL, you only get to show 3 of your maps, which I would say in Furia's hand, I don't think anyone's going to question like, oh, they're only good at 3 maps. No, they're a world championship winning team. They're pretty good at all of the maps. So to be able to only showcase 3 of them and then only still not even showing a very selected handful coming into playoffs, you got to feel good coming into Furia because you got a lot on the plate that you can show, especially coming into this matchup.
Yeah, they didn't even have to play a game yesterday, of course, due to them finishing second in the groups, just behind NIP actually being rather a little bit worse on the round differential. Still plus 23 is really good. We can't say anything about that, but they had similar points. That means this is their first game. Now, when we look at this, it can give you a lot of benefits because you only have to play 1 best of 3 to get right into the Munich Major. But then when we look at W7M, and especially I think maybe Ollie with that first map they showed yesterday, they seem like they are very much warmed up going into this game.
I don't think there's any doubt of their focus coming into this. Obviously, to lose that game against Liquid in the last game of sort of regular stage, now to have a little bit of a break coming into the upper bracket semi-finals, we do know teams usually like to keep playing. You know, playing is where that consistency is found. So there's maybe a question mark with Furia coming in straight into the upper bracket semi-final, and are they going to hit the ground running? W7M, they've already got the wheels sort of turning in a lot of ways, getting that victory over loss. Now they're coming in, they're already warmed up, they've already played a best of 3 here. I'm not sitting here saying that Furia are going to struggle in a best of 3, but there is that to sort of take into consideration, is that this is going to be their first game. So it's a bit of a blessing and a curse for some teams getting straight into that upper bracket semi-final.
You know, I love that you talk about being a blessing and a curse, because it absolutely is. I mean, yes, you had a good stage. It puts you in a spot where you can sit and watch your opponent, but nothing compares to game day reps. And that's exactly what W7M has. Not just only the game day reps, they have the momentum from winning their game against Los to push them into this matchup where, again, it is a little bit of a double-edged sword, because Furia, again, they are able to prep a little better. They do have a better understanding of what they can do to counterplay, but it's about being warmed up. But that's the beauty of a best of 3. They don't have to worry about showing up game 1. It's not, you know, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So if they can just get through this first map, get warm, and then go into the second and third, depending what that looks like, Furia will be extremely comfortable.
Yeah, and their opponents have already started that marathon yesterday. Pretty strong showing, I guess we could say. We talked about the first map being super dominant and really close on that second game. The main thing that really stood out to me yesterday, Lexing, when we look at this team, is that there were some incredible personal performances from these players, but still, it was closer than we expected against a team like Los.
Yeah, I think it definitely shouldn't have gone as close as it was when I'm looking over the stats this morning. I mean, you know, from the first game, Loban has a pop-off performance, and then the second game, a decent one, same with Palu, but then it's Dotez, Dots, and Volps who really came alive, but it really shouldn't have gotten that close. They weren't finding a lot of strides on their attacking half, and when you're going against Furia, you need to be good on every single front, whether it's your attack, whether it's your defense, and struggling to find success on your attacks like a team like Los. It's not going to be any easier, and that's the player I'm actually looking at here is Loban. Are we going to see Loban be the X factor in this game? Is he going to be able to find that gap in Furia's armor and be able to expose it and allow their attacking half to thrive? Because that's what we talked about him previously, you know. When he's struggling to find that gap, what is he going to do? Is he going to double up play with his team? Is he still going to try to pursue that? It's a matter of, are we going to see Loban out on an island, or are we going to be able to see him expose that Furia gap and then have success on their attacks based off that?
I think the problem is assuming that there's going to be a Furia gap, isn't there? Because sometimes there isn't, or if there is a gap, it's maybe not as wide as you might want it to be. I think Loban's got a big part to play. A player that I'm really interested in, if they can keep up their performance, is going to be Dodez. He's rated 121 EPS at the moment. He's the highest rated player inside of W7M, coming in at only third highest rated in the entire league. So if that's somebody that can continue the performance they've had during Stage 2 into these playoffs now, then W7M should be in a reasonable spot. I must admit, I'm very fond of this team now. With the addition of Palu coming into this roster, I feel like they're really starting to gel together. And some of the advantages that they've got is it's very well known how this Furia team like to play. They are a fantastic team, but as such, everybody watches them and everybody tears apart the tape trying to find any little bit of information that they can. So W7M, they know who they're going to be going up against here, and I'm sure that they'll be going in with their eyes wide open.
Yeah, I think that's what we meant with that similar playstyle type of thing, right? We always see a lot of aggression from Furia. I feel like we say that too on the side of W7M, and what you were saying, Lexing, in regards to W7M struggling on these attacks makes so much sense, because when they bring that aggression on the attack, if there's a team trying to counter that by just disrupting what W7M are doing, it seems like it's going so difficult for them. We had this discussion yesterday as well about W7M on their attacks, if that aggression is kind of biting them in their back. The way they showed it against Los, I'm absolutely 100% sure you can't do that against a team like Furia. They will understand what's happening. They will know how to counter that. But in the other way, Furia will do the exact same on their attacks, bringing that aggression as well. When we look at these team stats and we've looked at the history between these two teams, we know it was a big match in the playoffs last time around. We know they played each other over in the group stage as well. That one went to Bank. I'm curious when we have a look at the map veto to see if Bank will be a repeat potential for today, because it's 3 maps instead of just 1. In the group stage it was a 7-5, so it was close. But when we're looking at our first map and we're going to Chalet as a W7M pack, how do you feel about that one, Ollie?
I mean, we know that Furia have got here by only playing 3 maps, and the fact that they've got 2 of them through here in Chalet and Bank is a little bit ridiculous. The other map, of course, that Furia played during the stage was Lair. That has been removed by W7M there, as you can see in their second round of banning just after Bank was chosen. I'm gobsmacked, to be honest, that Chalet and Bank have been allowed through. The only reason that you've got to be able to think for this is that there is so much tape on how Furia want to play these maps now that W7M must feel comfortable going to them, because otherwise it's an easy 2 first bans to just remove whichever 2 you don't like out of the 3 that Furia have played to this point.
I would completely agree, because the last time we saw Furia even play Chalet was against Liquid, and they got smoked. It was a 2-7. And what we heard from Igor was saying, you know, we wanted to be able to try something. We weren't sure what this matchup was going to look like. And the fact that they're willing to play it here again, not ban it out, just leaves me to believe that they are more than ready to pick apart the W7M attack and be able to thwart off anything and keep the aggressive nature alive. And, you know, something that I praise them for, and which is where I think they're really finding their stride this time around, is not only players being able to step it up like JB92, Herds having good performances, but it's about them being able to kind of maintain their aggression and reel it back to play more passive and play with one another. And I think Chalet is a perfect map to demonstrate demonstrate that is getting aggressive in the early, not allowing W7M to find their footing, and then reeling it back once they have that man advantage, and then just playing simple crossfires and dwindling down the numbers until it's the late round.
Oh, there's a lot to talk about for this this veto, and I guess a lot of emotions that it brings up in the two of you as well. Looking at these maps and looking at the matchups, especially keeping in mind that Furia have won this matchup every single time, do we think with the way that the veto played out, maybe some confidence, I guess, only that we're seeing on the side of W7M, do you feel like they can have the upper hand today, or will it be a difficult one?
I love an underdog, you know that, and I don't know that W7M are coming in as a serious, you know, a standout underdog here. I think it's a lot more equal than maybe we are led to believe, and there's obviously a little bit of bias in there from the regular stage given how well Furia played, but W7M didn't do badly either.
They didn't.
The last time that W7M beat this team was inside of stage 2 last year, and it was the best of 3 stage, so you've kind of got to look at that and go, is history going to repeat itself a little bit there? And I'm not too mad about the Chalet pick from W7M either, because we've got very good recent history of them on this very map against Black Dragons, where not only were they able to come away with a 7-5 win in the end of it, there was a lot of those attacking rounds where they were starting a man down and they were still able to convert. Now, granted, it's against Black Dragons, it isn't against Furia, but again, it's something that's going to give W7M a little bit of confidence going into this, which I think they will need.
And I think that's the important bit here also for Furia, allowing even Chalet to go through here, not finding a lot of success on it, is more so being able to test the waters again, similar to what happened with Liquid. But then also, like I said, getting warmed up, being able to get comfortable again. So then once they find themselves on bank, then they will immediately come alive. They will have all the pressure, all the buildup that they would need going into that bank, then possibly pushing it into a map 3 if they don't win that Chalet match, which I can realistically see both teams winning their picks. And then we do end up on that third map of Clubhouse.
I think if we get to a third map, it goes to W7M.
I agree.
Really?
I agree.
Honestly.
Ooh.
If this gets to Clubhouse, W7M win.
I agree.
Okay, well, I mean, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see a third mapper between these two teams, because the history between these two teams, and I guess the facts that we're putting out for them today, the play styles, it is bound to be a banger of a matchup. So I think we need some of the best voices as well to suit the quality of this game. We'll bring out our casters for today, as we're joined by Intero and Jesse. I'd like to hear from you two as well. Going into this game, who do we think might have the upper hand? Do we believe in the story for W7M, or do we think Furia will do it again?
I don't know if you're expecting me to go first here. I'm always going to put money on Furia. One of the most consistent rosters over the last couple years. Doesn't matter who their opponent is. I will almost always take them over whoever they play. I mean, the good news is that even if W7M does come close but falls short, they still got another chance to qualify. So it's entirely possible both of these teams win. Just not necessarily in this match. I think Furia is the favorite here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're getting a lot of Furia glaze on the broadcast today, and rightfully so. They're an amazing team, but don't forget, W7M are the reigning major champions. They won back in Montreal. We haven't had a major since, and now here in the major qualifying game, you gotta imagine they'll be fired up and ready to go. So, I don't know, W7M, I think, could really put on our show today, and I don't think it's that crazy to see them walking away with the victory against Furia.
You forgetting about SI? Reload might not have been a major, but Furia literally won that, and it was a couple months ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say Reload.
It's not a major.
I know it's not a major, but you're going back a year. I feel like you're deliberately ignoring other events. How did W7M do at SI? It's a major. How did they do?
SI's not a major.
SI's not a major.
No, it isn't.
It's not called a major. It's called SI.
Thank you.
It is classified as a major event, even if it has a different name. You guys are being pedantic.
Let's go by S tier events. Let's go by S tier events. They're all in the S tier events.
If we're gonna talk S tier events, we'll say S tier events. I didn't say S tier event. I said major.
You're using legal words to prove your point.
I wasn't really expecting this to go this way when I brought all of us up here to be like a full-on argument. I just asked for your opinions, not for it to turn into a full-on argument about what team is going to win or who's won what S tier event or whatever, or whether the major or the SI or is more important or what is going on here. I hope you two will find peace with each other because the matchup is about to start, and we'll send it over to you two for this banger game between Furia and W7M.
Thank you very much. And Jesse and I are permanently at war. See, if you go back to the days of Edmonton and me living just outside of Calgary, or even just Ontario outside of Alberta, we are built in a lab to butt heads with one another. And now here we are. My team, Furia, obviously is going to beat his team of W7M. So whether you call it glazing, or whether you call it being objective and stating the facts. The fact is that Furia should have the advantage going into this matchup. Now, I do agree. I think people are discrediting the skills and the talents of W7M, but Furia is Furia. They finished in second place. Yeah, that's 3 points ahead of W7M, but all that matters is they were a top 2 team, and I think they're going to get their spot here. Jesse, I know you disagree, but that's fine. I don't care what you think.
Parker, in the spirit of Canadian Thanksgiving, which it is Thanksgiving Sunday today, I offer you a truce, a peace treaty. Can we come to the agreement that this is about to be a banger of a match?
Well, Jesse, in the spirit of Thanksgiving, I'll say thanks for your kindness, but I'm going to be giving you an L today with Furia winning. So there we go.
All right. Well, we got Chalet on deck first, and the cold hard facts suggest that this is going to be a tough game for Furia. W7M have a 4-game winning streak dating back to stage 1 on Chalet, including beating Furia at the Esports World Cup with a dominating 7-3 win. The Deaths talked about how Furia have a large win streak against W7M, and they did beat W7M in that series, but they still lost the one map of Chalet. So this is going to be the best opportunity that W7M have to beat back Furia in this series. You also take a look at some of Furia's recent games, and I mean, Laxing touched on the desk. A 7-2 loss to Liquid earlier this stage was really tough. They did beat Elevate Academy on Monday in Copa Sul Americana, but I think we can all agree that that's not going to be the toughest opponent that Furia will face all week. And so this will be kind of the real test. How much practice have they been putting into Chalet? We've seen them play it a ton so far in the recent months, but it hasn't looked the best. This is W7M's best map. It's their hometown. It's their base of operations. They should be the favorites, especially here starting on defense.
Might sound like a bold proclamation, but Ollie's saying if they get to Clubhouse, W7M wins. Whew, boy. So, hey, Furia, you just need to be, you need to make sure you don't get to that point. A lot of Chalet today, by the way. Jesse, you and I casted this map twice in yesterday's NAL finals. We got to ride along with the conclusion of that game. And now we don't have the finals directly ahead of us, but we do have 2 teams that will qualify today. The winner of this matchup will be the first team in Brazil, technically the South America League, but it's in Brazil, and all of the teams remaining are from Brazil. This will be the first team to qualify for the Munich Major. Later today, Ninjas in Pajamas and FaZe Clan will do battle. FaZe Clan making their way here by defeating Team Liquid. One of those teams will go to the Major as well. Maybe not the best start for my dear Furia, Jesse, as Herds has died at the hands of Dodez. W7M with a nice first pick.
Yeah, the 2 entry fraggers on each side coming to blows, and Dodez better on the long angle with the DMR. JV would love a little trade back, but of course it's not going to be the easiest kill in the world. I don't think he knows that Dodez is holding the doorway. Nobody else from Furia have really made much ground up on the top floor. It's actually Fleetbox and Nade who have entered into the main floor. They'll be coming up against KDS, or up against Loban, I should say, and the Nade will force them off this position. Good Capital bolt as well, is making this a really tough spot. Somehow he's alive, Parker, and he maintains his position on the blue stairs.
That's Furia on the board. He'll try to plug that hole with a Kiva barrier. As there's another grenade lined up, potentially. No. Leapox taking him down. Dodez with yet another kill, this time on the KZ. 2 of the most formidable players on Furia, handled by one Rooney, who's seemingly still on the run. Now it's a flank coming in from Volps. And you can see from the silhouette, there's a Furia player not too far removed. I assume he's in the building, but it's hard to tell from the silhouettes as to where he is. I actually think that's JV92. Volps might have his back turned. He sees the Blackbeard. This is good intel on the side of W7M. 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Leapox is in the room right next to him. And yes, it is indeed JV92 within arm's reach of Volps. And Volps will have likely heard the Twitch stand up. Right now, the assumption on the side of JV92 that Volps is downstairs. And Volps should get this one quite easily. Yes, he will. Dodez a triple nade as best as he can, trying to hold this round together, but everything's fallen by the wayside. And how about a 4K to start round 1 for Dodez? Is W7M displaying some early dominance?
And I think everything going according to plan for W7M in the first round of their qualifying game. Dodez has been their best player all throughout this stage, highest rated on the team, 121 EPS has been so good for this squad. And here on their best map, you expect to see him showing up big in the very first round. Honestly, it felt like Furia stalled out a little bit halfway through that round, didn't it, Parker? They lose their opening gunfight with Herds going down. Then KZ drops next. I think if they had gotten a little bit cleaner of a push onto those blue stairs, we could have seen Furia explode towards the site, use that map control that they had to work their way into the bomb site. But it just felt like they lost too many bodies in that attempt of clearing the blue stairs. It took them a whole lot of time to be able to get that done. The whole time, it was just VODs playing inside of office, playing long angles. He didn't have to go for any crazy flanks. He didn't have to make any ridiculous plays. He just had a good gun, was in a power position, and could change up the angle he was holding from time to time. Just classic, strong siege coming out from the entry fragger of W7M, and they'll be feeling pretty good after a 1-0 lead.
5 seconds to insertion.
You got to take everything you can get against a team like Furia. I know that you said that W7M are the reigning major champions, which sure, if we're talking solely about the majors, of which there's one this year, then you are technically correct. But I mean, if you look at S-tier events, some will argue as to whether or not EWC meets that criteria. For sake of argument, we could say that they do, or it does. SI is inarguably an S-tier event. Reload, if not an S-tier event, was about as close as it can get. And hey, guess what? Furia excelled in all those areas, and they are one of the most consistent teams so far this year. FaZe Clan obviously having a great year too. They were the SI winners in Boston back in February. Again, they'll be in action in our second matchup of the day, up against Ninjas in Pajamas. FaZe Clan and Furia could be the first two teams to clinch their spot at the major. That was that mashup that we saw in Brazil in one of the best matches of Rainbow Six ever played, or we could have the quote-unquote underdogs of Ninjas in Pajamas and W7M make it. We will find out. Rome was really good for W7M last game. It caught Furia flat-footed. This time around, not quite the same success. Volps is meticulously flushed out of that position in library, and W7M suffering an early loss.
Yeah, you don't love losing your zombies so early into the round. Those Kivas no longer will be generating. They're going to try to get some kind of a trade back, but you've conceded library at this point. Probably the most important part of the map other than the bomb site. Interesting, they've reinforced this hatch here, so they kind of expected from the get-go not to be able to hold on to it too long. It means that Volps was really playing in that corner to die. Dots ends up with a trade back, finding Philippe Hawks. He's just playing inside the site, so it must have been a tight angle that he gets, and it's a tight shot from JV92 to make sure they maintain man advantage. That's the monster of round one now removed. Robin trying to get aggressive, just do something to equalize again, but his C4 gets shot, Parker, and this will still be a one-man lead for Furia.
Those frost mats will still persist, so Furia better look down when they're vaulting on in. An attempt was made by Loban and Palu as well, as there was a vault out to try and slow this Furia assault down. Dots has two gas canisters in pocket and the SMG pointed at the doorframe. 4 players on Furia stand against him. He can easily mop this site, and Dots will be watched under not 1 but 2 drones. Hatch control above in the hands of Furia, and there you go. KZ will get the job done from that upstairs play. An immediate answer back and a very confidence-inspiring round for Furia to tie things up.
Big thing in that round, a big difference from what we saw in round one, was just where Furia were able to take fights. You know, the first round, they lose a lot of gunfights to Dodez, who isn't really roaming. He's taking long angle fights, but he's in the bomb site every time he gets those kills. This time around, because the bomb site is barring games, there have to be roamers upstairs in library and towards office. And so this time, it's a little bit easier for Furia to isolate those picks. They can be a little bit more predictable on their aggression, and so Furia is able to kind of read that and catch it out a little bit. Huge credit to JV92, of course, for slaying the beast, which was Dodez, and then also stopping Loban from getting aggressive right after. You got to kind of question Loban when his nitro doesn't land. It's going to be expected. The jump out there, I think, a little bit ambitious, you could say, trying to catch JV92 off guard. It's going to be pretty rare that he lets you get away with that. But that's what W7M kind of have to do in this matchup too, right? You can't just sit back and let Furia take map control. You have to challenge them at every point of the map, especially on a map like Chalet, where the aggressiveness really does favor the defense. So hopefully we're going to see more of those exciting early round gunfights, and hopefully we can see some more back and forth gameplay.
When you get to this point in time in the season, all you really want is a competitive match. So I suspect that these two will be able to bring the heat. I know for argument's sake, I blazed Furia. you want to call it that. I mean, I don't agree with that title, but that's the exact wording that you used. There was not much daylight between these two teams. Only a single win separated Furia and W7M from that second place. And ditto to Ninjas in Pajamas. It was a log jam. Nip and Furia both finished in first and second, tied with the same amount of points. Nip finished ahead because of the positive round differential. But W7M and FaZe Clan, the other two teams that will be in action, or well, one of them is in action, but FaZe Clan will be in action later. They both finished with 19 points, so a single kill or a single win behind Furia and Ninja Pajamas. A single kill will come in early, and the player that was hyped up, I believe it was Ollie, Palu, has not really found much so far in this matchup. 3 rounds without a terrible impact, and he's the first casualty for W7M.
Yeah, weird to see Palu starting so weak with a 162 kill-death ratio. He's got the best stats here in the South America League, so seeing him 0-3 is a strange sight. Usually one of the best players at staying alive and playing for the late rounds. We might see that more on attack, but for now his team's going to have to claw back this 4v5, and again, that means they're going to have to play aggressive. They're going to have to take some risks to go for some swings, and it does feel like Fury are ready for this. Herds has got a freebie surely as he swings the corner and does find Logan. That's 2 players now 0-3 to start things off for W7M. The 3 players that actually have gotten kills so far will have to do it all in the last 90 seconds, but they're still not so aware of Herds' angle. Dodes takes a bunch of damage, and there's just nothing they can get from this Furia attack.
W7M played full court press, almost offense on defense in round number 1. They've not had the same success in rounds 2 now or rounds 3, though a pick on the Herds is about as good as you could ask for. Furia very even across the board in terms of kills. W7M, most of those kills residing in Dodes, who, well, might be living on borrowed time here, Jesse. Very little HP to his name. He'll creep up through bathroom. The 4 remaining players of Furia, far afield. Dots will equalize, though, and W7M were treading water, but now they are swimming, and they are swimming far away from this Furia team. Dots will find a second on the Philippox. A rare basement hold here on Chalet, and it's working out. Dots finds a third. KZ watching as his team implodes with 20 seconds left, and the diffuser now finally under his control. They'll have to go for kills. Dots will look for a 4K. Dota's got a 4K to start this off. Dots will do it as well in round number 3. These individual performances leading the way for W7M. That was a round that surely seemed like it was going in Furia's direction, but the Bulls say not today. They regain the lead.
So that early roam presence, Parker, it didn't really go the way of W7M. They lost a couple of his opening fights with Palu and Loban falling apart, but they at least did some damage clearing out Herds with Dodes getting that late frag, and then it wasted a ton of time. It wasn't really to the last 50 seconds that we saw Furia starting to focus towards the bomb site, which you'd be forgiven for not realizing was the basement at that time. Dots gets a huge Nitro Cell pick onto Nade playing the Osa. It's pretty common for Osas to get killed by C4s, but that was actually just a vert Nitro Cell. I don't think Nade had even used his gadget, so just a clean pick on the verticality. And then with the wall being closed that whole time, never were they able to open up the snowmobile breach. It was just the perfect position for Dots to play. He's just farming those players on the snow stairs, and he's able to get one after another after another. I think his second kill might have even been pushing up towards the window and getting a kill onto Philippox outside the building. So some really nice aggression coming out from Dots in a moment where his team needed him to stand up and be the strongest. Nice to see that coming out from the Two-Brow. The Malusi and Bravo will get banned after our first 3 rounds get played, and we'll have to see how these teams adapt from that. But it's good to see them bouncing back, even after losing those opening frags. The anchor's really coming alive now for W7M.
Reload! 5 seconds to insertion.
You know, it takes a village, but it means you need to be a villager, and right now that's what Palu is doing. He's by no means the star of this team, but he continues to play crucial intel ops, and in this case, Fenrir will be a challenge. If Furia wants to get into the building quickly, they will likely fall victim to these traps. Frost Matt's there as well. Frost certainly not a staple on this map in NA. We didn't see Frost at all in either of the Chalet games yesterday. Here, though, it's been an integral part of this W7M defense. I don't really think the Frost Mats played a huge role back in round number 1, Jesse, but I mean, you've got soft destruction, as you can see right now. Doda's doing some remodeling. You've got a relatively steady gun. I mean, Frost isn't really known for her loadout. It's more for these traps.
Probably the best Frost map in the game as well, Chalet. So many important windows to swing in, and we did actually see one critical Frost kill on Dakino way at the start of yesterday's NAL Playdays, so you know how deadly this operator can be. Dots on the Pulse, also a big adaptation. They didn't bring this the last time they were playing on Games. Instead, we saw Dots playing on the Smoke, so this Pulse might be unexpected from Furia. Their entry point's going to be Solar side. This is quite away from the bomb site, which means they might assume that it's clear. It is not. There's a few players over here. Davey does find the opening onto Volps, and Loban is hunting for a trade back, but I'm not sure if he's going to find it. Playing on the stairs, his life is very valuable here, so it's important that he doesn't die, but now he sees the Monty, has to retreat back. His teammate Dodez has fallen elsewhere in the map too, so things are really starting to fall to pieces. The roam game from W7M still not finding its footing in this game. Oh.
Is correct. Down goes another player from W7M. Familiar territory for them, though. They've been here outnumbered by this Furia team. I mean, maybe W7M's not quite prepared for this, though. I mean, it's Dots and Palu who's the last two standing. 4 of Dots' kills coming in a 4K from the previous round. 4 of Dodez's kills coming from a 4K in round number 1. Palu not able to muster a single frag despite having 5 targets to hit on the side of Furia. Nobody on W7M will, though. In good company, Palu is, as that's a flawless round by Furia to answer back. So the wheels came off around number 3 for Furia. They probably should be up 3-1. They're not. So what do? They make quick work of that 4th round. I gotta say, I don't know how I'd be able to compete if I was Furia with a constant parade of people behind me. If you watch their player cams, Jesse, it seems like there's 15 people just doing laps behind these players. I don't think it gets a little distracting.
Yeah, well, listen, this is a team who have performed under much harder circumstances. Sao Paulo, there were a few more than 5 or 6 people behind them when they had to make that ridiculous comeback against FaZe Clan. So this team is known to play in tough spots, and I think they'll be just fine playing with their support staff and org members behind them in a game like this against W7M, even if it is a critical one. Certainly hasn't slowed down their entries. Back-to-back opening picks over the last 3 rounds from Furia. Not a single one of them traded. And if you're W7M, you're going to know that that is the real struggle point in this matchup. Furia, since the South America League Stage 2 began, have been the best entry team in the league, winning 60% of their opening engagements, 61% if you isolate just to the attack, which, again, no other team has been able to beat. W7M have been solid on their entries too, 55% overall, which is not bad by any means, but you're going against Furia, you're going against that ridiculous entry combo of Herds and KZ. You know it's going to be a challenge to win these opening duels, so you got to do stuff like that. Catch them off guard, get some big swings when they're not really ready for it. Loban will find the second opening pick for W7M, and just maybe they can find that second conversion as well.
Changing max.
Striking first, always an important part of these matches. W7M doesn't really seem to succeed whether they get the first pick or not. They're able to battle back, as we've seen in a couple rounds so far. I mean, losing KZ is not ideal. Both he and Herds have maybe died a bit too early throughout this stage for Furia's liking, but again, that's the roles that they play. We've got JV92 having the stage of his life. This is one of the best stages for JV92 that we've seen statistically. He was topping the stats for Furia through most of the play days of groups. And so far, he's holding up quite well. Highest frags here now for Furia in round 5. 5 kills, not too bad. Averaging 1 per round. Most players would love to be in that position. We'll have to do some utility work on this Twitch, though, Jesse, as now Furia's got in the building, and they'll open up some of this office wall.
Yeah, the top floor is a real problem for them last time. This is where they lost round number 1. Came off some long angle fights from Dodez. He's actually swapped operators over to the Ella, despite playing the same position. Not exactly an operator that excels on those long range engagements, so he'll have to take some closer range fights. Pakibas might enable that. Loban goes for a swing and also loses it to Herds. That's that devastating entry duo we've been talking about. Not an entry pick on that one, but still a critical kill to equalize the numbers now to a 4-on-4. The wall is open. The Kibas still have to be dealt with, but it does feel like with over 60 seconds to go, Furia have the tools to do just that. Dots in a deadly gunfight. He's got 2 toxic babes in his pocket, so if he does go down, that could be critical. Paulo is out the building. Not sure exactly what happened. I think he jumped out the master window, but makes it back in without any casualties on either side.
They'll lose more of those walls. The culprit will be Herds, and the ace throwing those Selmas down. W7M are uniquely prepared for this. Yellow brings a lot of things. As you mentioned, Dota swapping over to this operator, but the Scorpion can shred at close range. Same with Dots' kid. He's got one gas canister with 20 seconds left on the board. Down goes Dota's, though, and Furia looking to sink their fangs into this W7M defense. So far, so good. A bit of calculations being made, as now they'll vault on in. Smoke from Sen's Gadget, concealing the advances of Furia. Nade getting Diffuser down, stopped by Dots in its tracks. JV92 tears through them, but they're running out of time. Furia needs somebody to hop on the kit, and nobody can get the job done. A lockout defense in the final 10 seconds by W7M saves them the round.
Wow, what an anchor play coming through from Dots. The second round here on Chalet that he is pulled back from the brink. It doesn't feel like W7M, quote unquote, deserved either of the rounds that he's won for them. But when you've got such a dependable anchor in the site to step up, then man, they're going to be winning those quite consistently. And I really think you got to give Dots all the credit in the world for how he's been playing in these late rounds. Just finds the right position to deny that plant, Parker. Nobody's able to stop him pushing deep inside Piano. No one's outside on those windows, which would have been the perfect spot to deny him, but he's the one who's able to read that, playing on the smoke, playing behind that Kiba barrier inside of Piano. Gets one kill, stops the player coming in to try to trade him out as well, and it just comes down to that great mechanical ability with the SMG-11 shotgun combo that the SAS operators play so damn well. Dot's a player who's been a part of this W7M core for an extremely long time, basically since the beginning. Was playing with Loban all the way back on Xbox in 2018, so it's been a long time since he and this core have kind of been together. And you know, he's not always been the biggest player statistically, hard support, shield player. You don't see him popping off in the kill feed very often, but when he's called upon, he is so dependable.
Crazy that Loban and Palu are combining for one kill. I mean, again, though,
yeah,
if you're not Dodes or Dots, you have 2 kills. That's it. Loban, Palu, and Volps right now. 2 kills between the 3 of them. 12 for Dodes and Dots. A very top-heavy effort, and frankly doesn't speak to W7M's total abilities, because usually you've got these other players in on the action. I do worry a little bit for W7M in terms of sustainability. What if Dots and Dodes die? Will the rest of the team be able to pick it up? Well, we won't necessarily need to answer that question here, Jesse, because Dots gets the first off pick to push his tally to 8 through 6 rounds. Furia really stumbling on these opening picks as this match goes deeper and deeper.
Yeah, we see a very different bottom floor attack coming through from Furia. This time the wall gets opened immediately. That was something they struggled with in round number 3, but thankfully they've got a couple more tools to deal with these electro claws of Volps, and so they've been able to clear that out, get the wall open first thing, and it's going to have to change the way the W7M defends this. It was a big anchor play from Dots playing just inside the breach, tucked close on the snow stairs, but now it's going to have to find a different position. The roamers are still up here too. This was actually something W7M were not so successful in, and again, Loban does go down aggressive on the roam. Palu is blue stairs, yet to find a kill in this game. Would love a trade back after Loban died, but no opportunity given to him just yet. Nade dies outside the breach, so man advantage goes back the way of W7M.
Opening conversion has been perfect with the exception of round number 3, so you're hopeful on the side of W7M that it works out. That would be a 4-2 first half for the Bulls, and they will continue. Palu getting on the board finally, as now his tally will match Loban and Volps. The 3 of them now combining for 3 kills. A far cry from the top 2 getters on W7M. Not still alive, so the boss on the side of the Bulls, very much in this. Leapox takes down Volps, and now it'll be Palu and Dots to hold this one together. KZ with Diffuse Kit, 45 seconds left. Palu missing the swing onto KZ, and now Dots will have to break double digits. Himself imprisoned inside of Connector, and a great round from Felipox, or Felipox, depending on how you say it. His name's Philippe, so we say Felipox because we're cool like that. 3-3 the scoreline. Neither of these teams any closer to a resolution. Jesse, I feel like we've seen a lot of 3-3s on this map in the last 24 hours.
Well, Parker, that's what happens when you get the best teams in the world going up against each other. You know, the 3-3s are expected. You see the best of North America, now the best of South America. sometimes in the group stage you can get some lopsided halves, but it's a lot rarer when you can put the best against the best over and over again. Bit of a scrappy round from W7M to close off their defending half. Scattered roam game without really a whole lot of trade potential. Good to see Paulu finally getting active, gets his first kill on the board, but once his position gets found out, unfortunately, he's not good for more than one. In this 3-3 position, you've got to imagine both these teams will be feeling in an okay spot. With most teams, W7M are a better defensive squad than they are on the attack. They've been 64% defensive win rate, 55 on the attack throughout this stage so far, so a bit better on the defensive side, but Furia have historically been an attacking team first and a defending team second. 64% attacking win rate is kind of a ridiculous stat to be posting up through the second stage of the SAL. Just like with W7M, their quote-unquote bad side is still quite strong, 59 on the defense, so I'm not so worried about the second half. I think throughout this series, especially on a map like Chalet, it shouldn't really matter which team is on which side, but maybe a change of pace will do well for W7M. Despite them escaping the first half with an even scoreline, I think Furia played the better game overall, and it really relied on some heroics from W7M to keep this game tied.
This goes back to that unsustainability comment that I made. 14 of your kills in 2 players across that first half. The rest of the team about as effective as a wet noodle in the fragging department. 1 and 6 for Loben, 1 and 6 for Paulu, 1 and 4 for Volps. Now, maybe for Loben, it's not the most important that he gets frags, but Paulu and Volps should certainly be better than the numbers that we see. Again, on Furia's side, most of these players pretty even. Herds has been the standout performer. He just surpassed JV92 in the previous round. We come to expect for Furia. Frankly, Nade and Felipox are the 2 names we expect to say the least. But they've been doing well. 6 kills from the support duo is enough for Furia to have some confidence in, and all the score is tied. Will that sustainability matter, though? Because if Dotas and Dots stay hot, Jesse, it doesn't matter if the rest of the team's not getting kills. If there are just 2 guys that have your number, that can often be enough.
They're going to try to hunt for those frags on the top floor clear. Volps finds the entry pick onto Herds. He'll break his breadstick, and that starts things off nice on the opening clear. Herds was jumping out west main window, so they knew his position quite well. These mirror windows are going to be tough to crack, Parker. It's not a very extended hold from Furia. They don't want to fight over towards office. They're happy to play behind their utility. There's not great tools on W7M to clear things out. Worst tools now is their shield player. Dots just gets dropped by JV92, found an angle on the head, just swinging over towards mezzanine. That's a really tough way to lose your Blackbeard. And it kind of stalls this push out now. That was supposed to be the tip of the spear. That was supposed to be how you gain space. Now, what do you do against this mirror window? I mean, if you can't get a Twitch drone back there to pop it open, you don't have a great way of pushing up. Your Sens wall maybe can give you an opportunity, but it's going to be really tough to get past KZ.
He is entrenched. So far removed from library, guarding blue stairs, guarding chimney, guarding library, all of this with a soft panel next to him and a black mirror in front of him, and you've got nothing long range to deal with this. A Twitch drone could pop it, but I think that's all you're going to get. Nice shot from Paulu to take out Nade. W7M finding some kills, but so is JV92. He's all on his lonesome. Volps and Loben combined less than half of the kills that JV92 has at this point in time, but they can easily double up, and those numbers can change in a hurry. JV92 knows that there's one pushing him on library stairs. Out comes the sidearm, looking for the ace, but Loben will deny it. W7M winning the first round of the second half. Wow, what a performance from JV92 as his great stage continues. It just wasn't enough in that round.
Ridiculous how hard he's had to carry that round, but it's just not quite enough. Every player on W7M who got a single kill in the first half was contributing in that round number 7. Their first attack, Volps gets 2 kills, Paulu gets a kill, and Loben gets a kill. Those are the 3 players we were waiting to see when they heat up. And that round was exactly when it was. Again, I didn't think the utility was favorable for them, but what they did, Parker, was they pushed together. They pushed a wide variety of angles, and they hit their shots. And in an FPS like Siege, that's going to be enough from time to time. Paulu was pinching in from the library side. You had Dodez on the office balcony. Loben was, of course, pushing piano, and we were focused on him for most of the round. But Volps as well was just entering in through the basement. He was on snow stairs and walked up fireplace to get a really critical kill late into that round on the Philippe Pox as well on site. So
10 seconds remaining.
multi-dimensions coming in through that push on W7M. That only comes off of lots of experience playing this map. Do not forget that this is their map pick, and it's a map that they have played so well this season. So it makes sense that they've got some really well-coordinated attacks.
Even when things seemingly fell apart for W7M, they were still able to stick that landing. They've been terrific at drawing first blood right now, just edging out this Furia squad, 4 first bloods to 3. Bomb site rotation will continue. We see Kitchen for the first time. This was a bomb site that was avoided by W7M. W7M opting for that bottom floor basement defense, which is a bit unorthodox on Chalet these days. Furia will stick with Old Reliable. It means that with Kitchen Dining being the scene of the crime, W7M's first and most important task will be to clear out this top floor.
Big Nitro opening pick from JV92. He is not done. Gets another kill for Furia, the only player to frag out so far in the defensive half. Fallout gets a trade back onto Herd. That's going to be the visual going down main floor. These roamers have really not been able to stay alive for Furia. Candela's starting to come into, gets shot out by JV. He's doing it all, Parker, from inside the site. Nade top floor finds a kill with that clash, and these mirror windows working against the defenders. JV, finally his time comes to an end. W7M are in the bomb site. They don't quite have the defuse kit, so they'll need to recover that from, I believe, outside trophy window. And once they can accomplish it, I mean, the bomb site is completely free for the taking.
Nade will have to put that shield away now, as that top floor still being worked on by Furia. They've successfully rebuffed W7M, so a more direct approach to the bomb site will be the play, and they've got plenty of time to pull this off. Still well over a minute left. Tussling with a bulletproof camera, taking out some of the utility that was strewn about the bomb site. Is Nade still in this position? Yes, he is. Right now on trophy stairs, marching his way up as there's a lot of bullets on the side of W7M. 2 LMGs possibly on the board, but with Dodez rocking the Reaper, I imagine it's the shotgun, Jesse. Just a waiting game.
Yeah, calm before the storm, right? The second Candela comes through from Dodez. He's got 2 more in his pocket. It's just a bit of a fake, hoping to prompt some movement out of Furia, but nothing as yet. 30 seconds. Palu is working his way through the kitchen hall. He's going to get a push in through dining at some point. But will it get stopped? He gets immediately down to Parker.
KZ is ready and waiting for it. There's no real protection here. Nade's been giving calls this whole time, and it allows KZ to thrive. Looking for a third. Will not be had. Lobin shuts the door on more than 2, and will now attempt to get the kit down at the halfway point. Just out of reach of Philippe Pox, who will throw out a Nitro cell. Clash in position with limited time remaining. They don't even need to get the kill. All 3 players will survive. 2 on the side of Furia, 1 on W7M. But the clock always giving the round to the defenders. Unless, of course, the defuse kit's been planted. A bounce back by Furia. This is a tight match between the two. 4 rounds apiece.
That's a tough round for W7M to lose, too. You go back to it, and they had site control for such a long time, Parker. The big problem in that round is they didn't have the defuse kit. Volps was on the rappel for the master window, and he was the opening death to JV92's C4, if you'll remember the start of the round. That was him dropping the defuse kit outside master window, so it took them a long time to recover the kit after they had site control. I will say, Palu grabbed the defuse kit at about 1:15 on the clock, so still felt like they could have planted a bit earlier than they did. They were really cautious into when they got into the kitchen site, when they went for a plant. KZ, he kind of had all the time in the world to push in from games, get into the bomb site, kind of get himself established. Lobin on the Nomad, not able to stop him from retaking the site. And you got to think that's a bit of a blunder from W7M because they had so much control and then they kind of just let KZ retake it for free.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Enter that plant was never really in a good spot to go down, and that's going to kind of punish you if you are W7M. Ties the game back up at 4. We continue to go back and forth on this game, Parker. Feels like these two teams are incredibly evenly matched here on Chalet.
Does the 4-4 scoreline make you say that?
Yeah, that was the main thing that would make me
These
say
teams
that,
are
yeah.
evenly matched. How can you tell? Well, they're tied.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Once
Want me to
again,
say it's a blowout?
once again, you are technically correct.
The best kind of correct.
I'm aware.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder what this means for Bank, by the way. The fact that Furia is keeping it so close with this W7M squad on W7M's map might be a little bit concerning. Lobin! Oh my goodness! Doesn't hit a single shot on Hertz as he slingshots into the building. If you're one of these players on W7M that's been finding it hard to get frags, be it Lobin, Palu, or Volps, I guess anything to kickstart some offense, Lobin tried his damnedest, but it does not pay off. Not a single point of damage has been done to any Furia player. W7M's already got one of their squad in the ground.
Well, hopefully he can get some good drone calling this round, yeah, it doesn't exist for very long in the server. Makes it an immediate 4v5, and Furia don't see any reason to give up the map control. They know that this is still a winnable round for W7M, so hold on to library side quite strong. Crossfire on the hatch, but that's not where Dots enters. He goes for the small window instead and gets shredded by the Scorpion. JV92 12-5 now, and he just downed the defuse kit with that kill. Traded out by the nade at the very least, but Parker, the damage has been done. He'll be thrilled with all that he's been able to do so far, sawing them out. They don't even know that he's down, so even when he's dead, he's still wasting time.
Dots' impact on this matchup is slowly falling off, but again, Dots isn't the guy that you rely on to get these kills. W7M's guns need to wake up, or else they're going to start falling behind on their own map. There's Palu securing JV92 as the top fragger on Furia was bleeding out on the floor. Birds and KZ will need to pick up a little bit more weight now because of JV92's absence. These rounds have been punctuated by really early action, which leads us wondering what will happen in the mid-round. That's where we are, just about a minute and 10 seconds left on the clock for W7M to navigate this Furia defense that is up in numbers, and it will continue to get better as Herds pops up on the shield. Volps attempts to get into office. It is rebuffed. And now it's Dodez on a very low amount of HP, and Palu is the last two standing for W7M.
There's just no tools, right? This last nade is going to be used to try to clear out that shield. It looks like it will be successful. If Fuse-Kit is behind Dodez, you can go pick it up at any time, but he actually has to commit to that at some point. Palu is fragging in the meantime, so they're just going to focus on getting the kills. Again, they just walked past Kit. They haven't picked it up still, and with 35 seconds, they kind of have to choose. Are they committing for the frags, or are they going to go back and get it?
I mean, I don't really know why you're ego challenging if you're Furia. You just gave Palu basically 2 free kills here. He's a player that, while his numbers haven't been great, still can demolish you if given the opportunity, and Furia seemed quite intent on doing just that. This is not a very stand-pat defense. This is them taking matters into their own hands, and with 10 seconds left, Nade now potentially wasting time, letting Palu and Dodez get baited into these last 2 players. Palu with a triple. Furia, if you lose this round, it was all of your own doing. Nade saves the day at the final second. Palu almost pulling off a 4K. It would be the 3rd player on W7M to have accomplished it, but it will have to wait for another day as Furia ultimately take the round off of that.
And Parker, it feels like another attacking round from W7M where the defuse kit is completely mismanaged. It's 2 minutes, 1 second on the clock when Dots dies with defuse kit inside of Library. Library then gets controlled by W7M not too long after. They have the majority of the round with Library control, but never does anyone go to pick up the kit. And in the end, they still got pretty close. I think the guns really came alive. Palu hit some great shots to keep that round as close as it was. But imagine if they at least had the option. Imagine if they at least had that second dimension to their attack where if they felt they were in the right spot, they could go for a plant. They had a player inside office. They could have gone for a plant half wall. And, maybe it was the right call to plant. Maybe it wouldn't have been. But if you don't pick up the kit, you don't even have that choice to be made. So it just feels like maybe something's being missed on the side of W7M. Maybe things aren't really going the way they should be in the communications. I mean, in the chaos of that round, nobody able to say to reset their mental for a second and say, guys, let's grab the kit before we go any forward in this push. I think that's probably something that's going to be talked about in this TAC timeout, because now 2 rounds in a row, they've lost the defuse kit early and have really failed to get it into a good plant position. It's given Furia this lead now 5-4. Have been some strong defenses coming through from them. W7M all stage long have not been a particularly plant-focused team. Only 13% of their attacking rounds have they gotten the defuse kit down. But even still, you got to imagine it should be part of your game plan.
Yeah, I mean, again, sustainability is really the thing that I keep bringing up over and over again. 16 kills in the hands of your two top players on W7M. The rest of the team combines for 13. Now, to his credit, Paulie did just pick up 3 kills in that round, almost another 4K, but you cannot rely upon one player getting a 4K time and time again. Just a couple days ago, we saw DZ in this exact situation against Shopify Rebellion, where SR ended up losing a map because they were just getting styled on by 1 or 2 guys who were racking up 3Ks and 4Ks every single round. It's not really an optimal way to play Siege. It's certainly not a reliable way to play Siege. And when you get players like Dotas and Dots, who've now cooled off, both of them fast approaching even territory. Dotas 1 more death, all of those kills to break them out of that first half no longer matter. Dots, same thing. 2 deaths away. In a position where now his offensive contributions have dried up. The rest of the team needs to find something. It's been a rough day for Volps. He's been quite ineffective on his entries. He has not been able to match up against his former teammates. Palu finally getting things going is a great sign for W7M, but you need a team effort that has not been there for the Bulls so far. And if you lose your map of Chalet and you go to Bank, Furia's choice, down 1? I mean, at that point, does anybody discount Furia to win their own map? Because I certainly wouldn't. So W7M's got to find something quickly, whether it be information, whether it be the entry, whether it be comms. Hopefully that timeout has solved some of these issues for the sake of a competitive match.
Logic Bomb forcing away some of the roamers. Herds does find the entry onto Volp. So, I mean, you just talked about the rough day he's been having. The captain of W7M, 3 and 8. And everybody falls back to the site, Parker. This is a basement defense, by the way. First minute of this round was spent trying to clear out the top floor, but just did not go the way that they were hoping for. I will say W7M can do quite a lot now that they have full top control. I like the operators they've brought for this. You've got Palu to make sure you won't get flanked up these staircases once the air jabs do get placed down. You've got Loban to do great soft breaching work, and you should have no issues with the hard breach, both Habana and Maverick being brought. So, frankly, they have all the tools they need. I'd like to see some work on the main breach. I'm not sure if snow has been opened. I think it is currently completely closed. Yeah, it's still electrified, actually, from JV92, so might want to get some angles in that late round, but at the very least, they can do some good work with this control. Getting the actual kills is still going to be a challenge. Focusing plant might be tough without any smokes to try to work with as well, so they need to really do something with this control that they've got. Make some work happen on the floorboards with this Ram, get a kill on the flank with Palu getting an air jab, but other than the Mav work so far, it doesn't even feel like they've used much of their resources.
I mean, isn't that the easy part, though, right? Like, they need to do something with the control that they've received. Furia is playing one of its most patient defenses that we've seen throughout all of these rounds on the second half. Haven't really used much utility beyond the persistent gadget that's still there. Clash and Warden can use theirs whenever they want, and 2 gas canisters for Felipox with 30 seconds left. Assuming that they go in different directions, there's a high likelihood that the way into the bomb site will be rife with danger for this W7M team. There's one flash to go. The Warden will immediately assume the position. Down goes Loban. KZ tussling with W7M. Main breach still not open, but they were hoping to use that line created by the Maverick to create pressure, but W7M has not succeeded in that regard. Now the 2 players rushing their way down the main stairs, getting picked apart. Palu continuing his good trend, but the time runs out on the round for W7M. 5 to 10 more seconds, and I'm fully confident W7M would have been able to pull that off. But that's not the way the game works. And Furia now sits on map point on W7M's map.
It's just not the team that I'm used to seeing in the W7M colors. I mean, I've often called Loban the man who has no fear. He has so consistently in his career just thrown caution to the wind and made plays and has opened things up for his team in ways that very few players can in a game like Rainbow Six Siege. But that whole round, W7M was terrified. I mean, they got top floor control with a good 2 minutes left on the clock. But instead of opening the floorboards with Ram and starting to work picks, instead of setting up those air jabs and hoping for somebody to flank and get a free pick with the air jab, They spent a whole lot of time just staring towards kitchen, staring towards piano, worried about a roamer that might still exist on the top floor. Nobody was there. There's 5 guys in the basement the entire round for Furia after they got that opening pick onto Volps, and feels like maybe there's a lack of information there, a lack of confidence as to what's going to happen. And because they spent so much of that round just waiting for a flank that never came, the push came far too late. And I think without teeth, really, the aggression that they were waiting for came from the basement. It came from KZ stepping up and challenging the hatch. You got to be more confident if you're W7M in a round like that. You've got to commit to your strategy, use the advantages that you have. I just don't feel like this team is playing to the level that we've seen from them. And the reigning major champions won't be repeating if they continue to play like this.
I mean, they will come to blows early. W7M finding not 1 but 2 kills. KZ on the board. Good offense from W7M now as they've struggled pretty hard, Jesse, to get into the building in a positive direction. Maybe this round could break things open for them. They've completely run out of time, though. W7M will need to win the next 2 rounds in a row, then go to OT, then win 2 of those 3 rounds. For Furia, the calculus is far simpler. Just win 1 round over the next 2, and you skate to your map up 1-0 and in an excellent spot to be the first team in Brazil to qualify for the Munich Major.
First real lead we've seen them have in a long time. They're just going to the bomb site. Volps walks in and finds Fleetbox. Yes, it's a trade, but the plant can now start. Nade's gotten 2 huge kills. That pulls Dots off the plants. Chaos on the top floor. Palu does find Herds, and Nade is alone in the 1v2 to win it.
He hears the defuse being planted. He's on a collision course with Dots, and Dots blinds Nade, completely killing any potential for a comeback. Nade's a player that you cannot allow to be in a position where he can clutch because he's able to do it. W7M on their entry, able to topple 2 of the better players on Furia. Take out some heavy value utility, sweep through that top floor, translate immediately and very quickly to the middle floor. That was good calling from W7M. That was the correct decision making, and it forced Furia to take engagements that they were not prepared for. If Furia is not fighting under conditions that they like every other team, are ripe for the picking. And W7M, despite what we all said in the pre-show, are not much statistically worse than Furia. These teams have very little daylight between them, and on their best days, they are relatively evenly matched. So Furia needs to be a bit more practiced here. Maybe not as sloppy on their roam. I did give them credit a couple rounds ago for how well and how disciplined they were playing. You need to deal with the aggression that's going to come from W7M because they've got a Nook to creep up on you, a Deimos to keep you locked in, and a Blitz. Maybe not the Deimos. Traditional Hard Breacher coming out instead, so maybe a little bit easier, Jesse, for Furia, but we're getting a call for a remake from W7M in a very critical round. I'm not sure why, but unfortunate timing.
700 ping, that would be why? Fair enough. Tough to play under conditions like that. I mean, I gotta say, I'm hoping that we can see more of the shield come out from Dots through the rest of these attacks. You know, if we see 1 more round 12, or if we get a couple more in overtime, feels like Dots on the Blitz has been a real game changer for W7M. He's played over half of his attacking rounds this stage on 1 of the 3 shields that we have in the game, and I just feel like he can make so much space. You saw it in round 11, right? Getting that entry frag over towards Mezzanine, opening things up for his team to get that 2-man advantage. And then in the late round as well, knows when to pull off the plant, knows when to go for the frags. A free kill onto Nade to shut down the clutch potential was absolutely critical. But it's not just that round either. You go back to the very first attack that they won in round 7. It comes partly off of Dots on the Blackbeard, having some great plays and making some space for his team. The only time that the shield didn't really work out was that top floor attack, where again, he tried to enter in through library and, you know, he got shredded by the Ella. It happens like that sometimes. The Scorpion's a frustrating gun to play against close range. But beyond that, I do feel like his shield play has been the real driver for W7M. And if he can continue to find success playing the Blitz, playing the Blackbeard, that's probably going to be W7M's best shot. We did see him lock in the Blitz before the rehost, so I have to imagine that that is going to be the game plan for W7M going forward in this game. But the real question comes, is that going to be too late, Parker?
not sure, but JV92 has been turned into a whiteboard. I think that's the most concerning sign here for Furia. I don't know how he's going to be able to grip the mouse or the keyboard. I am just, Jesse, I am amazed at the sheer amount of people behind these players. We've casted Brazil, so I mean, we watched the player cams, but it honestly looks like there's an army behind these W7M players. There's like 20 people around them, just milling about, talking on their phones. I don't know. If I was a player, there's no way I'd be able to handle that. I'd be kicking everybody out of that room. It'd be just be far too distracting.
I mean, it might kind of give them LAN vibes, you know? One thing that I know the coach of Furia was talking about in an interview last stage was how sometimes this team kind of needs that pressure, that LAN environment to get going. In stage one, the groups weren't so kind to Furia. I know Herds was a player that was kind of struggling through the group stage, through the best of ones, but once they got to playoffs, once they got to LAN, they started to heat up and they really looked like the old classic Furia that we know and love. This time around in stage two, the SAL playoffs actually are not on LAN. As you can see, everybody's back in their own team houses. So maybe you get as many people behind you as you can to simulate a crowd, to simulate that LAN environment. Get the vibes up, get the pressure going. If players perform better in that sense, I don't know. Maybe there's some logic to that. Maybe I'm grasping at straws.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I thought the playoffs were supposed to be played on LAN at an arena in Brazil. Is that?
They were in stage one. They're clearly not here in stage two. So I guess just a bit of a difference between the two stages.
I had remembered seeing something from production saying that for the playoffs, they would be in an arena for playoffs. So I'm a little confused. I mean, we're used to seeing so much of the Brazil play at the Ubisoft studio that they had in, I believe it was in Sao Paulo, or at least the studio that Ubisoft had booked out. Obviously, they've all been playing from home in stage one and stage two, but the stage one playoffs, as you pointed out, were played at an arena. I thought the same was here, unless maybe they are all in the same building. I'm not sure. I mean, we'd need some clarification here, but let's put it this way. As English speakers from North America, I don't understand Portuguese. Brazil is often a mystery for us. We are just, way back in the day, I remember when Twitter could not translate like Brazilian Portuguese. So I would try to read tweets from players and I'd be like, this is indecipherable. Like Google Translate has, or Twitter Translate or whatever it is absolutely borked this. I just want to know what you're saying, please. I want to be more familiar with your scene. I like Brazilian Siege. Remaking the lobby, by the way, is there was an issue with ping on the side of W7M. Right before everything died, it was some of the players were sitting at 700 ping. Lobby is almost up and ready. This is quite a long time for these teams to not be in action. If you're Furia, maybe it's a bit of a reprieve. You just lost the previous round. You have time to kind of get your head in the game. None of these players look excited. They all look like they're just waiting for this next round to begin. Same can't be said for W7M. They seem to be in good spirits.
Well, it's always going to be important to keep the mental up in a game like this. You know, it's, again, to qualify to the major, the most important game that they've played in stage two so far. It's a critical one. And you can see the vibes are up there for Furia as well. They can laugh, they can joke around. They got to keep their spirits up, even through the difficulties of the tech pause. This game's gone quite well for Furia so far, I would argue, but it's still a close matchup. Only one round separates these two. And overtime, it's not where you want to find yourself if you're Furia. Best of three, so it doesn't matter how you win the maps. Unlike group stage, a regulation win is just as good as overtime, but it's always important to be able to win this first map in a series, take it away from your opponents, or lock it down if it is your choice. Furia, the only team in Rainbow Six history to win 2 majors, and they did it back-to-back back in 2023. It's been a little minute since they've won a tournament of that size, Parker, but even still, getting back to a stage like that, this is always going to be a team that competes, always going to be a threat on the international stage. I will predict, I will go ahead and wager that whoever loses this series is in a good spot to make it through the lower bracket anyways, but you don't want to find yourself in that spot. You could even go back to the last major in Montreal when W7M were the champions. Furia weren't at that major because they fell to the lower bracket. They lost in the lower bracket, and then they got gate kept in the LCQ by Black Dragons. So even for the best teams in the world, you know how precarious these spots are and how easy it is to let it slip and lose out on one of the most important tournaments of the year.
I almost have the lobby ready for us to get back into. And no, I mean, you're absolutely correct. One of the things that Furia has always struggled with is being dominant in their own region, right? Yeah. You've got teams like FaZe Clan. You've got teams like even Liquid who can excel and do typically quite well. Furia has always flourished on the international stage, whether it's that they save most of their stuff for those events or maybe their play style is just better suited for other regions, even their own regions, frankly. But I mean, you saw how close things got against FaZe Clan in that Sao Paulo Grand Finals. But I mean, Furia's always done well against NA, against EU, especially against APAC. So all they need to do is just get there, and they should be good. Some of the best teams in the world have made it now to the Munich Major. I think there'd be a pretty hard argument to be made that there are better teams that could have made it, maybe one or two, but usually we see some surprises. This time around, the only real surprise that I can think of maybe is wildcard in NA. I look at the APAC landscape and I think all those teams are fine. I think they all deserve to have made it. And here in Brazil, I mean, only really Los as a team would be, in my eyes, a surprise out of Brazil to make it. Los obviously sitting in the lower bracket, waiting on the loser of Ninjas in Pajamas and FaZe Clan. Team Liquid is waiting for the loser of this game. The winner moves on, guarantees themselves a spot at the Munich Major, just as one of the teams in the NIP FaZe Clan coming up after this match will do the same. And then we'll have to wait till next week to know which of the teams else will be making it. Two teams will move on, and then, of course, we've got the whole upper bracket, lower bracket grand final rigmarole that'll be going on Friday, Saturday, and I believe Sunday, if my schedule is correct. We're back in action. Thank you for your patience, as always. Furia 3 minutes away from sniping W7M's map, but with the round that W7M put in before this break, it's far from certain that Furia will prevail.
I was waiting to see if that blitz would reemerge. Teams are allowed to change their operators after a rehost, and it does look like that has been the case. Dots moving over to the Monty instead of the blitz. A little bit less aggressive of a shield. I've really liked his blitz play so far, but he's a capable Monty in his own right. Nade on the Clash is going to be a tough problem to solve, though. A classic Monty counter with that electricity can really slow your roll in an attack, so you've got to find some way to get past that. Defenders on all three floors, one on the top, one on the mid floor, and then there was a guy in the basement, but I believe they've actually retreated back up. Furia just going to have JV92 below the site then, as these other four players are remaining up above it. That means this top floor clear is going to be critical. You see the util work coming through, two ranged hard breachers starting to open up the walls and the castle barricades. What is the answer to this clash, though, Parker? What util is going to actually allow you an entry point into this top floor?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have the tools to do it. Maybe an air jab to knock them over, but I mean, that's really about it. So you're just going to have to coordinate, maybe triangulate the position of this clash and punish her from an angle where the shield doesn't protect her. It is possible. That's probably the best way to handle it.
Not seen it so far, though. Very slow, 90 seconds in, and we've yet to find a gunfight. Here's the first, Palu versus Herds, but there's no casualties. Herds will now go to the basement, maybe looking for a run out or just to rotate back up West Main. Here come the air jabs, and they've taken space, but it's only the space that Furia have given.
There's flashes in front of Dots as he slowed down from the clash. Herd's the only one taking some damage on the side of Furia. Palu's been taking a beating on W7M. Dots rushing on in, but there's KZ tucked into the corner. He was ever so patient, and his patience is rewarded, running headfirst into a wall, blinded by Lobin. So W7M will have the follow-up. Things very quickly falling apart for this team. Now to a 3v3, so Dodez, he had a great first half. He gets on the board. Volps as well. W7M attempting to keep this one together. JV92 felled from an angle he wasn't aware of. Lobin having one of the best rounds he's had all game. It leaves Philippox to try and hang in there. Shoved out of his spot by a nade. Expecting someone in West Main. Up he goes, squaring himself over towards Trophy. He's found 2 for his trouble. Where, oh, where is Loban, the last player? Only a couple seconds left. Now a reposition from Felipox, and he gets the job done. My God, what a clutch from the captain. Felipe, you've done it again. Furia takes W7M's map 7-5.
What a clutch to come through, and that is going to be crazy momentum into their own map pick of Bank. Felipox gets it done in the most ridiculous way. You love to see it. He's been so consistent in the clutch. He's won 23% of his opportunities before this game, and that stat will only go up after that play. Felt like they were in control at the start of that round, too. I mean, the rat spot from KZ inside the bathroom, after he killed the Monty, I thought it was over. Good battle back in the end from W7M to try to make that round work, but you just can't get it done. Low time on the clock, and Felipox playing like that, what are you supposed to do?
I mean, a 1v3 going in his favor. I believe we said this about W7M. It's unsustainable. Well, what Felipox just pulled off, also a bit unsustainable. But if you get it done in the final round, there's nothing to sustain. The map is over. You win. So congratulations to Furia for taking map number 1. That was the map that the Bulls had chose. So not exactly the best scenario. Now that Furia looks at Bank, the map that Furia picked, looking to close this out and be the first team here in Brazil to go to the Munich Major. Jesse, we've got a break. But then let's come back with the remainder of this best of 3.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
What a demise it must be for W7M to see that map slip away like that, and for Felipox to clutch it out there in the 1v3. Absolute scenes there, but I feel like it was more so decided during the beginning half of this game. Like, Sing, you and I talked a lot in the sort of green room about how this game started out, how we kind of wanted to see more from W7M on that first half, and how that helped Furia win this map here.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted them to at least get 4 of those defending rounds so they could have a little more wiggle room starting on their attacks. Because what we saw once they immediately transitioned to attacks, I mean, one, they only got 2 attacking rounds, 1 in their favor. But what we did see in a lot of those rounds, again, Loban doing things off on his own, Volp swinging shields. There's not a lot of trades happening. And then you just look at the opening engagements on the side of Fury. I mean, they have 7 out of the 12 opening engagements going in their favor, converting almost all of them outside of 1 round. And, you know, this being your map pick, this also being a very weak map for Furia, and you're making Furia look dominant on it, it's not setting you up for a lot of success when we then rotate into Bank. And then on top of it, that last round was such a mental shock. Not only waiting for the rehost where you're carrying that momentum, trying to get it, but then to lose in that 1v3. I mean, a great heads up play from Bellypox, but if you're W7M, the momentum, I'm sure, is not there anymore.
Yeah, I think the opening kills is something that I wanted to sort of really look a little bit further into. The conversion for that opening pick happening in all but 2 rounds there. And either both teams, Furia and W7M, being good to pick up that kill against the conversion, so against the opening pick for them. But it was a real clear indicator throughout this. That last round has to be a little bit of a tilter, especially with the different energy flow and sort of shift in momentum that we got towards the latter half of Chalet. To lose that last round, I mean, I was joking. I was like, oh, this is an overtime game. It's 3 versus 1. We know where Felipox is. We've got Deathmark trackers on him. And they just go 1 by 1 and give him so much space and so much opportunity. There was about 45 seconds on the clock when that 3 versus 1 started. And then for it to just whittle down into red time when people are then having to make swings. When you're going up against a mirror playing the Vector like that, it's always going to be difficult. You need to take advantage of that super fast fire rate and give them 2 engagements at once, not just give them 1 versus 1s. There were some brilliant rounds in there from W7M on the attack, but it was just overshadowed entirely by Furia here tonight, whether that was in the general playmaking or the individuals. There were some big moments for some of the players on W7M. Dodes, Dots, Palu, all getting involved with a multi-kill. And who was it on the other side? It was good old JV92, one of the highest rated players inside of SAL this stage, delivering the goods once again. And what's a good front line without a good back line? A clutch each for both Nade and Felipox.
Yeah, we love to see that for these players, and I feel like it's been the JV92 show for the majority of the stage, like you were saying, consistently showing up again. I feel like more is to be desired over on the side of W7M. You mentioned some of those players having these huge pop-off moments, but something we also talked about, and I think you even mentioned it, Lexing, in the pre-game thing, we kind of were expecting more from a player like Loban, maybe being too individualized sometimes, all by himself on this map.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, because if you can't find success on where you're thriving the absolute most, you need to be playing with the team. But what we saw, it was round 9, he goes through big window all by himself into all of Furia, no trade to be had. I mean, this is speaking into the existence of where Loban just is not being able to shine, not being able to thrive, not being able to find that gap. I mean, I guess if you want to create the gap, Ollie, I think you said it yourself, you know, it's going to be very hard to find a gap, but doing it all by yourself isn't going to paint the picture or make your attacks look any better than what they currently have. Again, only getting 2 attacks on Chalet on your map pick is not setting you up for a lot here when you're about to be starting on attack being able to transition into Bank, where there's a lot more ground you have to cover and work with. And if you're making that already look sophisticated on a very small map, I can't imagine Bank is going to look too much in their favor.
Yeah, Bank, I mean, you just got to look at the numbers to know that this doesn't favor W7M.
No, not at all.
And this was always going to be a really tough job allowing, it comes back to what I was talking about right at the top when we were going through these bans for the first time. If you're going to leave maps like Chalet, maps like Bank available here, bear in mind, each team gets 2 bans before anything is picked inside of a best of 3. For me, to leave Chalet and Bank in there is dangerous, because Furia is certainly going to pick one, and Bank for them at the moment is absolutely their best map. They are 9-1 on it right now. The last time they lost it was 4 months ago against NIP.
That is
Everybody
insane.
else they've beat.
That is incredible if you think about that. It was one of their 2 like super dominant maps throughout the stage as well, right? Because it was Bank and Lair that they showed us so many times throughout the stage. that means there is a lot of information for W7M on what they can do on this map. But keep in mind, W7M yesterday against Low struggled heavily on this map. They need to make something work, and it has to happen in these past 5 minutes if they want to make it to the Munich Major, because the pressure is on. If you lose here, you drop down to the lower bracket. You can't let Furia get away with this one. Will they do that? We're going to send it back to our casters to see how Bank will turn out.
Well, it's go time, Jesse. I mean, you heard the stats on the desk. I guess just very basic question for you. Does W7M stand a chance?
Parker, I'm never going to write off a team before I see them play, but God, this is a tough game to go into if you're W7M. An 11-game win streak from Furia.
Sorry, I was asking, hold on. I was asking for a yes or no answer here. You're giving me the political speak. Just get to the point, Jesse.
Listen, yes, they have a chance. Is it 1%? Maybe, but 1% is 1%. As I was saying, 11-game win streak for Furia on Bank when you include some of those Tier 2 tournaments like Copa Sudamericana, where they are playing a lot of Tier 1 opponents. Of those 11 games that they've won in a row, only one of them was against a Tier 2 team. So you're really starting to pray if you're W7M. This is the map that these two teams went to in the group stage. Furia, of course, walked away with the victory in that matchup, and W7M's recent play on Bank haven't been so promising either. They got a win yesterday, but it was 8-7, and it was against Los, which should be an easier opponent than Furia are, and then they lost to Black Dragons on Tuesday in Copa Sudamericana. So, yeah, the Bank history has not been kind to W7M. If they have any chance starting on defense on a map like Bank, it's got to be relying on their star player. VODs was hitting some great entry frags at the start of Chalet. The first round, he got 4 kills, and we thought, okay, this is W7M business as usual. As the game went on, VODs kind of fell off. Specifically on the attacking side, I didn't feel like VODs was really having much of an impact at all, which is weird because in the group stage and even in the first game of playoffs, he was a better attacking player than he was on defense, if only just slightly. So I don't know. I'm really hoping that we can see VODs come alive in this game, be that star entry on the roam that we know he can be. It's never easy when you're going against the entry duo of Herds and KZ, but nothing's easy when you're trying to qualify for a major. That has to be the goal of getting into this game.
And I don't know what happened, but we've lost Nate. So hopefully this is not too long of a delay before we get underway. It might be a longer delay.
Well, Parker, I can touch on the map, on the operator bans quickly while we're here, since I have the time. We always talk about Bank being such a strong map for those ranged hard breachers, but they've only banned out one of the two here, which I find really interesting. W7M banned out the Ace, as you would traditionally see, but then they followed up with a Monty. Now, Nade is a great Monty player. I think he's probably one of the best Monties that we've seen in the North America League. Fleepox will play that operator from time to time as well. They're quite flexible with who plays those shields, but it just feels like it's a strange decision to ban out the Ace without banning the Habana. It might have been in relation to the Mira ban. Once Mira got removed from the attacker side, they thought, well, maybe now it's not so important to remove the ranged hard breachers, because part of the reason why they are so strong is dealing with those long-range Mira windows that you see on Janitor quite commonly. It's not a promising sign that VODs has just got up and walked out of the room. Might be a quick little bathroom break from him. And the attackers banning out both the Mira and the Clash, as I mentioned, two really powerful operators here on Bank. But you leave in the Kaid, which is by far the most commonly banned defender on this map. So watch out for some of those hatches. They might stay electrified, and it might be quite difficult for the attackers to open them up.
Bank is an awfully big map, and it allows teams to excel both on attack and defense. If you look at the global stats on this map, there are only 3 maps with positive win rates for the attackers. Now, 2 of those maps are basically a coin flip, and Bank happens to be one of them. Chalet is the most attacker-favored map in the entire map pool. We just saw how that played out in the Furia vs. W7M map 1. But here on Bank, globally, it's about a 50-50 map. But here in the South America League, it is heavily attacker favored, far and away the most attacker favored map. Heading into today, it's based mostly on group stage matches. Bank has the second most rounds played of any map, just trailing Lair. And of that, 57% of the rounds played on Bank have been won by the attackers. So we're starting to get into that attackers need to win 4-2 territory. A 3-3 is possible. If the teams are evenly matched and the operator bands skew a certain way and there's one bad round, that can completely tilt it in favor of the defenders, or at least towards an even first half. But basically, bare minimum here, Furia should be getting 4 rounds. And they're going to be starting on attack too. Starting on attack on their own map, that is a bit surprising.
And it's important to note that the reason why Bank is so heavily attacker-sided is because Furia have been playing Bank more than anybody else. They played this map through 60 rounds just in Stage 2, which is an absurd number of rounds to play on one map. 5 of their group stage games were played on this map. So Furia have been the trendsetters. They've been defining the statistics themselves and have been exceptional, winning 2/3 of all attacks on this map so far. Going to have to put one together to start off this game on the basement bomb site. It's a pretty heavy commitment to the roam, but again, this is kind of what you see on Bank, where these quote-unquote roamers on the main floor are all playing very close to hatches so they can quickly drop off if they're shooting some drones or getting flashed out with some utility. Oben, I guess, the exception, a little bit more aggressive than you'd see, and he gets credited with a little bit of damage, but takes some in return, and now we'll have to get some assistance from the Azami to retreat back to site. Big play from Dots to come up, support his roamer, and walk away with a kill, all because of it. Doesn't take any damage in that aggressive move, and you've killed the main fragger on W7 on Furia.
You got there eventually. Herds was the first one to die on the side of Furia back at map number 1. Maybe you didn't count on Felipox dying too. Furia struggling on this entry. I mean, W7M got to choose which side they went to, so I mean, maybe raise a little bit of eyebrows that they opted to defend first on a map that does tilt so heavily in favor of the attackers, but leave it up to the teams to know a little bit better than us. Now it's KZ getting toppled. Nade is the last one for Furia with over a minute still left on the clock. Things went bad for this Furia team in a hurry. Second sledge is the charm. And W7M can get a little bit aggressive here. Maybe knock this Furia team off stride. It looks like it's Dots now testing the reflexes of Nade on the double door leading into open area. Those big double doors being watched by these defenders. Looked like Dots was going to get a bit more into the fight. He'll be isolated by a nade, tossed out by Nade. We really should disallow players from naming themselves after things in the game. We just had to suffer through almost six maps of diffuser. Now it's Nade and Nade. Oh my god. So confusing, Jesse.
What are you gonna do, Parker?
Nothing. Complain.
Fair enough. Not a lot Nade can do in this round either, unfortunately. The time ticking down. Gets one for the stat pad, but it's not really going to be winnable. For the second map, W7M get the opening round, that it comes off of a strong defense. And one thing I was maybe critical of for W7M on that last map was how fearful they looked in some of those rounds. You know, they really didn't seem confident in a lot of their later rounds in that map. That was certainly a confident round that was played by them on their defense. I said it before the round really got into things, that it was probably going to be a situation where they shoot a few drones and back off. Not the case at all. A full commitment to fighting on the roam game. And again, I think that's what you have to do if you're going up against a team like Furia. Yes, they're talented, but you are talented fraggers as well. Allow your mechanical skill to shine. Go for those aggressive plays. Sit around on the main floor, rat in spots that you're not expected. Play off of your teammates. It's one thing to just be able to hit your shots and get some good kills on the roam game, but the real difference maker has to come at this level with the coordination. We saw that from W7M, push up the main stairs from the Azami, the trades going on over towards square side. It felt like at every point, there was another player that Furia didn't expect that they suddenly had to worry about. It's going to be tough to keep that up on some of the other bomb sites, I have to say. Top floor site in particular can be a tough one to roam on sometimes, just because there is no verticality above the site. It all has to happen from down below. But if W7M can keep up that trend of being aggressive on the early round, aggressively fighting those entries, then they've got a chance of winning a few more of these defenses.
You can't really let this one run away from you, right? W7M showing up oh so well on this map. They got off to a good start on Chalet too. Promising first round with Dodez getting that 4K. If you will recall, the opening pick went for W7M. They won that upstairs bomb site by most measures. It was about as good of a start as you could have. Then we went into a seesaw contest before Furia gained the edge in the second half. If that same thing happens here, that means Furia takes this in a 2-0 series and qualifies for Munich. Really, it's about, I think, just a little sloppiness from Furia. It took them some time to settle in on Chalet. Maybe they disrespected this W7M team and thought that they could get away with some quick and cheeky peeks. W7M will punish you. Furia hopefully have learned that lesson now here in map 2.
Yeah, Furia, not often a team that needs to learn a lesson more than once. Got a good little start on this round. Very heavy focus on the lobby side. These SAM cams being set up by JV92 are an interesting little bit of adaptation. Fleetpox will start to get some drone in as well, so there's going to be a lot of information going the way of Furia. It's important W7M rein this one in a little bit. They won round 1 by playing aggressive, but now that there's so much information being played off of the Furia side, you kind of need to rein things in and let them waste their own time gathering this info. Don't let them get frags off of it. So far, they've done a good job of that. Both Castle and Azami being brought for this defense. Kind of a surprise neither of those ops got banned out. No surprise to see them both being played here on the top floor.
Zero is an operator whose global pick rate is in the ground, but Furia rocked him on Chalet. Will now do the same here on Bank. I mean, I guess if you're struggling information, you got to bring him. I feel like a lot of teams use him similarly to the way that a Deimos would function, and I do have to ask the question, why not just bring a Deimos? If you're struggling with roam clears, or if you're worried about rat spots, a Deimos is one of your best assets, especially if there's no mute on the board, as you can see on the side of W7M. Herd's involved in the opening pick 2 rounds in a row now, Jesse, but this time he walks away with a kill. Down goes Paulu. This is a great line for Dodez. Trapped inside of the elevator, completely defanging this push as down goes Felipox. Furia will lose 1.
No real time here, Parker. They've got to get things going fast. Nade's trying to make an entry on the CEO windows, but Dodez is still in a fight elevator. He does get flattened, so that's good space. Now they just got to find a plant.
Still these rat angles, but W7M is just falling apart. Getting shredded like a wet paper bag at this point. Volp's inside a conference room. He will convene a meeting of the minds. The Mines will win, unfortunately. Furia answering back. JV92 with the final kill after there was one by Volps as he got the Grim looking the other way. But just as we saw in map number 1, an immediate answer back from a much more confident and poised Furia.
Yeah, it was a great little attack coming through, specifically from Herds, of course, that 3K walking up the spiral stairs. Was worried about the clock because it was getting kind of down there, but they had good information from the drones, good information from the SAM cams, and it really did allow Herds to do what he does best, and that's walk in and click some heads. A 146 attacking KDR through the stage so far. He has been a menace on the offensive side. He put a good gun in Herds' hands, and there's very few players that can stand up to him. A good job of being able to get that opening pick onto Paulu as well. He had rotated down the main stairs, which I think was his attempt of going for something a little bit aggressive. Again, I think when you're going against a team that are playing the zero, that are playing with such heavy drone economy, you kind of want to rein in those aggressive moves. But it's difficult, right? Because you're W7M, you're known for your aggression, you're playing against Furia. The fact that you've kind of got to switch up your play style over and over based on what the defense or what the attack is doing is not an easy style of Siege to play. They kind of just have to, especially without knowing the attacking lineup, they have to kind of guess it to what's being brought by Furia and try to play into that. Bit of a learning experience on round 2, though, as they learn how difficult that lobby push defense can come.
It's said many times, but frankly bears repeating. When you get into the top 4, the top 6, the top 2 of a region, depending on what you're looking at right now, and I think it's safe to say that at this present point in time, these are 2 of the top 4 teams. One of them will get knocked down to the lower bracket. That will be the loser of this bout. If it's this map, that means W7M drops down to face off against Team Liquid. If Furia loses the next two and it's a reverse sweep from W7M, then it'll be Furia dropping down. You expect there to be parity between these squads. They were both very good in the regular season. W7M amassing 5 regulation wins, 2 overtime wins. Furia 6 regulation wins and 2 overtime wins. The only difference was that W7M won one more or lost one more game in regulation. Only 3 points separating these two teams, and despite the fact that Furia finished second and got a bye in that first round, there really shouldn't be a huge difference between the potential of these squads. What tips the scales in favor of Furia, in my eyes, Jesse, is that this is their map, and they have been oh so good on it, as was touched on by the desk and even mentioned by you before the first round was played.
Gonna trade a util as Volps is tossing Toxic Babes in response to the Candelas. That's a favorable trade for W7M. Now there's only one left. The Toxic Babes will fade, and this is gonna be the push. He's got the hash to fall back through, and he does just make it out. Beautifully done. And 2 players go down. Loban finds JB92. Philippox downed inside a Janitor. Likely picked up at some point, but now with Nade falling as well, this push has really fallen to pieces for Furia. Still, does Loban sit inside of Checkers? That front desk position could be looking for a couple more picks. Doesn't get caught on the Lion scan, stands still for a moment, but they know he's up there. They know he's still a threat that they've got to be worried about. KZ trying to find some kind of an opening down here on the main floor, but not finding it. Here comes the blitz engagement, and it's a good pinch. Herds from the other side of Banana will be able to find that frag and make it a 3v3. Low time, though, Parker, and I think that W7M are still going to be quite happy with the situation they're in. No more Ying on the board, and the blitz very low HP.
I mean, that was a very impressive comeback from Furia on the top floor. The way that they were able to position themselves to deal with W7M's offsite players is something worthy of praise. And because of it, this round has become eminently more winnable. KZ will see another as Dots now deciding to engage over towards Archives. Out will go a nade to move him out of his position, and Dots gets a bit more aggressive. Volps dies. Dots needs to worry about getting shot at from the side, and KZ wins the engagement. This should not have been a round that Furia was in contention for, and yet they are. They'll snag the lead after an incredible play on that top floor that was perfectly transitioned down to the bomb site.
And what do you even do against a guy like Herds, man? I mean, this has just been a menace for W7M to try to deal with. A bit ironic that when W7M first entered Rainbow Six Siege as an organization, Herds was the player that they leaned on. He was the first player they ever signed in Rainbow Six Siege. He stayed on this team for many, many years back when they were one of the bottom teams in Brazil. Eventually, that tide, of course, changed, and they became not only major champions, but SI champions, the best team in the world, and probably the best team the modern era of Siege has seen since that G2 core way back in the day. Now he is on the other side of things, though, re-signed with Furia after their big SI victory, and has been a big problem for W7M ever since 5 games in a row. Furia have been able to take down W7M. So Herds 7-2. Feeling strong with it. W7M, I wanted to see them pop off in some of those entry engagements. I wanted to see Dodez really starting to find his footing, and I just don't think we've seen that so far, Parker. Even when the rounds start strong for them, even when they get a couple of kills and use their util quite nicely, there's always that real problem player on the attacking side that they haven't found a way to deal with just yet.
10 seconds remaining.
Furia full of threats. Furia full of concerns for any team. W7M just, I feel like, don't have that same level of experience. Even if a lot of these players did make it deep at consecutive majors and multiple majors over the last couple years to boot, it's a team that just lives in the shadow of much larger personalities. And I mean, the org is so well known that no matter who is playing on it, they're going to get a bit of a larger spotlight, and rightfully so. But these players have made a name for themselves with their success. After a strong start in map number 1, Dodez has fallen off of a cliff. He and Dots putting in a much weaker performance, which is okay, again, because W7M has that depth. But for this round, losing somebody early yet again is not ideal. Furia only 4 kills away from a 3-1 lead. And they are right now tussling with server downstairs. Volps will fall as well at the hands of Herds. And they've got Palu on the run, trapped inside of blue. He can hear the shield at the door. Palu will either die here with nothing or will be able to pull off a 2K. There you go. Swamped by JV92. We are a minute into this round, Jesse, and W7M just have 2 players left. A very quick pace set by Furia. KZ will look to take advantage of the melee as he's now standing in garage in his own smoke, waiting for one of those yellow silhouettes to pass. There's Dots to challenge him, keeping KZ busy. Loban can now take out JV92, and the diffuser will be walked in by Nade. A long stretch of action now is where's the coverage? Loban walking all the way up. He sees the shield taken out by Herds. It's a double, and now it's Dots above, shredding the Osa of Felipox. Felipox yet to get on the board for Furia, but that's okay because Herds has 9 kills, Jesse. Dots will now need to contend with this diffuse kit in a very, very long pregnancy that was this action. KZ finishing things off. Down goes Dots, and Furia off to the races. 3-1 the scoreline.
Yeah, I can't lie, Parker. The lower bracket is looming, and it's not that far off for W7M. It's a flawless site rotation for the attackers as Furia win back-to-back-to-back rounds, and that will prompt the immediate attack timeout from W7M. That round's honestly so tough for them. It's a wall bang from JV92 to get the opening frag onto Dodez, which, you know, I mean, that's unfortunate, but at the same time, Dodez is the guy that we've been begging to get more active in these defensive entries. He was so good on Chalet to start their defensive half and just hasn't been able to come alive on bank. 1-4, the worst stats so far on W7M. Then you follow that up with Hertz just finding a ridiculous frag onto the Tachanka deep inside the site. The bodies, they fall one after another. It seems like they're getting swatted down like flies. I honestly don't know how you stop this if you're W7M. I mean, it doesn't feel like they're doing anything particularly wrong. They're just getting flattened by Herds. It's not just Herds. There are other players shooting back on the side of Furia for sure as well. But when one player like this is doing so much damage for a team, I just don't know if you're going to find a way to stop him, at least until you get to that side swap where maybe you can control the gunfights a little bit more. But when Herds is playing the entry and he's playing on attack, I mean, he can choose when and where he's going to take these fights, and you can't really do a whole lot about it. Maybe you try to work some cheesy way to kill him. You try to get like a nitro cell pick or something. I don't know, Parker. There is no easy answer for stopping this Furia horde.
Yeah, the hordes are banging at your gates right now, and they are not standing up to proper scrutiny. Maybe it's just... maybe it's bad infrastructure. I think there's an infrastructure deficit here. Not entirely certain. Either way, yeah, I mean, Furia on attack, on bank. Again, the way that this map is played in Brazil, numbers back up the fact that it is a heavily favored attacker-sided map. And not just that, but the most attacker-sided played so far this stage. Globally, it's an attacker-sided map as well, but that's really just us fluffing the numbers. It's so close, it might as well be a 50-50 map, which still shows that Furia can easily walk away with 3 rounds without really sweating. Based on the numbers here in the region, though, you expect a 4-2 scoreline for most teams, and with the familiarity that Furia has, I think that's a pretty safe bet. With the numbers being where they are, Furia are almost there. And W7M haven't just been losing these rounds, but they have not really been in any confidence-inspiring defenses, bar the one round that they won to start off the map.
Alu ratting in the basement seems to be the answer for this top floor defense coming out now. Not sure if this is going to be the play that works out for them. At the moment, it doesn't seem to be known. Herds is flicking between drones at the moment, so they are very much waiting to see what can happen. With 3 players out on the CEO rappel, and I guess a 4th if you include KZ, there's not a whole lot that a basement flank is really going to be able to accomplish. Only JV92 is actually in the building. Herds swings in to make it 2, but even still, not sure what this plan is going to be from W7M. For Furia, it's obvious. They're going to open up through square. They're going to make this push happen with the smokes from Herds to try to get that plant down. This flank from Palu is perfectly timed. Not quite. He misses Parker and shut down by JV.
Oh my. W7M called their timeout too, didn't they? So there's really not much at this point in time they can do to fix the issue. 2 remaining players at W7M. Volp's having a really rough day. On his role, you expect him to get kills. You expect him to be able to stand up against the best of the best. He's done so, and he's had some incredible matches. Breaking double digits, breaking 15 kills, breaking 20 kills, but not here. Not today. He's not even able to muster 1. Dodez on the board, the only kill so far, and I mean, hey, it's a very high priority pick. Down goes Herds with all 11 kills for Furia in the ground. Four more to be found. Dotas takes out KZ. A nice shot, and he finds a third. He's just continuing to circle around, but the miracle run will end at 3. Nade sealing the deal after getting off the defuse kit. And W7M coming up empty-handed time and time again. Furia off to quite the lead. 4-1 with 1 remaining round for Furia to continue to stat pad.
Nice attempt there on the 1v5, but you've got to get some help from your teammates. It's tough because every move that W7 are making, everything they try to pull off, Furia, they're ready for it. W7M, Paulu coming up with the server hatch. I mean, it wasn't nearly the perfectly timed flank, except JV is ready for it. He's watching bottom square to make sure that that flank can't go off, and even still, whiffs a couple of shots, doesn't eventually get the kill onto her. It's just dealing some damage. Everybody else flustered inside the site too. It just feels like this team has not been able to find their footing all series long. Now they're going back to the bottom floor. This is a desperation round to try to win. If you can't win at least 2 of your 3 basement bank defenses, I mean, you're in real tough shape. Running very much a similar lineup to what we saw back in their previous attempt. Last time this round opened up with Dodes getting fried inside of open area, and then the push just didn't stop from Furia coming down through server. A classic push coming their way. We need to see the W7M players stay alive for longer in this round so that they can waste time and then eventually try to win with these nitro cells and the Chachanka fire that they've brought deep in the basement.
I mean, there's a lot to say here about Furia, and hard to balance it out with this W7M team and what they've been able to put forward. It's been, frankly, a very impressive stage for W7M. It just seems like they have their hands full in this matchup. The saving grace is that even if this continues on this trajectory and Furia grabs that first spot for the major, W7M will still have a chance. Won't have a rematch against Los. It'll be a matchup up against Team Liquid. Liquid falling to the lower bracket by doing battle against FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan not finishing in the top 2, which is a bit of a rarity for this region. It was a newly rejuvenated and nice to see return to form ninjas in pajamas. Took first overall. They got a bye. They'll be in action against FaZe in our matchup that might be coming sooner than we thought.
W7M doing a good job of staying alive, Parker, and they've been wasting time really nicely too. Eventually the Zoto canister runs out and the can opener does the work, so JV can take a step back. Takes a little damage from the can, but it's fine. Shouldn't be anything to worry about late round. A late round Electroclaw will stop this hatch and deal even more tick damage to JV, but with loads of gas still in that blowtorch, he should be able to open it up without any problems. KZ will be the pinch player, and he actually finds a guy inside garage. Brilliant shot to take down Dots. That's the opening pick, and potentially a phone that can go his way to hack those cams. Might make a huge difference, but there's a double reswing coming out. They know they have to get this trade, but he's got the feet angles. Parker, that's 2 for KZ, and potentially there's the third.
Oh my. Herds dies again, but again, that depth is there for Furia. Just so little going well for W7M. Almost like we're witnessing the slow demise of this Bulls team. Good has been able to get a single kill, but now we'll have to work with the diffuser 2 going down. Furia spending an awful lot of time talking in chat. Those eliminates Nate, and this has become a lot more winnable. KZ and Fleepox still upright. Fleepox searching for his first kill. It could be a very impactful one. Dotas will now hop on the kit. Hatch being watched. He's trying to bait them out. Dotas has a great gun, but they're just going to toy with them, and there you go. Fleepox, the very first kill, and it comes as the exit frag of round 6. Furia up 5-1.
Maybe some hope in that round if it wasn't on the basement of Bank, one of the hardest sites to retake in Siege. A 5-1 split. Furia feeling so in control of this game. Beautiful shots being hit by KZ that last round, combined with Herds. It just feels like this team is unbeatable in the gunfights. Such a menace to go up against. And W7M, you got to think that their chances were really by winning maps 1 and 3. I don't know if this Bank is really going to be looking their way. This will be the 12th game in a row that Furia have won on Bank. If they can win the next, or if they can win at least 2 defenses in the second half, And that will also, of course, propel them straight into the Munich Major, where they will go up against the best teams in the world, try to compete to win another international event this year. They got first place back at the Reload kickoff events in Rio de Janeiro, their home country, which was a huge win for them to get back on top after not winning any tournaments last year. Top 3 eventually at EWC, again showing their prowess on the international stage. And then, again, looking very likely to qualify to Munich. I would very much expect them to be at the 6th Invitational in Paris as well, Parker. Plenty more season played from this team of Furia, and I think we're just starting to see how incredibly talented they can be domestically.
I don't want to say we've been waiting for Furia to hit their stride here in Brazil, because I feel like there have definitely been stages where they've done so, but certainly against a team like W7M, this shouldn't be as much of a walk in the park as it has been for Furia. Good news, though, for W7M fans. They are on the statistical better side here in this region. It might be an unfamiliar map, and it still might be Furia's pick, but this will give you and afford you a bit more grace and maybe a bit more success too, but sometimes grace is all that you can ask for if the success won't be found. I am excited to see what the conclusion is of this matchup, just as I am excited to see Nip and FaZe Clan up next. You and I have been front and center at sending a whole bunch of teams to the Munich Major through really no help of our own. We have not been the reason why, but it is still nice to be able to voice that action. A lot of good teams have qualified, and many good teams from Brazil will still be in position to qualify, even if they drop down today. Right now, W7M, as they turn their focus to this match to try and stave off defeat, they will need to deal with a Furia team that they have struggled with, not just on their own map, but now doubly so on Furia's map of Bank.
Mods are on KZs in a pretty aggressive spot, very similar to what we saw from, I believe it was Loban back in round number 1 of this game, where got to play kind of aggressively, got to really cause some problems for the attackers, and that was the one and only round that W7M were able to win. These Kiva barriers, it'll be obvious where KZ is playing, but he makes it all the way back out, wastes 90 seconds in the round, and decides that is good enough for me. Honestly, should be good enough to win this as well. Nate is playing aggressive in the elevators. He loves to play the spot on the Tachanka. He is a very passive player, so he will back off before he's in any real danger, but this allows a little bit more fear to creep into the hearts of W7M, stall things out even longer. Now, if you're W7M, if you're the Bulls, you have 70 seconds to try to work a push onto the site. You've done really no work at all in terms of clearing out the utility, and you're going to be going up against all the Tachanka fire coming through from Nade. 3 Toxic Babes being used by Herds. Kiva barriers being set up in the bomb site by KZ as we speak, and these Dread Mines as well will be really annoying to try to clear through. Got dots on the ground. Maybe make something work, but Parker, I'm just not sure if they've got the tools. Setting up for a back push now to try to avoid most of it, but Furia will be wise to this, no doubt.
Furia doesn't really need to do too much, right? Look at the patience on both of these teams. Unfortunately, patience isn't going to get the job done for W7M as they now filter into the bomb site, or at least close to it. Leadoff pick for Furia, 20 seconds left, 9 players still alive. A rather slow round for the attacking forces. Dots tears some strips out of JV, but he's still alive. W7M now getting ever closer to the site, but running out of time in the midst of the smoke. Choking out lines of sight. Furia take the advantage, traded right back. All Furia needs to do is just wait this one out. Volps is last man standing, tries to get Diffuse Kid down 6-1. Furia absolutely walking their way through this. Bank just oh so good, and my, what a fall for W7M. We were hoping for a competitive Bank. We still hope. Furia is 1 round away. The first spot here in Brazil, going to one of these teams for the Munich Major.
And I mean, you go back to some of these individual gunfights, Parker, and you can just see the confidence difference between these two teams. Palu flashes JV under the elevator hatch. He is full white. He's dead to rights. And I think any other player in that circumstance, if this was an even game, if this were 2 teams that had the utmost amount of respect for each other, you'd run out of elevators. You'd concede that space to Palu and maybe even lose your life if Palu was fast enough with the firing trigger. But Not JV92. There's probably no player in South America who will disrespect you as much as that man will. Hides in the corner instead to kill the Palu on the opening frag. Drops the hatch, just not expecting such a bold play to come out. And I mean, I think that's just a great example of the difference between these two teams, the difference in their confidence. Furia know they've got so much room to play with. They've won the last 6 rounds in a row. They're going to be bold. They're going to try to make you make mistakes. And if you make those mistakes, if you don't clear your corners, if you don't join them out, they will be happy to punish you every single time. W7M must win the next 5 rounds or they will be headed to the lower bracket to face against Liquid next week. And I gotta say, Parker, if I'm Liquid, I'm licking my lips with how W7M have looked this game.
This is a bit of a gross image. A bit of a gross image, but I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, with this W7M team, hard to glean how they will match up against another squad, but I share your opinion. I would be pretty pumped if I was facing off against this W7M team. They've shown some very obvious weaknesses, but I do also want to caution people from thinking that Furia and Liquid are the same team, because they just simply are not. And if you're expecting Liquid to match up against W7M, Liquid, a team that historically struggles with easy matchups on paper, anything can happen. Also, we're noting that while playoffs are a different beast, it was W7M who finished higher in the standings.
Pretty quick to get the site open now, less than halfway through the round. The ace charges will go off, and it'll be very obvious where the push wants to come. Furia can start to get ready for that. They are doing good work, I think, on this mirror window. They'll pop open that Surya gate, hacking it now with the clutch drone. Getting some good magnets as well. They don't have a great way of actually breaching that mirror window. They'll have to use a Selma charge on it if they want to get rid of that angle. Herds has not kept one in pocket, so he's going to have to just rely on whatever angles the attackers make if they do rock that Selma charge. For now, it seems like they're still going to be working towards getting this plant down. A couple players down below. That's Loban, who is lurking down there. Palu as well, but nothing too aggressive from Furia just yet.
The first pick is going to play a very important role here as to who comes out ahead. Looks like it'll be Furia's. Oh, they'll lose KZ, though. Suddenly, Furia have lost 2. W7M in control of this round. It's something that we haven't been saying all that much, but it's coming at the perfect time, Jesse. There go the logic bombs. JV92 firing through the wall created by Volps' sends. Down goes Philippox, and suddenly Furia has been reduced to 2 players, now outnumbered by W7M. Position still known. JV92 blind firing away. He'll take down Dots. 10 seconds left. A swing, and JV92 wins the duel. He's been terrific today. Down goes Volps, and Furia go from a 2v4 to a 2v0. And with it, most importantly, they go to the Munich Major. They demolish W7M 7-1 on map 2. And secure a 2-0 victory, being the first representative of the South America League to qualify for the major next month.
That's tough. A 4v2 toss to lose it in the end there. You said, Parker, halfway through that round, finally W7M get a man advantage. I just thought to myself, is it even going to matter? Not quite with JV playing on the site. Ridiculously dominant game. Probably the most dominant game I've seen Furia play all stage long, and that is saying something. They're the kings of bank, and nobody can touch them on this map.
Yeah, I mean, watch out to the rest of the league. While Furia has qualified for the Munich Major, they'll still have more matches to go, because the ultimate goal is to finish first in Stage 2. Their adversaries in their next matchup will be NIP or FaZe Clan. That's our next match, and it'll be up after this break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Furia close out the series in a 2-0 with the second map being way more dominant. Amazing stuff for them. They are the first to qualify from the SAL region to make it to Munich, and therefore we get to speak to them as well. We should have our victors on the line with a little celebration interview. Hopefully we have Igor here with us very soon so we can ask him a few questions about how he's feeling after this game. Igor, I see the smile on your face. Congratulations. You are the first team in SAL to make it to the Munich Major. Being that first team must be the extra cherry on the top for that feeling.
Of course, we lead the tournament. All the weeks we lost the first place in the last week, but we are the first team to get the spot for the major. So I'm feeling very well. It's amazing.
Igor, I just wanted to ask you guys. Obviously, you've qualified for the major now. Congratulations, well done. Obviously, the job isn't done. We've still got regional finals to look forward to and SI points, more importantly, I guess, thinking a little bit more long term. But talking about how you guys got here, on the desk, we have often been talking about the lack of maps that Furia has shown throughout Stage 2. Were you a little bit surprised seeing the map veto at the start of this one, with both Chalet and Bank left through that first round of picks?
So we knew W7M will pick or Chalet or Skyscraper because they are very good on these maps. But we have a feeling about they are banning border. We play a lot of them in the past. And so we focus our pick on Bank because we knew they are expecting we pick Lair. And that's it. We could do a great job, and we won.
Well, Igor, it's always a pleasure being able to talk to you, my friend, and congratulations on punching your ticket to Munich. Just a little bit of a follow-up question to what X was asking you with obviously the regional finals, then going to internationally, and still even finishing out this for 300 SI points. I kind of want to, how do you maintain the composure of the boys to keep this consistency in playing at this level? We've also talked about it here on the desk that we feel you guys have reached another ceiling in terms of you guys broke through that ceiling of beating FaZe last stage in playoffs, securing your guys' selves the stage winners. Has that really contributed to the overall consistency and just how well Furia has been playing as a whole?
Yeah, of course. This helped. We could beat FaZe in the last split, but I think the most important thing is how much work we put along of the weeks, and this helped a lot. You know, when you are in a match, when you need to be the best, you need to focus on all the work you put in the past weeks. So we did this, and for me is the main reason why we are playing so good on this year.
And I just have one more follow-up question. If you could just kind of give us and the audience an idea, what does your day-to-day schedule look like? What does that practice schedule look like? So, you know, up-and-comers, people that look up to you guys, they can try to follow that regimen.
So we I don't know, maybe 9 hours in the collective way. We work together as a team. And after that, individually, everyone needs to work more, you know, because to be the best, you need to maybe sacrifice everything to accomplish that. And this is our goal. We practice all these weeks not to be in the major. It's because we want to win the whole thing. So that's it. We did our first step, but right now we need to focus on the main goal. Is be the 3 times major champion, and that's it.
It sounds like you guys are putting a hell of a lot of work in there, and I mean that it's definitely showing through in the server. Obviously, with a large amount of work comes a need to have, you know, a little bit of enjoyment as well, and it certainly sounds like you guys are having a lot of fun there. Obviously, looking forward to going to Munich now, but are there any teams that you're looking forward to play? Because obviously, played inside of SAL this stage, you've done fantastically well, but we know you guys love those international events. So even if it's not necessarily teams that you're looking forward to playing, but any other players that you're looking forward to hanging out with when you get over to Munich?
If G2 get there, we get a revenge.
A big if.
Right now, yes. Our part we did. Now it's for them, but maybe G2 because we lost for them in AWC, and that's it.
All right, that makes a lot of sense as to why you want to play them. Now, one more question before we let you go, Igor, because we've had you here for a little while now. The next game is going to be NIP FaZe. Both these teams looking to make it to the Munich Major. Any predictions on your behalf of who you think is going to make it first today?
So it depends on the map fit, of course, but for me, NIP is the best team right now in our region. They are playing very, very well, but that's it. It's a match. It's a match, so it's different of screens, of course, but FaZe have a lot of experience. So if NIP they could play like they play in the screens, maybe for me, they will win this match.
All right, that sounds amazing. We'll see who gets to win out that matchup, though. Igor, once again, thank you so much for your time. And another big congratulations on making it to Munich. I'm sure we'll see you there. Have a good rest of your day. And also, best of luck with the rest of the playoffs.
Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Always good to speak to Igor and kind of pick his brain about all sorts of things inside of the SAL, like going forward to the Munich Major, about the upcoming matchup as well. But before we get to that, we're going to review this one because this was a way more dominant map coming out from Furia. And honestly, for the likes of W7 to lose it on the first map with a 1v3, and this time around, or a 3v1, sorry, and this time around with a 4v2 at the end there, Ollie, that must be absolutely heartbreaking for them.
Yeah, it really wasn't an easy game of Siege to watch, was it? There was definitely a lot of hope on Chalet. It came a clutch away from an overtime, and this couldn't have been further from the truth. A 7-1 drumming Furia on attack on bank is terrifying, and I think that there'll be a lot of teams taking some serious notes. This is not likely going to be a map that we see them get allowed or get let to play when the major comes around, because teams are going to see this and they are going to go, you know what, we just do not want any single part of it. Now, of course, today was a little bit different for Furia, where we've seen good team performances on bank. It was a lot more individual. Herds with a couple of 3Ks, KZ as well getting in on the action, and JV92 to close it out. So big performances in 4 of the 7 rounds from individuals on the side of Furia, certainly attested to that level of kills. But we're expecting that out of this roster at the moment. If one player's getting multi-kills, it isn't because anything's going wrong. It's because things are going right. It's not a salvage. That's the game plan from the start, and it speaks to the positions that they get themselves in. They have got an incredible understanding of bank at the moment, and I think they've shown us that through SAL, so much so it may be the last time we see it for a while.
No, and I definitely think that's the biggest proprietor to that. You know, you look at the first map, it went almost down to the wire, the whole team playing in unison, but that's when we highlight bank. It's their map pick. They're on a 10 streak win record, and it speaks into why these players can pop off, because they're all comfortable in their positions. They all know where to rotate. They all know how to play said situations, and it is a little disappointing for W7M to have such a lackluster performance coming into bank. I mean, yes, we knew it was going to be a hurdle that they had to get over, but it kind of just looked like they just fell at the seams. They were just tearing at the seams. I believe round 3 they were up in man advantage, and I was even saying to both of you, Loban should rotate back. They have the man advantage, and Loban just stays up top, and CEO playing on banana, trying to go for another pick. It falls apart, and then Herds just walks away with a 4K to finish that round. It's little things like that that are just going to crumble and tear apart your entire rest of the half. And as you could clearly see with each and every single round, Furia just kept dominating more and more as it kept going on, where W7M just could not get a leg in the door.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that JV92 is the MVP for this matchup. Good stuff on the entry, a very solid cost as well for him coming out there. And just, I feel like the consistency from this player is what really impressed me so far at this stage. I mean, if there was even more time to chat with Igor, I'd have loved to know what they feed JV92 for this whole stage, because he's had an amazing time so far inside of the SAL stage too. But that puts us at the closing of our first semifinal. We'll have a look at the updated brackets to see where that puts us really, and also where it kind of puts Fury, because now they move on to the upper final. They've punched their ticket for the Blast major in Munich. We need to decide who else is going. As said, we're qualifying 2 teams to that major today, and the other one is either going to be NIP or FaZe. If it's up to Igor, if we have to believe him, he thinks NIP might do it. And if we look at that matchup, I think NIP would also love to replicate the result of what they did in the group stage. They did beat FaZe 7-1 on Lair, which was super impressive. So, you know, maybe they are the best team that this region has to offer right now. If we look at NIP as a team, it is just super impressive where they find themselves after group stage. What a resurgence in general from them in this year. Only suffering that loss against Furia and W7M overtime, having a better round differential than Furia. Puts them here. I think it's very clear, Lexing, that we're seeing a new, I guess, top dog in this region.
Oh, we absolutely are. And I have to say, I have been very, very impressed with this NIP this time around. Not only just being able to be the best within the region, I can appreciate Igor even giving them the respect, saying, you know, they're the best within the region, given how well Furia is playing. But this team has completely changed their fundamentals and how they approach their dynamic of Siege, because what we saw in the past and in stage 1 is whenever they ran into problems, there wasn't a lot of problem solving. There wasn't a solution to be had. It was really just piling bodies on top of bodies. This time around, we are seeing far more adaptation being had from each and every single one of these individual players, whether that's Pino being able to make that call, or that's just all 5 of them coming into sync, being understanding of what the win condition is, how they can turn this round back into their favor. And then even for players like Fantasy and Hate to have big performances, leading the charge, being that spearhead. Then you come in where then we see Wizard find the success, we see Pino find his success, we see Cons find his stride. I mean, this team has really developed into something good. And I said, even going into this stage, with more time, we are going to see this NIP almost go back to where they were back in their glory days of being one of the best out of the SAL.
I think it was super insightful what Igor said about this being a very good team inside of the region, and if they could translate scrim results into game day, they would be unstoppable. And I think that that speaks to a lot about the levels of experience that we've got on this roster, because it's very varied. You've got a couple of players in here that have already played inside of majors. I can think of a couple that have been already a major inside of Germany. We've got a couple of Berlin major players in this roster. We've got Pino, of course, previous SI winner. But the experience, it isn't as deep. Yes, they've been there. Yes, they've played majors, but they haven't religiously attended multiple in a row. And I think that that's maybe where we start to translate a little bit of that great results in scrims and maybe a little bit lacking on game day. But as soon as that starts to translate across and as soon as they're able to bridge that gap, I can see this being a devastating team. It's got a lot of players on it that I've got a lot of time for. I remember Fancy coming into the league what feels like ages ago back on an old Furia roster. So, you know that there's pedigree inside of these players. And it's just all about getting it out there on the day, isn't it? And I think that that experience hopefully will start to show through. But things like making the major in Munich, it's a big start and a big step to getting toward that.
It really is. And I feel like that's the big difference between these two teams, right? Where we talk about maybe some experience in regards of making events consistently is lacking on the side of NIP. Well, their opponents have absolutely no issues with that. FaZe have been to countless amounts of S-tier events, and I'm sure they'll make it to many more in the future. However, I think the conversation to be had about FaZe is that speaking of top dogs, they were the top dog, and I feel like they've lost that position inside of the SAL right now, especially given the position they find themselves in after the group stage. And yesterday, they had a very close first map versus Liquid, and then the momentum swung in their way. Super impressive from individuals like Cyber, but also, I guess, kind of disappointing from someone like a KDS or a Vita King. And, I mean, I know you weren't able to watch or be with us yesterday, Ollie, for the El Clasico, but I'm sure you've watched that game, and I just wonder, how are you feeling about that one? Because I don't think it was really what we were expecting from FaZe against a team like Liquid.
I don't think it was, and the comparisons that you can draw between FaZe and Liquid, it almost feels like they're unending. For me, at the minute, I wonder to myself, are they becoming what Liquid was 7-8 months ago?
I think they
before Liquid made a lot of changes, because it's starting to become, and I don't want this to come across wrong, but it's almost becoming a little bit of a stale roster. And what I mean by that is we've got people that have been very consistent throughout their time on the roster, but the result has kind of remained the same, at least through the regular stage of stage 2. It's super early days for that, and we can't count this team out. Obviously, previous SI winners. So, what do I know? They've already done things that Liquid haven't, but you do look at it and you do start to worry where those big performances are coming from, because if it isn't Cyber, it's not really anybody at the moment. He's definitely carrying the team. We've got Handy. We expect him to be playing real support-based roles. He's the second highest DPS. Souls, a lot more support flex. Previously hard support, but has since moved over into a little bit more of that flex support. But you do have to look at KDS and Vita King, and you're not necessarily always looking at them for kill contribution. I know Vita King got one of the best mines for Siege in the entire game. But you do look at this roster and you do start to wonder, and I think that if they miss out on Munich, could be a bit of an alarm bell.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to have to draw a comparison here. When you're looking at this prestigious roster, former SI world champions, I mean, Vita King being the brains behind this team, when he's not popping off, he's not having a better game, we do start to see the lack of FaZe Clan being able to be in the server. And I almost can draw that same comparison to Troy being on Shopify Rebellion, where if Troy is getting some of these extra kills to help within the round, not losing so many gunfights, you see Shopify Rebellion immediately start to excel. And I think this is almost the same scenario for FaZe Clan, where if we can see Vita King just get 1 or 2 more kills, scratch a few of those deaths off the board, we then see FaZe Clan look really well, because what we're seeing out of Cyber and Souls currently to be the most consistent on the team, having those pop-off numbers. We already talked about Cyber kind of transitioning his role, them looking at how they can utilize him a little differently, playing a little more utilized in terms of his ability, not just focusing on him kind of finding that gap, being that entry point, but he is taking those reins. And what we're seeing even in that last game, one game he was kind of doing that lurk, finding that gap, and then immediately in their second game he switches that style of play and then plays more of a utility base, playing the Buck, playing the Nomad, then switching to a Knock. So I mean, the versatility in Cyber is there, but we definitely need to see that across the entire team like we were seeing back in the day. And then, like I said, Vita King just having a little bit of a better performance, at least in that frag department, to just help close out some of these rounds.
Yeah, I love how the team has said that Cyber has moved to more like a flex support kind of position. And then, oh, by the way, Cyber is also back-to-back MVP of these games. Yeah. incredible showing from him so far this stage, but you kind of hope that the rest around him does that too, like the two of you were saying, and especially in this matchup with how much is on the line. The ticket to the Munich Major is on the line. You're just a best of 3 separated from it to making it. But when we look at the map feed, so I am really curious if we're gonna see another Lair, because FaZe have talked about it. Lair was really not their best showing against NIP on this one, but as the picks are coming through, Lexing, please talk us through the first pick.
Yeah, honestly, I like this map for NIP. I think this will, in some ways, similar to what we were talking about with the last matchup, they need this map to go in their favor here, because if it switches to Consulate and they lose Bank, I can easily see this being a 2-0. So what I'm going to need them to do is exactly what we're seeing throughout this stage. Use Fantasy as that spearhead. Take charge, take point, take the map control as fast as possible and as aggressively as possible, and then work to that mid to late round to their advantage, where we've really seen them excel throughout this stage of just being able to identify the right approach, the right operators, the right utility to be used for those executes. That's where I'm really going to be looking at NIP going into this matchup is, 1, can they get that entry frag? And then 2, can they convert that into a round 1, especially once it goes into that mid to late round?
I like the maps here for NIP, I'm going to be honest. I think that the Bank pick, NIP for me were one of the better teams against Furia on Bank this stage, and that is a yardstick that we're going to have to use to measure teams, right? Because we know Furia are the best on it, so who has done well enough to get a couple of rounds? It was a 7-5. Nip weren't too far away from that one. Consulate for me is the question mark there. It comes in at the second highest preference map for FaZe at the moment. They haven't played it in ages. You look over on the side of NIP, and they have got recent form against Team Liquid on that map, winning it only about 3 weeks ago. So you look at this and you think, I think FaZe are gambling a little bit, honestly, with that leaving that Consulate in, and of course picking it being their map choice. They're really setting themselves up there for potentially a big fall if they're not able to get a win on there, because you look at the first map and you think, I can honestly see it going either way, and a clubhouse decider, I mean, that really just throws a cat among the pigeons, doesn't it? It's a very basic map veto, I would describe this as. You've got Bank Consulate, okay, a little bit unusual, but with how popular Bank has been this stage, it's no real surprise. And then leaving the club in as the decider, obviously Lair there getting removed by FaZe, not wanting to go back to that map, as we know that NIP, it's one of their better ones at the moment. I think that FaZe have to try and get this done early, because I think if it's got legs and it goes a little bit of distance,
that's what I think.
NIP have got a really good opportunity on Bank, and with what we haven't seen from FaZe on Consulate, it's a little bit up in the air.
I feel like if a Siege fan were to take a nap after SI 2025 and you wake him up right now, they would not be able to believe the conversation that we're having right now, where NIP find themselves above FaZe, and we're seriously doubting FaZe if they can win out this best of 3 against NIP. But for that reason, I'd like to bring in our casters as well, because for this best of 3, we're once again joined by Intero and Jesse, and I'd like to hear from you two as well, starting with you, Intero. Do you agree on the sentiment that, I guess, with FaZe, it really is lacking a little bit, and we want to see improvement from them?
A small step down from where they were at SI. And by the way, it looks like we're loading into the game here, so I don't know if we're gonna have too much time. Did you want to say anything to Jesse? Jesse, did you want to chime in before we get into the game, or?
I mean, listen, Parker, I think this is going to be, a real test for FaZe Clan. You know, this is a squad that we're used to seeing at international events, that we're used to seeing at the best level of Siege that we have, right, in the world. Reigning world champions, of course, and so to not make it to a major would be a massive blow to all of their expectations. NIP have looked really good this stage, though. There's no doubting that. They've been a really solid squad. They're 7-1. They got a 7-1 win in groups, which broke kind of a 6-map winning streak for FaZe versus NIP. So they really dominated them in the group stage, a 7-1 game. BO3s are a different beast, you know, and I think it's been a while since that BO1, so it definitely could be a different situation today, but we'll kind of get to find out how much of the confidence FaZe have, how much this team is really back, or how much they might have fallen off from their better days, because there's no doubt about it. The previous group stage that we've just seen from them is not what we were expecting, and even with yesterday's game, going 2-0 against Liquid, but 8-7, 8-6, I think was still below what people were expecting from them.
I mean, NIP has just continued to improve as a team, right? I think it's been somewhat of a surprise for people who haven't been watching this roster as they've found their stride. FaZe Clan are in so many people's eyes the presumptive favorite of every matchup that they go into, based solely on the domination that FaZe as a team has shown over the last 3, honestly 4 years. You can go all the way back to that Yavla major that we had in, what was it, the fall of 2021? Fall of 2022? I think it was 2021 if memory serves correctly. And all those like COVID-ish events tend to blur together on the same timeline. But FaZe basically since then have been just on another level. One of the most consistent teams and one of the best in the world. The best in the world right now. They are the reigning defending SI champs. It was announced a couple weeks ago that SI will be going to Paris next year. And whether FaZe will be able to defend their crown or another team, another champion will be had, remains to be seen. But first things first, get to the Munich Major, prove your worth. You got to get through NIP first. And just like that, Fantasy dies early. The Glaz taken down. And now the Osa of Cons was next in line in Garage, but FaZe does not won that engagement.
Must have been a crazy shot, long range, Vidiking with the MPX beating out the sniper of Fantasy. That's not easy to do. Early good signs for the captain. This could be another good sign though to come through. Wizard, brilliantly done, sneaks into server. They had no clue that he was in that position. He snuck past without detonating that fire pipe, and so definitely Souls thought, okay, nobody's entered in just yet. That is the wrong call. Hates a frag onto Handy. That's going to be top floor, a big one to come through. He was trying to go for a bit of a flank Parker, make something aggressive happen. KDS looking to do much the same, but the drone will force him back. They still find a player. Cyber top floor tried to get aggressive too, but Hates is the read on all of this.
Wizard now taking out Vidiking. There goes KDS. NIP answering back. All they need to do is sacrifice Fantasy early on, and that is it. My goodness. There's a reason why NIP finished first overall in Brazil this stage. Out of all the teams, NIP was the best, which heading into stage 2, I don't think most people had on their bingo card. Jesse, they were admittedly tied with Furia, so even though they were first overall, it was a title that they shared. They ended up first because of round differential. This was a squad that finished in 3rd place in stage 1. NIP far removed from both FaZe Clan and W7M, at least a win behind them. But they were in a bit of a logjam. Furia, Team Liquid, Black Dragons, all in striking distance of each other in stage 1, but NIP just leveling up and vaulting over the competition now in stage 2. Almost every region has seen consistency across this top 6. Brazil is no different. South America League showing that there's pretty big parity here. Black Dragons maybe taking some missteps, but beyond that, the usual suspects doing quite well. NIP starting off strong against FaZe Clan on Bank. Again, this is a map that should be relatively favorable to the attackers. It was picked by NIP. They're starting on the statistical better side. They should be able to run up the score here against FaZe.
It was interesting. The one time NIP played Bank this stage, that was, of course, up against Furia, and they lost that game 7-5. But on their attacking half, the only bomb site they were successful in attacking was that bottom floor inside the basement. They went 0-2 open area, 0-2 attacking the top floor, and then 2 for 2 attacking onto the basement. So might just be that NIP are extremely proficient at attacking that bottom floor side. Again, with how good Furia have been, losing 7-5 to them on Bank is not a huge downside, right? They still can be a very strong team on this map just because they lost to Furia. FaZe Clan also had a close game against Furia on this map. That was an 8-6 earlier on this stage. So you see some really close games against the best Bank team in the region from both of these teams. Neither of them with wins, but came very close on both sides. It's kind of a must-win round from FaZe Clan. You would hate to go down 0-2 on your defensive side where you get to choose the bomb sites. At the moment, it's a very standard kind of top floor hold with the exception of Cyber hiding away in the basement, playing that kind of ratty role that he loves to play on defense. We'll see if he has any impact later on, but similar to the last round that we saw in that previous matchup, Parker, it feels like this is going to be a focus really on top square and on getting in through these CEO windows. So I don't know how much value the flank's going to have.
I mean, you got 3 players of NIP all aligned on Repel, looking at those windows. Very vulnerable to a potential lobby play. I think Pino's the only one holding this down, and shot onto Handy. My God. We saw it coming. I feel like you felt it build to that moment, and boy, is the payoff ever worth it.
Now what do you do in the response for FaZe Clan? You kind of want to make something happen if you're Cyber, but it feels like NIP have read into this. Hate's moving his way down. Was Cyber caught on a drone is my question. It seems like he might have been. There is actually a drone here inside of the staff room, so they'll know his position. Hates is going to just wait and watch for this flank from Cyber. There's really nowhere else that he could go. Cyber, the phone call might give him a bit of pause. Then just help this push through the top floor. Janitor will be the goal as they try to make space with the blitz.
It's Fantasy now, just waiting things out. Down goes Fantasy. Down goes KDS. Vidaking will join. You hear the shield go absolutely buckwild. FaZe Clan really struggling at the moment. Cyber struggling in particular against Cons, and Wizard will seal the deal just as he did in round one. Wizard putting things away for round two. FaZe Clan suffering through these first two rounds. Nip have been all over them.
Really clean attacks to come through so far. Getting that opening pick when they need to, then being able to storm through the bomb site. It will prompt attack timeout. Again, you go down 0-2 on your defenses. That's a huge red flag, and I think they're right to call attack timeout here, try to get the team back on track. You know, it's tough when you lose that opening pick, right? Handy dies, the long angle on the rappel to Pino. There's no shot you're ever going to trade that back. It is what it is. But from that point forward, you know, you're doing a decent job of trading things back. You do kill Fantasy in the top floor, but Vidaking kind of falls flat. That blitz really doesn't have a good answer. They don't even use all three Toxic Babes on the smoke. So there's a little bit of util that's actually dying in the pocket. And then Cyber just doesn't feel like he's having much of an impact. His rotate back up the lobby stairs should have resulted in a kill onto Cons, but the fact that he whiffed those shots and the Cons never really got punished despite going so aggressive through the site on the blitz is, I think, really a problem they're going to have to get their heads around. They did a lot of the right things, right? They had a crossfire on the blitz, but they just couldn't hit the shot when it mattered the most. And so getting back on track with that, calming the nerves a little bit early in this best of three series is vitally important because you need this to go deep on bank and then hopefully go your way on the next two maps as well.
Located a bomb.
It's not the most worrying sign for FaZe Clan right now, though. FaZe opting to start on defense does leave you wondering. Maybe they just don't feel the most confident on attack, Jesse.
I mean, when again, I think it kind of comes back to just NIP struggling on the attack when they played this against Furia. Their defenses were actually pretty good. They went 3-3 up against the best bank team in South America. So that would be my guess for FaZe. They've played a lot of bank this stage. They've played 39 rounds of this map, and they have a very good win rate, about 54% on both sides. So I would guess it's more to do with their opponents than themselves, but can't really know without asking.
Fair point. This looks like the same focus for Nip right now as they shoot out all those windows leading upstairs to office, as they will have to now set their sights on this staff and open area defense. Top floor control will be just as important as on most of these bomb sites, and Bank is one of the few maps where teams will likely roam on every floor, sometimes even the top floor, even with the bomb site down in the basement, as you saw back in round number 1. But here, staff open area, you're going to need to keep these hatches protected. They've already been opened up, so no hard destruction will be expended on the side of Nip to get clear passage to this bomb site to be able to drop on down. Nip have changed things up though, Jesse. Now, main lobby hold, and they might just push their way through Printer as they use the Aurora to close off that double door and smoke the cross. I like what Nip's doing here.
It's a creative take. We haven't seen Hate play the Aurora on this bomb site before. This is a new tech that they're just bringing out for this important game against FaZe Clan. Might be catching them off guard. The Logic Bomb and Kendall has all come out at once, and they're trying to collapse on Cyber, but his C-Force will keep them at bay for now.
There's the pistol out. Damos searching for something. FaZe getting up on the board now. 2 kills in a row. Damos gets nothing. Pino dies as well. Nip. Their worst start, dare I say it. All 5 players still up on FaZe Clan, all still at full HP as well. Wizard yet to die, Hate's yet to die, Con's yet to die, so Fantasy, the only one who died prior to the start of this round, just goes to show you how middling this offense has been from FaZe. With 1 minute left, Nip have an opportunity to sort out next steps. FaZe Clan do not seem like the type of team that will give them an early pick. No unforced errors on the side of FaZe Clan. 40 seconds left.
Someone's got to be a hero at this point. Find a big opening frag. You're out of util on Wizard with the Candelas. Some flashes from Cons. He tosses the first one now, but it doesn't hit anybody, so they're still just fishing.
They will cycle around yet again. Nip in very big danger of stalling out here. Cons holding that defuse kit, no logic bombs remaining. The Aurora can still close off 2 doorways, but that's about it. Hates will have some struggles doing that now that he's in the ground. Finally, Nip gets on the board, but it looks like 1 kill might be all they can muster. Wizard will find a second for Nip, his first of the round, and then will suffer his first death as well. FaZe Clan finally get on the board.
Yeah, I'm struggling to really see where the plan was for a lot of that utility. Fantasy died with all 3 of his trackers in his pocket, so he didn't use any of the Deimos utility. The Aurora doors, I didn't see any massive value. Again, closing off Printer, maybe there's some value in that, but it didn't feel like it resulted in any big kills going the way of NIP. The Candelas on the Ying, completely wasted. I didn't see where they went, but I don't think they hit a single player as they got tossed out. And the Logic Bomb, it definitely was attempted to be used to try to clear out Cyber, but I think the timing just a little bit off. The first Logic Bomb goes down right before Cyber gets cleared, and the second one right after he gets his kill. So you kind of don't accomplish your goal of clearing out Cyber with that. A lot of the util just maybe not really coming together in the way that they were hoping for NIP. A bomb site where perhaps they need to go back to the drawing board with the strategies, because it just didn't feel like they had a good grasp on how to clear those roamers, and it was a very solo effort on dealing with those first couple of picks.
A bit of a small misstep there for this Nip team. Now they're going to look towards the bomb site where it all began. They suffered the opening loss. If you recall, that was the Glass of Fantasy marching his way through the garage, picked off by Vidiking, that long-range fight. It was the only round where the opening pick did not result in a direct conversion for that team. Nip recovered quite gracefully, if you recall. They kept the Osa in that position, and while they advanced while also moving their forces to the middle floor, a good rotate that went in, and then they just crushed FaZe Clan, pinching them perfectly between those 2 positions. Nip's going to go with something a little bit different this time. They're going to bring a fuse for the first time this matchup. Jesse, what do you think Cons is going to try to do with that operator?
Well, it's going to be the basement defense, and if you can get that top floor control, you can pop it through the hatches. That can honestly do a lot of good work to the Goyo canisters that are likely sitting inside of CCTV right now. So probably that's the main goal of the fuse, just deal with that site utility. There may also be some dread mines, maybe some barbed wire that you can deal with, but the Goyos will be kind of the primary focus for Cons. Also does give him the opportunity to bring a shield if he wants to. Cons is a big shield player. He runs a lot of these operators for the team, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if he's going to be rocking that shield instead of the AK. Open things up, but they've got to clear the roam game first, Parker. This is a really aggressive hold being held by Cyber, and with KDS dying too, it becomes all the more important that somebody on FaZe Clan can step up and get the trade back. If it's not Cyber, it has to be Handy, and if it's not Handy, well, this round might just be lost.
Nip just needs to hold now as FaZe Clan under watch, under ear as well. Logic bombs going off. Cyber's only been able to muster a single kill, which for him is well below what we come to expect of his abilities. FaZe Clan a very deep team, and they can all frag on the best of days. They will need it in this round right now, as Ninjas in Pajamas are just simply outnumbering them, outgunning them too. FaZe Clan not putting up as good of a defense as we saw back in round number 1. They still lost that round, but at least they were able to show a little bit of fight. Look at the HPs on Nip. Untouched. They still got plenty of utility. 3 Bs for Grim, 3 cluster charges, 4 walls for the Sens, all the fire and all the smoke, and 1 logic bomb. Nip has gotten 3 kills, Jesse, without using really any gadgets. These have just been straight engagements.
They've also hacked the cams, so all the Valkyrie cameras are working for the attackers this time around. It's pretty much a nightmare, Parker. I'm not sure what Souls and Vidiking can do, but it's the support duo of FaZe. They've been in situations like this before and walked away with the victory.
Vidiking has absolutely no wall, no protection now as he emerges from gold into red tunnel. That hallway could be his tomb. Nitro Cell goes out. He walks away. It doesn't do anything. Finally, some damage is done to Nip as Wizard suffers through that. Cons with Diffuse Kit. Now it's time for the final Logic Bomb to go off. Vidiking isolated in this position. Tussling with Fantasy. Secures the kill. 10 seconds remain, but Diffuser's about to go down to keep that timer running. Pino will seal the deal right after the case gets planted, and Nip goes back to their winning ways.
This feels so easy. It's crazy when you watch this team attack this site. It's supposed to be the strongest side of the map, but for NIP, it seems to be the one that they have the least troubles with. Again, it comes down to that roam game. You know, I thought in round 3, the roam clear wasn't really all there, but this time the logic bombs were perfectly timed by Hates. KDS, Cyber, and Handy all choosing to play aggressive. And, you know, it's not generally the meta on that site to lose 3 bodies up on the top floor roam. Generally, if you're going to even have anybody on the roam, it's a very light presence, shoot some drones, fall off. All day today, we've seen teams, Furia, W7M, and now FaZe Clan as well, buck the trend a little bit, go for a bit more aggressive play on that mid floor, but just a disaster in that attempt from FaZe Clan. It's really odd because I feel like that 3-headed trident, KDS, Cyber, and Handy, the 3 kind of entry flex players for this team, have historically been so good when it comes to trading off each other, when it comes to playing off of one another's positions. But in that round, they were very scattered. They weren't really able to do much with one another. And even though Handy and Cyber were kind of together in the midpoint of it, it didn't result in any sort of a trade back, which I'm not used to seeing from the world champions, to be honest.
No, Nip has had their number so far here on Bank. Again, though, I will caution any naysayers. We say nay from time to time, so I can be considered one of those. But Nip starting on attack on their own map. They've really been given a big leg up to start with. So maybe FaZe Clan can turn on the Jets in the second half, or maybe it takes Consulate as map number 2 to see if FaZe are able to find some life. But Nib have just been playing with their food at this point. 7 kills for Wizard. My goodness. That's 1 fewer kill than all of FaZe Clan combined at this point in time. And that's obviously not counting the rest of Nip. So the scoreline really does go to show how dominant a game this has been for the Ninjas.
Yeah, Wizard on the Nook this round too. Going to be a great counter to the Valkyrie, which Cyber has brought every single round, by the way. Thought maybe it would get banned after the 3rd, but it hasn't really been a problem. Maybe more of a boon for NIP than anything, as we've seen the Dokkaebi do some great work up against this operator so far. Cyber, it feels like almost every round has been very far from his team, playing on an island. That's by design, of course, but it does feel like NIP have read that this is the game plan for Cyber, and if Wizard's able to sneak past some of these Valk cams, hunt down star player on FaZe, then it could make a huge difference when it comes to the actual execute. It'll take some time to make that happen, of course. Cyber is looking to just get a late round flank. He doesn't necessarily want to engage with anybody in the first half of the round, but if Wizard has his way, then he will be able to go for a play like that. And you can see Cyber flicking through lobby default cam. When Wizard walks in, he will not know it.
There goes Fantasy. He was sacrificed early in round number 1. Cons dies as well. FaZe Clan getting their licks in real good. A minute left on the clock, and now it's Nip doing their best FaZe impression. Wizard now dies as well at the hands of Cyber. And with 50 seconds left, it's all up to Hates. He hates to see it. Going in, Jesse. He takes some gunfire from inside of Teller's, pushing up towards that Teller's Archives door. Down goes Cyber. And Hates has found his 4th kill. A long and grueling fight, though, that ate up about 20 seconds on the clock does not put him in a good position for the remainder of the round. And, well, FaZe Clan will put him in an even worse one, a casket. FaZe Clan managed to win their 2nd round. The gap between these two teams closing to 1. These rounds have been so dominant, back and forth, back and forth. If you win, it seems you win big. FaZe Clan understood that in the previous round.
Honestly, just comes down to great site play. We were very distracted by the Cyber Wizard 1v1 going down in lobby, but whilst Wizard was trying to make a play over there, NIP were getting into the site. They had entered through top square. They had found some space inside of CEO, but there's a really big 2K from Souls, just playing long desk, able to hit some good angles that he had been set up for a while to try to go for, and was able to lock that down, stop the entry as it came in. Would have loved to see how Cons died on the Blackbeard, because it felt like he was the real spearhead of that push that should have been the one making the difference. But however it happened, it wasn't favorable for NIP. So FaZe Clan very much alive. They may have lost the bottom bomb site, which again should be the strongest site. They went 0-2 for it, and they won't try it again in round 6. But if they can make this open defense work, if they can get another round on the board, a 3-3 half, then moving to the attack on Bank actually looks pretty good for them on their opponent's map pick.
I mean, there's a reason why FaZe would have chose this side, so maybe they did what we talked about actually on, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before's show, where you choose the side that you think is a little bit harder, get it out of the way, and then find your groove and use that to your advantage when you're warmed up in the second half. Now, obviously, this hinges upon you not mentally imploding first. FaZe Clan are certainly a team that does not suffer those mental implosions. They've got a mind of steel. The one exception might be that SI against Furia, which at the time was competing under W7M, but that's more of an exception than the rule. That's also the biggest match in the biggest event of the year, and it's on home soil. You know how badly Brazil wanted to win the hammer on home soil, and to be the first team to do so, emotions can get the better of you. I don't think emotions are going to get the better of FaZe here and now, though there is a qualification spot on the line. For those that don't know the stakes, the winner here becomes the second team to qualify to the Munich Major from the South America League.
Only a few teams remaining to be qualified. I believe 2 from EU and then 2 from SA next week as well. After this game finds our second team. Top floor clear, I think, is going to be the objective for Cons as he starts to walk up the spiral stairs. Logic Bomb from Fantasy as well. Up to greet him will be KDS, just playing in the elevator, but he drops the hatch right as the smoke pops, leaving Handy and Vidaking alone on the top floor, trying to make some good rotates, but it's instead Vidaking who fires out first, taking down Hates and opening up the escape for him and his teammates.
Suffering the first loss is never good, and Nip's been in this position a fair bit this first half.
What? You saw him, right?
I'm sure he did.
Okay.
Maybe just a bit of brain fog, maybe some brain delay. Maybe they didn't sleep particularly well. FaZe, by the way, leading the way with opening kills so far, 4-2.
Not a bad start here on their last defense of the half with the man advantage and everybody escaping through the top floor. What tools do NIP really have? They didn't bring much soft breach. A few charges on Pino will be all they really have to start working on the floorboards, plus potential secondaries on Wizard, but you really have to see them work a pick at some point. Cons on the blitz is not going to be able to do it all himself. He's going to head main stairs with 30 seconds remaining and a logic bomb at his side to try to find some kind of an opening onto the bomb site.
You hear more gunfire getting exchanged. Nip, despite sacrificing early picks, have been able to pull a rabbit out of a hat, and it looks like the Wizard is going to do some magic this time around along with his team, but he finds one important kill on the KDS, and suddenly it's Souls against 4 Souls on the side of Nip. Out goes the Nitro Cell. Fantasy will turn to reality as the pun round ends, and it's Nip going up 4-2 with the first half in the books.
And honestly, not an easy attack to finish things off. NIP really had to dig deep for that one, but you saw with the blitz going down the main stairs, they checked their corners, they were ready for any type of aggression, and Pino in particular, following up the blitz, playing on those main stairs, kills one inside of Tellers and then a second at the bottom of the main stairs. Absolutely critical from the veteran of NIP. He joined this org back in 2018 and has not left it ever since. One of the longest tenured players on a single team that we have in all of Rainbow Six Siege. Of course, won the world championship with this team as well when they lifted the hammer a few years ago in Paris. Fitting that we're kind of going back to that same city for SI. You have to imagine that's going to motivate NIP even more to make it to that event. The path to Paris very much goes through Munich, as most of the SI points you're going to be acquiring will come through the major. Regional finals are also important. This stage, these playoff games they're playing right now are also very important for that. But NIP, I gotta say, are in quite a good spot. 3rd place in stage 1 and now looking to be in a strong spot for the major as well. That 4-2 half feels really nice.
It's been a while since we've seen Nip at the top of the region and the top of Siege. Frankly, it's been years since the dominance of this squad, but it does seem like there's only room for one, maybe two good, really good Brazilian teams at the same time. For so long, all of that oxygen has been consumed by Furia/W7M when they played under that Oregon FaZe clan has been right behind them. But video standouts, that Raza Company Academy was there for a period of time. Now they play under the Loud banner. You also had MIBR for a brief period of time, flirting with the top. Liquid has been a mainstay as well, though they've been high highs and low lows over the last couple years. It's nice to see Nip regaining what they had before and finding that form and finding some momentum here. They joined Rainbow Six Esports almost a decade ago. Actually, they were one of the first major teams to sign on very quickly to join alongside Liquid and FaZe when there was that gold rush of big orgs coming into our esports. So nice to see the team doing well, and nice to see some of these players doing well. Fantasy and Hates in particular have been excellent players for so long that now are finally getting their moment in the sun.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Been really great this stage, and a potential here now. Top floor. It's a great shot from Hayes. Beats out KDS. Really tough to hit, but with the sniper, KDS is not able to do a whole lot. Is there any type of a refrag, Parker? I'm not seeing it so far. Hates hasn't moved out of tellers. He doesn't really have a great way back to site. He can go back through the open area hatch if he can make it that far. He's got Cons trying to protect him on that route, but it doesn't look like he really wants to leave. Now starts to fall back a little bit, try to get back towards the site as the 90-second mark will approach on this round. FaZe Clan needed to get more out of this early game, I fear. Con still lurks in open area, but just above the hatch, there's no way he sticks around, surely. Well, never mind.
Vidaking trading that one right back after suffering through a KDS loss, not even moments before. FaZe Clan might have a harder job here, even though this is an attack on Bank. Losing the Glaz early was a staple for both teams. That was the first operator that died back in round one. It was Fantasy playing that operator, and it was this bomb site too. The Glaz was buried inside a garage. KDS will now see exactly what it's like to play this Russian sniper into aggressive defenders with terrific aim. That's 45 seconds for FaZe to shorten this lead that Nip has. It's a small missed opportunity by Fantasy. There goes one of those Goyo canisters. A long 20 seconds now, preventing access to the bomb site. Souls eliminates Fantasy. Nip went from winning to even, now to trailing, and the trail will continue. Not the trail you want. Hates in a 1v4, and what a play by Handy to seal the deal on that round and keep it close. FaZe Clan now one round away from tying things up.
And that's a huge couple of kills coming through from the entry fragger on FaZe. Just goes main stairs. He knows this team is kind of struggling server side. Toxic Babes have stopped the plants. There's Goyo canisters, which have slowed you down as well. They honestly did not have the utility to make a classic server push work. They had nobody coming in through garage. They had nobody on the backside of site. So Handy was kind of the only win con there. Had to make a difference pushing in through main stairs. 3 kills coming out from him. Looked really, really nice there and starts to give a bit of life back into FaZe Clan. I think, you look at that bottom floor, you expect the defense to win it every time. FaZe have historically not been a great attacking team on the bottom floor. 3-5 record attacking that through stage 2 so far, but this time it's good enough to beat out NIP. And it just comes from finding that gap. If you can have one player inserting themselves in a spot where they're able to open things up, that more than doubles Handy's kill counts in this matchup, then all of a sudden the defense starts to scramble. They lose important operators like the Echo, and things start to unwind for the defenders. A couple more rounds like that, and FaZe Clan will be right back in it.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
You never count out a team like FaZe Clan. We got to see exactly why on that previous round. Despite having their backs against the wall, they waited out the time, forced Nip to overcommit. You saw a bit of eagerness on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas. I believe that was Fantasy, who was hoping for that long-range pick down in red where he was staring towards servers. You get a bit antsy at this point in time. When there's 4 of them, you cannot allow a team to set up and pull off their execute the way that they want. I mean, FaZe Clan is a great team that will have an idea of how best to approach every single one of these bomb sites, even if it is a map that they are not the most familiar with. Major worrying sign for me on the side of FaZe, though, is Cyber. This is a player that you rely upon to get picks, to get opening frags, to take major engagements. And not only does he have the lowest kills per round on the team, but the lowest cost as well. The only player that's actually doing worse than him in terms of that cost is Fantasy. But Cyber, presently the lowest rated player in the lobby. On his role and with his stature as a player, he's got to figure it out. FaZe Clan will only continue to level up if their fraggers can get online.
Yeah, I mean, it would make a huge difference for Cyber to come alive in this game. He's playing below the site right now on the Nomad. Nobody currently going for flank, so won't be an active part of the early round, but could come back late for a bit of impact. Diffuse kit looks like it's going to come CEO window. Vidiking, a couple different areas he could still go, I suppose. 90 seconds on the clock. They do have the entry in through square, but not fully opened up. So it's kind of awkward if you want to walk it in through top square instead. I do think that'll eventually be the call. Vidiking passes the diffuser over to Souls instead, so still making their decisions. There's nobody in lobby, which means the Repel players are nice and safe. I like the droning, I like the information, but you got to be careful. Late round, NIP will be a threat. A Nitro for Cons and those Yokais from Pino.
And Nip will sacrifice that first player yet again. FaZe Clan just walking through this site, walking through the defenders. Pino and Cons last 2 standing. Cons almost losing his life. That round almost ended in the blink of an eye. There it goes. Cyber having a terrific round. FaZe Clan playing around it, and it's a tie game, Jesse.
Yeah, nothing too overcomplicated in that push. You know, you tossed in some Bs. The Grim actually got quite a few players that came alongside that logic bomb, which was able to call the phones of 3 out of the 5 not standing on mute jammers. And it's mostly just a push in through square. That real force of FaZe Clan pushing all together square side, getting into CEO, fighting the players outside of Janitor, pressure in through stock, as well as Vidiking started to make his presence known on that side of the map. And then it was really just Handy alone lobby side who was able to walk in, not really necessary in that round. You were asking for Cyber to heat up and start to show some of his skill. Well, there he was walking in with his teammates inside a CEO, coming in through the windows. So much of a menace in that previous round that it will prompt attack timeout from NIP. This game 4-4 tied right back up, and the attacker sided bank that we were expecting to see has reared its head. Caused a bit of a problem for NIP. They also go down 0-2 on their defensive side, and I mean, you can tell that this is really something the teams are not expecting to go up against. They're losing their strongest bomb sites, and it's causing panic now for both teams.
The one thing that NIP doesn't have is experience. They have not been a top team for a long enough period of time with these players making so many live events that they can rest on their laurels or know that they've been in this position and dig deep when needed. FaZe Clan, again, are a team that has battled just about every bit of adversity you could ever think of. They stood their ground against a W7M team, now playing under Furia, that mounted one of the most impressive comebacks we've ever seen in FaZe, despite coming up short in all of those rounds en route to a loss in the SI Grand Finals. They still gave it their all, round after round after round. They did the same thing in Boston, on their way to winning SI themselves, making up for last year when they obviously had fallen short. FaZe Clan are a team that can rely on each other. They know each other. That experience makes a big difference. And it's not even a strategic thing. Less experienced teams will shake. They will succumb to pressure. They will have issues with confidence. That's not something that FaZe has to worry about. NIP, they're a practice team, but they still don't have that same level of experience that FaZe does. And when the rubber hits the road, teams like NIP, teams like OXG, for example, in the NA League, they can fall short because they don't have that same level of experience.
Right after the attack timeout, we're going to go to open area. Third bomb site, sticking to the rotation, as most teams do in a situation like this. Just try to make this third bomb site find some kind of success. Top floor roam, always going to be important. It's Hates, Cons, and Fantasy playing up here with Cons inside a Janitor. Hates not far away, just inside a stock, and Fantasy kind of on the other side of the top floor, solo towards lobby. Fantasy has captured a drone, so maybe a good bit of information that could go the way of NIP. Here it is now, driving through the top floor. And I mean, what they're noticing is that there's really nobody in the building. The only person who has entered at this point is Handy and ATMs. Has an opportunity to make a big play, but I don't know if he's aware of Pino.
Down goes Souls. Nip finally getting a first blood for the first time in, well, 2 rounds. It's much needed. Conversions have been mighty good so far, so the team that draws first blood has been doing it more often than not. Nip have fallen short on 1 occasion, FaZe on 2. That's about it. Cyber's also come online. Not that I called him out, Jesse, and changed the course for him, but he's up to 4 kills at this point. Everybody on FaZe Clan at 4 kills or more, which is a promising sign. Nobody really being left behind. The same can be said for Nip. Only Fantasy is below that, and again, we expect Fantasy to be doing better than he is, so expectation will be that if he doesn't bounce back here on Bank, maybe it materializes on Consulate. But if you don't have Fantasy fragging well and all of FaZe Clan starts to fire up the engines, Nip's firepower just might not be able to stand up against FaZe's.
Look at this droning from Fantasy like he's an attacker, calling out all the information. It's going to assist Cons in trying to get this kill here in the elevator hallway. Cyber's not too far away. He's the one that tossed that nade, barely avoided, does Cons. Here comes the swing, and it's a really nice frag from Fantasy. He was in the elevator the whole time, baiting them in and working with Cons to get that frag. It does get down to the 3-on-3. That nade will confirm it, Parker, but the time is a huge issue.
And there goes a nade to take out Cons, an equalizer, and a big breath of fresh air for FaZe Clan as they march their way into the site. Vidiking needing to find some safe harbor for that diffuser. He's just out of arm's reach, and they'll drop the diffuse kit because he gets felled. Nobody on FaZe in position to pick it back up. And a great play from Nip to completely topple the execute, wins them the round.
Honestly, I love that Mozzie play that came out from Fantasy start to finish in that round. It felt like the information was always favoring NIP. The opening pick was onto Souls. I believe that was just outside of the doorway up top square. Ended up being a really important kill that came through, gave that early advantage, and I think gave the initial pause to FaZe Clan where they didn't feel so confident clearing through the top floor. Kind of had to wait for NIP to give it up themselves, and I think waiting for that top floor to be conceded, then spending so much time on Cons down on the main stairs, not even being aware of Fantasy's position. They lost too many bodies and they wasted too much time. Good attempt by Vidiking trying to get into the site and get the plant down, but with less than 10 seconds, there's going to be a gap and someone on NIP is going to find it.
Attackers need to locate.
Good bounce back after the attack timeout. You were a little bit worried for Nip on their own map pick if they weren't able to win a single round on their first rotation, but they get through it. They get to that second set of operator bands where they'll take out the Nomad. Only brought a single time. That was by Cyber on their top floor attack. So interesting. They thought it was such a problem they had to remove it off the board. FaZe Clan will clear out the smoke. That was brought here on the basement by Pino last time that they played the site. And can obviously be an extremely powerful operator on all the sites to stop that plant from going down.
10 seconds to insertion. Deploying jammer.
Nip was successful 3 rounds with getting the diffuser planted. FaZe unable to do that so far through the 3 rounds that they've had to attack. Both of their attacks came just based on violence. Handy getting a 3K back in round number 7. Round 8 was a pretty large team effort after they got the first pick and snowballed from there. It was their slowest round in terms of, in terms of timing. I'm assuming we're going to have a rehost or a remake here. Unless FaZe Clan decided to just quit the game, which I think is quite unlikely, Jesse.
Yeah, we're probably going to take a bit of time to get them back into things. It makes a lot of sense. Souls was playing on the Habana, which was the only primary hard breach they had that round. So going to be tough to make that basement push work if you can't open many of those hatches. They'll reset now and maybe get a bit of an opportunity to calm the nerves. And what, again, should be a very important game. Winner of this series qualifies to the Munich Major. NIP up 5-4, but I think FaZe Clan have been the better team since the side swap. You're absolutely right about the plant statistics there. It's been much more like NIP to focus on the diffuse kit. Actually, both these teams have an above average plant percentage. FaZe planting in 31% of their attacking rounds through the stage so far. NIP leads the South American League with 41% of their attacking rounds ending in a plant. They're also very even in terms of the plants that they allow, with NIP only allowing plants in 14% of their defensive rounds, and FaZe one better at 15%. I guess one worse. So it's very even when it comes to the objective play between these teams historically throughout the stage thus far, but NIP, I think, have a little bit of that edge. We got to see it through the group stage, and we saw it through that first half as well, with how committed they are to putting the plant on the ground. Something that Cons will focus on quite heavily, something that King will focus on quite heavily, and well, it hasn't necessarily resulted in a bunch of defensive round wins for NIP. I think it could still be a victory that they've taken away, not allowing a lot of those plants kind of in the late round.
It's been abnormal to see FaZe Clan not focusing on the objective as much as usual. Typically, this is a team that likes the objective play and does a pretty good job of that. But I mean, when you've got a win rate as high as they do, among the highest of any team right now in all of the region, sitting in third place, just ahead of Ninjas in Pajamas, you get there from killing, and you also get there from objective play. In terms of pure plants, FaZe Clan only trails NIP. So you've got two very objective heavy teams playing. So the fact that NIP was able to pull off 3 successful plants in 6 rounds, and we are 3 rounds in now, and we have yet to see a successful plant from FaZe Clan despite the fact that they won 2 rounds. Maybe that just overall calculus, they don't think they need it, Jesse. Maybe with the way that NIP is playing, keeping roamers deeper off site, when NIP gets these opening picks, as they've been doing more often than not, maybe they assess, hey, it's a far easier path for us to just get a couple frags than it is for us to get a frag or 2 and then immediately try to pull off and execute. The way that NIP's defense is structured is prime for the picking. That could be a thought process that NIP has.
Yeah, I think it's also, you know, anytime we're talking about objectives and we're talking about plants, the map makes a huge difference, right? And when you think about plants on bank, it's usually the basement bomb site where teams will focus on the objective more so than getting those kills. The one time that we saw FaZe attack down on the basement, it was way too late to ever get a plant on, and they only won that round thanks to some heroics from Handy pushing the main stairs and getting 3 kills down into the basement. So this 10th round, when we eventually load back in, I think will be quite telling as to how FaZe are going to be doing with the objectives throughout this series. You'd expect them to be able to get a plant down on the bottom floor. NIP were able to get a plant down on one of their 2 bottom floor attacks, and so this would probably be where you see it. Again, it doesn't matter too much, I suppose, as long as they're winning the rounds, but I don't think you can reliably count on Handy getting 3 kills on the main stairs every time you attack that bomb site. There's going to be somebody who's able to shoot back at some point on the side of NIP.
Bit of a longer break as we get everybody back in. No ETA yet. I don't know what afflicted FaZe Clan and why they all decided to leave the lobby at roughly the same time. I think it was Souls who disconnected first, but my memory is a bit spotty.
Yeah, it definitely...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, it definitely was Souls who disconnected first, and I'm watching the clean feed, the admin feed, Parker. Every FaZe player is back in the lobby except Souls, so it might be something with his equipment or something that's going wrong at the moment.
I'd like to remind people that we are a rebroadcast of the SA League. The primary broadcast is done down in Brazil, casted in Portuguese, and done by the very capable and frankly incredibly talented staff that we have down there, especially the casters. I don't like hearing my own voice. I know that might sound strange for this job, but getting to listen to all of the duos that they have in Brazil is really quite a treat for these games. So we are often at the mercy of whatever the main broadcast does, just as all the other rebroadcasts are the same when we're working either the EML or the NA League or even the APL. Just because, well, the primary broadcast will be running either out of the Copenhagen studio or the Nerd Street studio or is it Rec? Or Fortress, is it? Over in Australia? I forgot the name of the one company that does it. I think it's It's Mannix Company, isn't it?
You're asking the wrong person, Parker. I exclusively watch OCE through Tom J. Sherlock clips on Twitter.
He streamed for 24 hours the other day.
I know, right?
Tom J. Sherlock is a nice guy, and what I'm about to say I know that to most people this is going to sound like an insult, but I know that if Tom hears this, he's going to take it as a compliment. Tom has no regard for his life. Tom is solely interested in being a non-stop content machine, and that is his life. That is where his focus is. All around, just an incredible guy, especially if you meet him in real life, but boy, oh boy, does that man, he really puts in the work when he streams. So I enjoy watching him. Obviously, we can't watch him when we're casting the matches, but as much as I don't really watch Twitch streams these days, he's always an enjoyable view. So credit to Tom J. Sherlock for all the co-streams he does, and frankly, not just him, but all the other co-streamers too. They really do bring this community to life. If you don't feel like watching the main broadcast, it's always maybe a little comfier to watch it with somebody like Fett or Mint or Tom J. Sherlock, etc. Just as I name a couple of them. We've got everybody back in the lobby. This is cause for celebration. W's in the chat, please. And off to the races we will go. We are still on map 1, NIP. Currently in the lead. It is their map choice, so that is a good position to be in, but there is still possibility for FaZe Clan to come back and win it.
And so when we have a rehost of the lobby, as we just did, the previous round gets completely erased. There is no restrictions on what can happen in the round once you remake it. And because of that, NIP have actually changed their mind on what bomb site they want to defend. They had initially selected the basement bomb site, and I'd said, you know what, maybe we can see a plant from FaZe Clan, but they're going to swap things up. They're going to go to the top floor instead, which is another bomb site that they were unsuccessful in holding. Of course, they lost rounds 7 and 8, both in the basement and up above, but maybe going to feel a little bit more confident on a defense like this. They've changed up a few important operators on their lineup, most notably bringing in the Clash on the side of Wizard. I think Clash can be an exceptionally strong operator on this bomb site. We've seen Nade from Furia play some really strong Clash rounds on this site, just over towards Janitor, over towards Stock. If that doesn't end up being where the push comes out, instead you sometimes see that Clash get rotated over towards Elevator and the Kanto wall, which is currently being opened up right now by Vidiking. I expect we might see a bit of that rotation come in soon, as that looks like where the push is coming, but now FaZe rotate over to the CEO side, so you don't want to be too hasty on these things.
I dare you to come closer. I dare.
There's the beachhead there for the defenders, as Wizard will be rocking the Clash. Every rehost, it moves the names around, and I rely so much on just like visual reference. I don't know if you do that, but Wizard used to be towards the left side, and Hates was on the far right, where Wizard is now, and Fantasy was on the very far left, and
I believe it's based on the order they join the lobby, so it's always going to be shuffled around when there's a rehost, unfortunately. But I also find that frustrating.
Thank you.
I feel your pain.
Thank you for sharing in my misery.
90 seconds in, Parker, and there hasn't been a whole lot of work done other than these Flores drones coming through. Wizard is not really finding a whole lot over here either, just checking outside of Stock, and you got to start thinking if you're FaZe Clan, well, where's the go button, right? At what point is this going to start getting kind of crazy? Cyber and Hates are actually very close towards the bottom of Square, but Cyber finds Fantasy instead for the opening pick. Could prompt Hates to make a move. Again, he's just below Cyber's feet, but at the moment, Hates is just biding his time, playing this very cautiously.
I mean, not ideal for NIP to lose the first pick, but this is territory they have been on before and been in before. This Clash can count as 2 operators. The Shield is 1 operator, the Clash is another. Cyber already off to a great start. That's what you like to see from FaZe Clan. They're about to hit the 30-second mark. 9 players still alive. Make that 8. NIP gets on the board. Down goes Souls. Vidiking will join shortly thereafter. And a bit of sloppiness on the Cyber, but Hate still gets the down all the same. Not before FaZe can find 2 quick kills of their own. Andy now suffering through it. Walking up to the bomb chassis, finding a bit of salvation, as now KDS will take up space in front of him with diffuser in his hands. Handy watching over top. A single bullet will fell Handy, and there we go. Wizard gets him down. KDS pulling off the successful plant. The Clashes run outside. Hates aiming for a distraction. KDS will now have time to get the Dokkaebi of Handy up, as Wizard will have his hands full with this FaZe Clan. Nip had an opportunity to go to match point, but it sure looks like we're going to go the distance. Unless Wizard can pull off quite the clutch, they'll take an act of magic. KDS and Handy both on the same HP. A single bullet from that SMG will fell them, but now outside on an upside down rappel with the clock continuing to tick away. No chance that Wizard emerges from this successful. It will come to pass. FaZe Clan picking him off. A great post plant as they assert themselves. Prevent a retake from Nip as they were all stacked up by square stairs, spiral or square skylight. And that'll be it on that round. FaZe Clan are just an unshakable team, and we've got all 12 rounds of regulation ahead of us. Winner of this round goes to match point.
It's honestly a cool little push coming through from FaZe Clan. It was very much mostly focused on the square side of the map. You had Cyber up there. You had a couple players pushing towards Stock. I know Souls was that side of the map. Vidiking as well. You had a lot of pressure over towards CEO, over towards top square. But the one player that was not with the rest of the team was Handy. Slowly, he lurked up the lobby stairs. He got kind of a pinch going on that side of the map. And KDS was the one with the defuse kit. Rare to see him playing the objective, but he was the one that had it swung into CEO window. And instead of grouping up with his teammates over towards Square, who were frankly not having a good time, being pinched by a castle down below, being stared at by a clash, he just said, screw it. I'm going to back off a little bit. I'm going to go play with Handy, who has actually found a lot of success taking down, I believe it was Pino on the Echo over towards the lobby side. Ended up with two kind of separate fights on the map. The square side was won by NIP. The lobby side was won by FaZe Clan, but all you need is one of those sides. As long as you're able to get the plant down, put the diffuser on the ground, that's going to be exactly what you need. Nice objective focus from FaZe Clan. We were waiting to see that happen. We were looking for their first plant, and they'll get it in round number 10.
Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. These teams will go. Almost identical round swaps and victors in the second half as we saw in the first. Nip won rounds 1 and 2. FaZe won the first 2 rounds of the second half. Then they swap. FaZe wins round 3. Nip wins round 9. And we swap right back. If this is the case, we will go to OT. FaZe Clan will take 4 of these rounds on this second half, if that's the case. And then, of course, we will need extra innings to settle this. Suppose, just as we saw in matches across all regions and even earlier in the W7M Furia game in map number 1, the competitiveness of FaZe on Nip's map is not particularly ideal for Nip's long-term strategies here. If Nip are unable to win this, things are going to get real grim going to FaZe's pick of Consulate next. And well, Nip on a very critical round. They could potentially give up match point to FaZe Clan. They've lost Cons on the side of the Ninjas.
And they'll lose Fantasy as well. Big pick from Souls on the Habana is going to make this Rome game just fall to pieces. Pino is the last player who's really in an aggressive spot. He's just the top of server stairs, though, playing the SAS operator with the shotgun. So you've got yourself into a bit of a hole now, NIP. That Rome clear was perfect from FaZe. That's a good aggressive move from Pino. Starts to equalize things, and frankly, it could be good for 1 or 2 more. He's playing server stairs, Parker. This is a power position. Souls should be able to get the hatch open at some point, which provides a second dimension to try to clear out Pino. But until that happens, Pino is a devastating threat that they need to find some way around. Wizard looking for picks as well, top of main stairs. The time also a big threat. 45 seconds left for FaZe Clan to find an angle.
Flashes will go now as Pino watches the top of blue stairs, hunted down by that death mark, slaughtered by Souls. FaZe Clan just a running riot at the moment. You've still got the yokais up of Wizard, or at least you hope that that's the case. As now Hates is prone and watches the Deimos drop. He lets his teammate die. He watches Cyber drop. Cyber slaughters Wizard. And Hates shows a bit of reluctance to engage, but the fate will be the same for him. My goodness, Cyber, Mr. Second Half at the moment, making up for lost time. And the slow start that he had through the first 4 rounds, make no mistake, he is a tremendous player and he will not be held off the score sheet for that long again. FaZe Clan move to map point on Nip's map.
Devastating spot to be in if you're NIP. Cyber just really ran rampant on the top floor, able to get that entry pick. It was a critical one, playing on that Deimos. You clear out Cons, who was on the top floor. It wasn't initially a top floor roam from Cons. He crept up the main stairs, hoping that he would be able to catch off guard Cyber. it was kind of interesting with the death marks in that round. Cyber's initial track went on to Hates, who was playing open area. And so you might think, okay, well, he's tracking my teammate in open area. Maybe I can sneak up these main stairs and catch Cyber off guard. But Parker, many players across the globe have tried to catch Cyber off guard, and very few of them have been successful. He shuts that down for the opening pick. They also clean up Fantasy, who has yet to find a frag since the rehost. And without a man advantage, just didn't feel like NIP were able to hold on to that bomb site. Now they're in a deficit. They have to go to this open area site. The only site that they were able to win on the first set of rotations, and I guess that means it's the only site that they've been able to win, period, on the defensive side. A lot riding on this one. Consulate up next is not going to favor you. Maybe you'll get a favorable side start, but no matter what, you're going up against the world champions. You never want to go down 1-0 when you start your map pick.
Yeah, I mean, just go back to matchup number 1 and ask W7M how that turned out for them, right?
Yeah.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
You ever notice that NIP's color scheme is exactly the same as the SA League's color scheme? Really makes you think, doesn't it?
What does it make you think about, Parker?
Well, it makes me think of the global cabal of ninjas who control every aspect of esports, and then the manufacturers of pajamas, big pajama, some would even say, going even further to extend their influence. Basically, that the SA League is bought and paid for by both ninjas and pajamas manufacturers. Isn't that crazy, Jesse?
Yeah, okay. I'm really looking at Fantasy for the one ninja that's going to have the biggest impact in this round. His Mozzie drone was honestly instrumental in helping them win their last open area defense. He's not really in a position to stop the push as it's being set up for at the moment. FaZe Clan have brought a ton of smokes. They brought the Glads and they brought Vidiking on the shield. This is likely going to be a very direct and potentially fast push through the bottom of Square, trying to get their way into Cafeteria. It'll be critical that Wizard can get a couple of picks if that does end up being the play. Top floor, I guess, is still an option, and if they do go this direction, Hates might be the one to find contact first.
And you will be correct! Not just with 1, but 2. FaZe Clan now looking like the only way out is through overtime, as Hates cannot be rebuffed from his position. Still hanging on upstairs inside of trading. KDS is hoping for the move. Hates is sitting on that hatch, though, and if that hatch is open, he can drop without anybody on FaZe being any the wiser.
The problem is he has the defuse kit, Parker. They have to clear him out, and they don't have really the util to do it. They've got a couple dimensions, and he finally does fall as he takes some body shots. So mission accomplished, I guess, but you're still extremely worried about the top floor. You don't know that it's fully cleared at this point. They've all fallen off of it. NIP will get to waste even more time for free, and you're really going to be sitting ducks outside the site. Goyo canisters start to get popped off now. NIP hoping to get some pick through the smoke, but FaZe-War, I should say. NIP are giving him nothing.
I mean, this is a stalwart defense now from the ninjas. Don't have a lot of tools available on the side of FaZe, and not many that will have much of an impact on this bomb site either. Souls is desperate for somebody on NIP to make a move, but look at that. They are just so patient, so disciplined. All tucked into their various corners. Now FaZe will trickle into the bomb site over the next 30 seconds. Maybe barging their way in, but either way, it is a slaughter. Ninjas in pajamas cutting through this FaZe Clan team. Souls emerging from electrical, but it's a flawless round for NIP if they get him, and they'll do just that. Not a single kill for FaZe with the match on the line. 2 more rounds needed now as we go into overtime.
Oh boy, Parker, this game couldn't be any closer, and it all gets here thanks to that massive 2K entry coming out from Hates. Playing just inside of stock. He's been the best defensive player in the South America League so far. A 1.75 defensive KDR from him. He's really come alive on this second half, and I think that's exactly what NIP were hoping to see out of him on the defense. Playing that Ella, and this is an operator who's really seen her pick rate skyrocket over the last, I would say, year or so. It's one of the top 5 operators Hates has been playing so far this stage, and I just think it all comes down to how good she is at countering shields. The Grismont obviously really effective at moving the shield out of the way so that you can get a shield if they are aggressing into you, but even if they aren't affected by that Ella mine, the rapid rate of fire from the Scorpion, the fact that you can hit fire around the shield, find an angle to the left or the right, has been extremely effective at stopping a lot of these Blitz and Blackbeard players that we've seen throughout the SAL league and throughout other leagues around the world too. It's honestly been really fun to see Ela creep her way back into the meta, despite the fact that she didn't really get any massive buffs to help this along. It's just been a response to the rise in shield play that has been so prevalent over the last 2 years.
FaZe Clan, one of the OG teams that rocked those shields way back in the day. It's nice to see them still matching up to the meta. I've referred to them as meta breakers before because FaZe Clan really do not march with the beat of everybody else's drums. They make their own pace, they make their own luck, they make their own meta. Obviously with the Blitz or with the Monty band, Blitz is an option, Blackbeard an option too, but FaZe goes with things that are a bit more routine. For a long period of time, they were also one of the only teams reliably running the 2 recruits. Striker in particular being a staple on attack for them. He's still an operator that is in their wheelhouse, but admittedly not as often as we used to see. Things do change. New operators present themselves. Nip has been loving this Clash-heavy lineup, bringing the 2 round most rounds, bringing a Clash most rounds. You can keep walls closed. You can find the location of your opponents and you can slow them down, and speed is the name of the game. Nip will be able to make you stumble with multiple operators.
Very odd to not see them go open area because that was the only bomb site they won in regulation. They're going to go top floor, Parker, and this is the bomb site that they went 0 for 2 on, so bit of a bold choice to be honest with you, but presents some new challenges for FaZe Clan to deal with. Already this top square push is going about as it did previously, with Cyber retaking his position on the Deimos, stared at by Wizard on the Clash. This is very similar to what we saw previously in Fantasy, a really long angle. He doesn't hit the shot, but Cons will. That's the SMG-11 to find ahead of Cyber.
Nip starting to warm up right when you need them. They've had a tenuous grasp on this match, despite it being their home soil. They've had some serious struggles. FaZe Clan getting knocked over with every engagement. It's Fantasy who's collecting these kills. Souls on the board, so FaZe Clan does have some life in them, but they are running out of time and they are running out of bodies to throw at this problem. Right now, FaZe Clan will continue their assault over towards Skylight. A nice shot by Souls, and he'll make it a triple, baby! A quad to be had, firing away in the smoke, doing serious damage to Hates, but Nip endures for the time being. They'll have to thwart Vidaking. Down goes Handy. 1 pick for Ninjas in Pajamas. Vidaking bails off. Souls with the quad. Looking for them all. Him and Vidaking in the shootout for it. Pino says no ace to be had. Firing away. Surely FaZe Clan still win the round, though. Yes, they will. Vidaking stands tall. A huge play from FaZe. And it's the captain and the leader of the team to get the final pick to push FaZe Clan to match point.
And that is a ridiculous set of events to come through. Soul's not the guy you often expect to see popping off at the top of the scoreboard for FaZe, but he's the one who shines the brightest today. Massive 1v1 from Vidaking to follow that up, and I really think Souls has just given life back to FaZe Clan, leading 7-6 on their on their opponent's map pick. And let me tell you, Parker, the performance of Souls has been a huge bellwether for FaZe Clan's success as a team as a whole. For the last 22 maps in the South America League, every time FaZe Clan have played a game, if Souls has finished the match with a positive EPS, FaZe Clan have won the map. If Souls has had a negative EPS that is under 100 EPS, FaZe Clan have lost the map. That goes all the way back to stage 1 here in their domestic competitions. Souls, maybe not the biggest fragger on FaZe, but always seems to be performing and always seems to be the guy you can look at to tell, okay, is this going to go well or not? With that 4K, Souls will jump up to be the highest rated player, the biggest EPS in the server. If somehow FaZe Clan lose this, it'll break a 22 map streak where Souls has always defined who wins and who loses.
God, the countless green rooms that we sat in having to listen to our good friend Harry Demo, for those that don't know his real name, Glaze Souls. Fine, I'll use the word glaze. Just constantly, oh, best support player in the world, most consistent player in the world, etc. Look, Harry, I love you. And there were times where I wouldn't actually disagree with that assessment. But I just have such like a visceral reaction when people talk about how good Souls is, because it always just reminds me of having to hear him talk about it over and over and over again. Kind of like you talking about Connor McDavid. Just fills me with rage and anger.
Race of all time.
Okay, see exactly what I'm talking about. Souls so consistent, though. A valiant effort from everybody on this team, and now Souls will get to defend. We'll see what he can do as a support player with those gas canisters in pocket. KDS, a very frontward attack here from Nip as they chase off the defender. But Handy is still there for backup, and he's yet to be droned. Nope, the jig is up. But he's hanging on, Jesse.
Yeah, commits the Goyo to this. I can't imagine he takes a gunfight, especially if he hears the shield of Cons walking his direction. The second he sees this, he'll be out the hatch, and there he goes, safely retreating back to the site. I like this. You know, the couple times we've seen FaZe Clan defend this bomb site, they've gone for a pretty roam-heavy strategies. They've lost a lot of bodies on this mid-floor, and it's never really gone well for them, Parker. They've really struggled to defend this bomb site. Now they're going to find all 5 players alive in sight. We're going to have a chaotic 5v5 execute in the dying 30 seconds of this round, and you have to imagine that favors FaZe Clan. 2 Nitro Cells being held by Vidaking and Cyber, 3 Toxic Babes in the pocket of Souls. You're going to have these Goyo canisters, which might get popped by the fuse, might not. It's really anybody's guess. Plus long-range guns being held as well. This is a really good opportunity for FaZe Clan to lock down the game. NIP desperate to find some kind of an opening pick, but they are being offered nothing with less than 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think your assessment and your read is absolutely correct, but at the same time, this is good timing from Nip. They've been able to pick away at most of these Goyo canisters, expending a lot of this utility stacked up by FaZe Clan. You've still got 2 gas canisters left with 30 seconds on the clock, so you're not going to be able to wait all of it out. So where do you go? You're going to have to hot drop right into the middle of the bomb site, and this is a very onerous task. Cons finding some protection in the corner. Senzwall's blocking line of sight. KDS attempting to swing out. He finds it, gets the kill, as does Handy. Diffuser gets planted, though, so the job for FaZe gets eminently more difficult. A 4v3 favoring FaZe for the time being, but they will have to deal with these 3 players of Nip who now have top floor control. The retake will be had. That looks like a double up from FaZe Clan. Pino has his work cut out for him. Down goes Handy. FaZe suffering through this. Nip locking them out. It was a bit too slow to retake the site. Nitro Cell goes up. A great read by Pino to shut it down. Nobody on the case. And FaZe Clan get devoured by Nip. What a read by Ninjas in Pajamas. Jesse, you said all the things working for FaZe Clan. You talked about how many things were going right for FaZe. And then I step in and address the fact that Nip is beating the clock. Despite that, the 2 gas canisters proved to be too much of an obstacle for them to overcome. So what does Nip do? They go upstairs, they take hatch control, they use the Sens wall so effectively the fuse gets down, gets diffuser off right in the nick of time. And then they end up locking out FaZe for the remainder of the round. Excellent stuff from Nip.
It's unfortunate they can't get that plant denied. The smoke is just a little bit too late, and there's still so many resources. 2 Nitro Cells in their pockets didn't get tossed out until the plant was over. An Impact still in the pocket didn't get tossed out until the plant was over. The last Toxic Babe even not going out until it was too late for the plant to come through. KDS was desperately trying to stop the plant, sprinting through his teammate's smoke to stop the guy putting the defuse kit on the ground, but it was too little too late. He ended up getting downed by those Toxic Babes and finished off by the opponents. It was a real blunder by FaZe Clan. They had everything going for them, but they found the gap on the side of NIP. The Sens wall was honestly critical coming through from Wizard. Really well placed to not allow FaZe Clan to know where the plant was going down. It's really awkward when that happens because you just kind of have to guess where you're going to toss those Nitros, where you're going to toss those Toxic Babes, where might that plant be going down. And I think in the chaos, they just didn't quite catch that. A disappointing one to lose if you're FaZe, and now you've got to do it on the offensive side. Open area, I have to imagine, would be the choice. Indeed, that does get confirmed by NIP. They are avoiding the basement at all costs, as it's been extremely attacker-sided so far today. Trying to play open, successfully defending this both times they went here. What are FaZe Clan going to do to finally find an opening to this site? Well, We're going to rely on Handy with the Blackbeard, doing everything he can for the first time on this site, bringing the operator.
Throwing frag grenade!
Sets us up very well for the second map, by the way. Consulate is on deck no matter what. Clubhouse will be the tiebreaker if it's needed. Honestly, with the way this map has gone, I have some thoughts that might be at odds with one another. Nip being able to rise up against a historical team like FaZe Clan, very good. Though it is Nip's map, they shouldn't be in round 15. They should have cleared this without going to overtime. Alas, that's where they are at right now. They lose Hates. So FaZe Clan now with a golden opportunity to take this map away from Ninjas in Pajamas. Pons almost lost his life just a couple seconds ago too, Jesse, as he takes quite a serious bit of damage. Now he will duel with Cyber and walk away with the win. But the Blackbeard of Handy was there. A bit confusing that FaZe let Cons slip through their fingers.
90 seconds left. Handy starts to make his way in towards Tellers. There is a player in here. Got to watch out for this. Backs off, so you're not going to get into an initial engagement. Fantasy still in the basement. Watch out for that potential flank late round. Could go main stairs, could go up the blue stairs as well. King's still top floor, so you got to be wondering where is he going to bring this defuse kit. Stock hatch would be traditional, but if they don't have the control, he could drop down into admin instead. Could just rotate square. Lots of options still for the attackers. And they get a big loss as Pino finds Handy in the midst of this round before the push can even begin.
There go the smokes. FaZe Clan now on their heels. A drop in. Khan still living in the midst of the smoke. KDS will take him out, trying to get out of the bomb site. He does not clear. King drops in, though, and will have to do it all by himself. Fantasy and Pino, last man standing. Fantasy now compelled into action as it's King and him in a 1v1. Souls unreachable at this point in time. Inside a small office, King playing the bomb chassis. Fantasy will hear that. Creeping out, Nitro Cell will go, and King saves the day! At the last second, FaZe snipe the map away from Nip and go up 1-0 onto their own map. One map away from a spot at the Munich Major.
Unbelievable clutch coming through from King. He beats out the young gunner on NIP, the best player that they've had through the stage so far, and he's managing to win it out. Man, FaZe Clan, what a finish that was. It takes all 15 rounds, but they are rewarded with their opponent's map pick. It took some scrappy, messy gameplay, Parker, but in the end, they're the better team, and they handle the pressure in a way that NIP just could not.
I don't even know what to say after a close bout like that. We had a couple tech issues, so that map ended up taking like well over an hour of our time, and we could have 2 more, Jesse. 2 more of those maps, please. Give them to me, especially if they go all 15 rounds. But before we get ahead of ourselves, we are guaranteed 1 more map. FaZe Clan up 1-0, about to go to their own map after the break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
What an incredibly close first map here in the second best of 3 for the day, but FaZe eventually take up NIP's map pick, and what a way to do it as well at the final round with that incredible clutch ollie from VODs. Again, we're seeing these clutches at the final round, and it's heartbreaking for the enemy team.
It really is, isn't it? And VODs was a player that we highlighted going into this matchup, and I think he's delivered and then some. Obviously, a huge 3K to win the game overall in that last round of overtime, but over the course of the fixture, did incredibly well. Ended up 11-9, +2 on the entry as well, and with an 80% cost. So that's what we were asking for, wasn't it? We were saying who's going to be the difference maker today on that FaZe clan side, because when we do see a little bit of a lackluster performance from a couple of individuals, it doesn't really work out. Today, I feel like everybody was there, and to have VODs at the top of his game certainly helped them in what was a very, very close game, and we could just as easily be sat here praising NIP, but they just didn't have it today. And I think that it came down to, in part, a lack of individual performance, where we saw VODs really stepping up, someone that we look toward on this side of NIP to play well in these big games, in these big moments, is a player like Fancy, and I really feel like he went missing today.
That is definitely the biggest issue, Ollie, is just for the simple fact we highlighted. One, we need to see VODs be able to step up in that frag department. Absolutely delivered. And like you said, 80% cost on the side of NIP Fantasy, their entry fragger. Not bad in KD, 8-11. That's nothing bad, but 0-3 on entry. He's the third highest rated in all of SAL, going +14 on those opening engagements. Not being able to have any impact in this game, I mean, I would definitely contribute to the reason why they struggled in so many of these rounds, whether it be an attack or defense, because you can clearly see all 15 rounds, only 5 of those rounds weren't converted into rounds won from both sides of both FaZe and NIP. So if we're going into this next map for Consulate, we have to see Fantasy be able to come alive, because everyone else was doing their part and doing their job just like they needed to. It really just came down to Fantasy not being able to find his stride, or more so, just FaZe doing a very good job at not letting Fantasy feel comfortable in any scenario in those opening engagements.
It's right what you're mentioning about Fancy. He's currently in the top 5 of best entry engagements of the SAL, but if he's not able to find that kind of ground on the map, like a map like Bank, to really get the entry going for your team, you're gonna have these really difficult moments. I think when we were talking about this game, when the game was happening, Ollie, you said it was a more typical game of Siege where there are multi-kills happening, but not as many as we usually see them. But when they do happen, they have a big impact on the team.
It was beautifully balanced, wasn't it? NIP play a really exciting brand of Siege for me at the moment, and that is a plant-focused game on the attack. They were able to get the plant down in 3 of their 6 attacking rounds, and they were able to win 4 of those 6 attacking rounds, coming out at a 4-2 split. Getting the plant down in Siege, it's fundamental to me to seeing a good game, because that's when you get those exciting moments of players getting plants down. Are they going to get a counter defuse off? And we saw a little bit of that mini game happening in that final round, with Fancy getting baited in to throw that C4 a little bit too deep, as VODs had already started the baiting process himself of putting that kit down. Now, the multi-kills did happen, but not on the same scale as we are kind of used to seeing, to be honest. Not only here in SAL, but also from where me and Lax spend a lot of our time inside of the NAL. Well, the multi-kills this time were mainly on the side of FaZe. Handy, Cyber, Souls, and VODs all getting involved there. So quite an equal spread. And they were necessary to win the round. Let's not forget. these were rounds that they weren't clear cut by any stretch of the imagination, and because of the solid nature in which we see NIP be able to operate, they weren't relying on them. Their win condition was get the plant down when they were attacking. When it came to FaZe on the attack, sometimes their win condition was to get the kills because they only actually got the diffuser down in one of those rounds.
You know, when I look at NIP's defense, and I was questioning this, and I'm questioning it even now, is you understand your opponent. You understand the types of plays they're trying to make. Why not take advantage of using a Valkyrie on top of having the Echo, on top of having the Clash, and just having that information at your disposal when you know FaZe Clan only ran IQ on the very last round? You could have taken full advantage, especially with how big that map is. And I said this and we all laughed. I understand why Bank is a heavily attacker-sided favorite map, because no one knows how to sit still on defense on either side. Everyone wants to play aggressive, but I think you have to play into the map's nature. And with such a big map, you should play into that intel. Now we're moving to a map like Consulate, where it's a lot smaller, it's a lot tight, there's not a lot of wiggle room. So this is where you should double up in certain scenarios, bring in the Clash, stop in the entry, falling back, and not swinging, not taking these ridiculous engagements. Fight for the control and slowly dwindle down that time. But unfortunately, that's not in NIP's favor here, because they're going to be starting on attack. I mean, no, they are going to be starting on defense. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So it's really going to be imperative for them to be able to slow down the FaZe attack.
Yes, but given how, I guess, defensive favored Consulate has been in its recent nature, I feel like that could be a good way for NIP to bounce back, right? We talked a lot about how this game is going to be won, who's going to win it, and the big chance of a team, if they win that first map, to then also take the second map. So the pressure really is on here for NIP to make sure they bounce back and keep themselves alive in this major fight. We're going to go up to Consulate. It is a FaZe's map pick. We're sending it back to the casters. Please take it away.
Well, thank you so very much. I am very eager to see how this one unfolds, Jesse. FaZe Clan on their own map. Now, up 1-0. Does NIP stand a chance? The Desk are big NIP fans. Whether you're a fan or not, do you think there is a chance here? Do we go to a third map, or do we repeat what happened in our very first match, where the team that won map 1 won the second as well?
I think NIP have a much better chance on map 2 than W7M did on their map 2, because unlike when we saw our first game and Furia were going to a map they absolutely dominated on, I think that FaZe Clan are not historically that crazy good on Consulate. They've only played it twice this season, and the opponents they played it against were a tier 2 team in Brazil, who I won't play it against, because I won't try to pronounce, because I feel like I'm going to butcher it, and FearX, who, you know, it's FearX. They won 7-0, 7-1. Great scorelines, I guess, but it just feels like FaZe Clan have not been as dominant on this map as what we've seen from them on other maps. I'm a little surprised to see it come out. It probably means it's a pocket strat, and NIP won't know what to expect coming into this, and FaZe will be mostly ready for it. But even still, I think there is some hope here for Ninjas in Pajamas. They start defensive side. They're the best defensive team in the South America League, so certainly they have the tools to win this map against FaZe. It's just going to be a matter of what do FaZe Clan look like on the map, because we haven't really seen them a whole lot.
I think one thing we can say is that irrespective of the end result of this map, it won't be as lopsided as that W7M Furia map 2 was just a couple hours ago. I feel like that's something that you and I, natural enemies, can agree upon.
You know, in the spirit of Canadian Thanksgiving, I will agree. I will agree today. I will broker a peace.
That's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. And I will now give thanks to you for being oh so nice. Consulate is upon us. Jesse, operator bans coming in. No Monty will be available. Azami also taken off of the board. Feel free to give your thoughts before the next two are locked in. Will this be a Ying ban? Potentially Blackbeard? Will it be a Kaid ban? We're looking at Warden and Deimos. All right.
I really liked when you said give your thoughts before the next two, and then you didn't let me give any thoughts before the next two.
Yeah, that was the joke.
I was about to predict a Deimos and Warden 100% guaranteed to come through for this. Again, it's really hard without any data on FaZe Clan to know what they like to play on this map. So NIP, I think, just kind of shooting in the dark, hoping that there might be some Deimos and Monty play that were in the plans for FaZe Clan. Certainly popular operators that we see them play quite a bit. Vidaking on that Monty in particular, something that we know that they are fond of. For FaZe Clan, they'll take away the Azami. That's going to be pretty targeted towards Fantasy. On this top floor in particular, Fantasy really likes rocking the Azami. So removing that away from him might make him a little bit weaker on this first half when you're playing on the defense. He was the best player for NIP throughout the group stage, but in that first map, the desk highlighted it, he really did not show up to the standard that we were wanting. Lowest rated player on NIP on Banks. So we're hoping to see a bounce back game for Fantasy. It will have to be without the Azami. Warden, a rare operator relatively on this map, but we see it from Cons every now and again. We see it from Pino as well.
Jesse, you might need to give me a couple seconds. My cat decided to walk into the office and then close the door, so I'm assuming he's got a big business meeting for me here, but that's where you were supposed to take over because I was gonna, that was a whole part of the bit, but then you didn't do it, which is terrific. Thank you for following up on that one.
You ended with a but. What do you mean I'm supposed to jump in?
Oh, here we go with the ... again. When I go so ... thoughts trail off.
This one's not on me. You end with a but. I'm waiting for your response.
I can sit here and not talk all day.
And you lose the game of chicken, just as I suspected.
Damn it!
These Surya gates are going to be a real problem for FaZe Clan to try to get past Fantasy. Despite not having the Azami, has other ways of keeping you from walking through these doorways. Admin side take this time around, which has been, I would say, the more popular of the two takes that you tend to see on this map, rather than going CEO side and trying to get a plant in just through the window. The Blackbeard, the Sens, the Capitao, they've got so many good tools to make this work. The idea of the Sens is to block off the sight line so that you don't have to fight both the players at the top of Spiral and also coming around the meeting side of the map all together. Expect Cyber to toss that Sens wall either through the door or maybe even just through the drone hole, which can give them a lot of opportunities. Pressure towards Spiral as well. It's going to make this a bit tight for NIP as the angles start to enclose around them.
First pick conversion was mostly successful. 2/3 of all the opening picks resulted in a 1 round in the previous map. Now things change map by map. Consulate, unlike Bank, is a defender-sided map, so expect the defenders to have an immediate leg up. That will help Nip, who get the first pick, but then immediately trade it back. So they get that opening kill, but it doesn't really accomplish all that much, especially as there'd been a utility dump from KDS. FaZe marching their way towards this bomb site, Jesse, with 50 seconds, now 45 seconds on the clock.
Lots of util from FaZe too. Still 2 of those firebolts. Those are going to be thrown right towards Pino. He's about to burn alive. His soul's going to get that through the cafeteria gap. There it goes. Does it spread enough to force him into the waiting arms of Handy? Well, Vidaking will take it instead. Now this opens things up for a plant.
3v3. Everybody taking some damage at this moment, except for Cons, who sits at full HP. Andy looking for an opportunity to get Diffuser down. Maybe a window's been had as Hates creeps up, but they just keep getting fed into this FaZe machine. Cons engaging, though, and he's turned it into a 1v1. Handy was not able to get the Diffuser down, Jesse. He'll go hunting for frags, and Cons will play keep away. How on earth did FaZe fail at that attempt? It seemed like everything was working in their favor. That's when you just gotta win. Nip will take round number 1.
Parker, that's an issue in trust and nothing else. Handy 1000% should have had a plant there. There was really every angle in the world was being watched for him. You know, he had both Cyber and Vidaking playing the Overwatch, making sure that he was going to be safe to put that on the ground. There was a player pushing up. Hates was threatening to stop that plant, but the coverage was good. Vidaking stopped him from doing just that. Cons was across the map. Handy had the opportunity to finish, but he pulls off. He doesn't trust in his teammates to watch for him, and that ends up biting him in the end. That was such a beautiful push from FaZe Clan right up until the last moment. It felt like every attacking operator got value out of their kit. The Capitao bolt to get space in towards the breach, right? Being able to force out the smoke. Good Sens walls coming out. We saw massive pings being played out by the Grim. Every bit of utility that FaZe Clan brought was working their way, and then Handy just doesn't stick it in the end. I think the nerves of this situation, Parker, maybe getting to them a little bit. Yes, maybe it's their map pick, maybe they're up 1-0 in the series, but it's still a game for the major at the end of the day. It matters a lot that you can close out this game.
These two teams so evenly matched, even though they didn't sit side by side in the standings. I've liked this resurgence of the NIP team and the staying power of FaZe. It provides a familiar face with a new foe for most of these viewers. After Bank went all 15 rounds, there must be some fatigue that's starting to set in here on these teams. Still middle of the day, though, in Brazil. Getting closer to the evening hour, but we are in no jeopardy of this being a late day for the players. So I'm assuming they will be quite well rested, and they all seem to be in pretty good spirits. All of these teams now competing side by side in team houses or team facilities, as is pretty commonplace in Brazil. Overall, the numbers looked really good for NIP in that first round. The clutch, the opening pick, everything. Cons was terrific. Not just clutching the 1v3, but also get that opening pick. A terrific performance for most players, but Cons is a name that doesn't come up all that often for Ninjas in Pajamas. With the players that they have on the team, stands to reason, especially with Hates and Fantasy sucking up a lot of the air. More performances like that from Cons, and NIP will continue to ride this high.
Handy had the defuse kit round 1. Cyber will have it here, but that allows Handy to start fragging. He takes down Wizard on the top floor. Not really a top floor clear, but as they're getting these kills, it might turn into one. They wanted to just watch for it to stop the plant, but that's going to be a big problem. Cyber and Vidiking go down that mid floor right as Handy falls, leaving Souls and KDS in the 2v3. They don't have good top floor control. It's still being held by Pino and Hates. KDS all alone up here is hunting for these players, but he has no clue where they're at. You can't imagine it's going to go so well for him. Souls might get a vert pick. That could be huge. But they still don't have the defuse kit. It's being watched very heavily by Cons just playing in the lobby.
It's a familiar predicament that FaZe found themselves in. Cons still upright, finding 1 kill so far this round. He can stat pad if he wants. Another 3K, perhaps. Which player says no to that? There's another for Cons as he finds a double. This cannot be slowed down at this point. Now it's KDS under fire from Hates, and Cons finds himself in a position where you'll have to clutch again, Jesse. KDS on limited HP, and Cons will now charge his way across the map. KDS falling off, missing a golden opportunity. I honestly think KDS could have stuck that, but the call was made for him to bail off of the plant, and now Cons will attempt to get him off of it yet again. And Cons wins the engagement. FaZe, what are you doing? 2 rounds in a row where Cons should not have been given an opportunity to flourish. They suffer the same fate in round 2 as they did in round 1. That has to be an emotional breaker of a round. 2-0 for NIP.
Back-to-back clutches from the captain of NIP. Cons, a brilliant couple of rounds to start things off on the defensive side of Consulate. This guy turned 24 just last week, and he's hoping to make it back to his first major since the Atlanta major back in, I think it was 2023. It's been a while since he and NIP have found success on the international stage, but now it looks like it's all coming together. Brilliant couple of defensive rounds coming through from him. Wasn't finding a lot of successful clutches in the group stage, if we're being brutally honest. Only winning 10% of his attempted clutches through the first 9 playdays of the league, but none of that matters. It was enough to get them into the top spot at playoffs. Now here in the upper semifinals up against FaZe Clan, it has made all the difference in the world. It's only 2-0. Things could still go sideways, and frankly, it's Consulate defense. You're kind of expecting more dominant round wins than that, but at the end of the day, 2 wins is 2 wins, and NIP should be feeling really ecstatic. 6-0 is the stat line of their captain.
Talk about a great start for NIP, but talk about a great start for Cons. Only player on NIP yet to die as he's clutched 2 rounds in a row. Sustainability was something that we discussed with that W7M team when they did battle against Furia just in our earlier matchup a few maps ago. Cons clutching as Diffuse goes down 2 rounds in a row. Again, not really quite so sustainable. But even if Cons completely disappears and the rest of the team picks up the pace, Jesse, you are now 2 rounds closer because of that unpredictable finish that was caused by a player of yours. So hats off to Cons for the damage that he's done to FaZe at this point in time. I'm sure he's firmly embedded under their skin. FaZe will have to dig him out. Can't focus too much on it, though. There is a job to be done. And with this being FaZe's map, that means Nip gets to choose which side they start on, which side FaZe starts on. The presumption is that Nip should run up the score here. Realistically, this could be a 2-0 for FaZe Clan, but the scoreline says that's not the case. FaZe will start off this round strongly with a pick immediately answered back by Pino, so the advantage now lost and back to a 4v4. These two teams will go.
Fantasy was roaming top floor with Hates. It kind of leaves the Ella all alone. Very strange map control being held right now from FaZe Clan. KDS has lurked his way to bottom spiral, but he's on a cam and he gets slammed by a wizard. Great sight play coming through. Now he goes back down to the bottom floor where there's more action coming down. They've managed to work their way into electrical. Both Vidaking and Souls are playing here with the Blackbeard and Ace. Handy just one floor above. They don't have a whole lot of angles to work with, Parker. They're really worried about a flank, which I think is likely to come through. And now they lose their Overwatch. Souls dying means Vidaking is totally alone.
Just continue going from bad to worse here. And at what point does FaZe Clan decide to call their timeout? Certainly not the start that they were looking for, Jesse. There goes Vidaking. Handy almost joins, and there's Pino to get the job done. Individual performances from Nip have been great. The structure from Nip has been excellent. They've been choking out whatever offense that FaZe is mustering through that early to mid round. But again, 2 of those 3 rounds were won by a single player's improbable clutches against a team that overpowered and outnumbered them. Nip now finds themselves in a great spot. Map 3 getting more and more likely the longer we go into Consulate. I don't know if this Brava and Fenrir ban will make much of a difference, but this timeout should. And FaZe Clan realize after 2 dropped rounds and 1 that they lost wholesale, it's time to talk to the coach.
Yeah, you get the ship back on the right course, I think, at this point. Not exactly what you were expecting from the start of this game. There are a lot of positives still from FaZe Clan's rounds, I think. You know, that top floor attack that came in through admin was looking really good right up until it wasn't. Even their attack onto that main floor, they had a great couple of kills up above. Maybe they didn't have as much success holding on to the defuse kit lobby side, but it felt like they should have been able to wrap up that one too. You lose the split side, it is what it is. You're not going to be able to run that one back until round 6, but I think keeping the mental up is important here. You're still FaZe Clan. You're still the world champions. You're still in a spot where you lead in the series overall 1-0 up. And this is still Consulate. Many would tell you it's a top 2 defender-sided map. I think everybody would tell you it's one of the 2 most defender-sided maps that you have alongside Skyscraper here in Rainbow Six. So it's not the end of the world if you're struggling on your attacks, but even still, you've got to be able to get 1 or 2 rounds. Give yourself a little bit of life, a little bit of breathing room when you do swap to your own defensive side. NIP should struggle on the attacks. They are, again, the best defensive team in the South America League. They've been relatively average on their attacking side, so they're mortal when the side swap comes, but you need to be able to get yourself a little bit of breathing room. 1 or 2 rounds could be all that it takes.
Seen teams get into this position before, Jesse, where, to your point, it only takes a couple rounds to get back in this. A 4-2 half for Nip, where FaZe Clan wins their first 2 defenses, and we are right back where we started at even footing, 4-4. The way these teams matched up on map number 1, I expect overtime here. Nip running away with this map over FaZe Clan is something that I certainly don't find likely, but I also didn't see rounds 1 and 2 happening and unfolding the way that they did. We remain to be surprised, and it remains to be seen if FaZe Clan will have the energy to keep this one close, but you don't get to this level that either of these teams get to. FaZe Clan in particular, battling the best of the best at just about every single international event over the last number of years without digging yourself out of holes even deeper than this. Round 4 might have already gotten away from them, though. Cyber dies, that's your buck down. All of your soft destruction now will be in the hands of the Ram, and KDS is deciding to contest with Hates. That's a 50-50 gunfight. You lose that, there goes all your soft destruction, and FaZe finds himself in a 2-player hole.
Cyber was attempting to walk down the Visa stairs into the basement, and he got fried by a wizard. Another frying happens by Con. 7-0 to start this game, takes out KDS. It's going from bad to worse. Attack timeout has not proved fruitful, and NIP are about to win their 4th bomb site on Consulate. They force Cons out with a nice little flashbang. He's going to have to retreat. There are still so many roamers to worry about, Parker. You've got Hates on the top floor playing along with Fantasy. They seem to be aware of this, but it doesn't make it any less threatening. You've got lots of time on the clock and you've still got the diffuser, but you need to make a choice. Are you committing to going to the basement? Are you ignoring these roamers, or will you try to hunt them down? Just given what they've got right now, Parker, I think they have to head to the basement, and they will agree with that assessment.
Good attacking team going up against a good defending team on a good defender map, even if it's not Nip's pick. I mean, they're letting the map do most of the work for them. 2 kills, the top of the 3 remaining players on FaZe. So offense has been a big issue. Cyber was the first casualty for FaZe, and he has the most kills on the team, rightfully so in his role. But right now, everybody from Nip except Fantasy is getting on the board. Cons has survived all 3 rounds at this point. He has yet to die since we loaded into this map. What will come of him this time around? I mean, it really does speak to the inefficiency of FaZe closing out these rounds. Fantasy searching for kill number 1. A quick snap on over to Handy. He's got hates for backup as they now just continue to loop around. There goes Souls. A flawless round for Nip, very much in the cards. Vidiking shreds hates, though, immediately turns his attention to the other red ping, but there's been a fade away. That hatch opened up, and now the Deagle is out. Multiple eyes looking in the direction of Vidiking. He's got Fantasy on the run. All this time being done with 10 seconds left on the clock. There's no hope for FaZe to recover whatsoever, and the timeout has no impact at all. It might have even helped Nip as they put on one of their most dominant rounds after FaZe have called their timeout. A 4-0 start for Nip. If they had won just a single extra round on bank, Nip would be 3 rounds away from advancing here in the playoffs. But no, instead, they're in a 1-map hole. But if they can get Consulate in the books quickly, then they'll be in a great place to close this out in map 3.
NIP complete the world tour, winning every single bomb site on Consulate, 4-0, and that might be part of the problem, Parker. FaZe Clan took their tack time out, perhaps expecting to go back to that top floor, talking about what went wrong in the previous 3 bomb sites, but when a 4th bomb site comes your way, you might not be expecting it, and hard to adapt when you haven't seen what NIP like to play on that site, when you don't know what type of operators they want to be running. Definitely felt like on a lot of those entries, there's no real team play coming forward. Cyber very solo entering into that bomb site, losing his opening gunfight to Wizard. Even Cons, yes, he gets flashed right after killing KDS, but there's no follow-up, any problems. And the 3v5, I just don't think that's a realistic round for NIP to win then. Yes, you've got some logic bombs, but your players are somewhat disconnected. You've got to fight the roamers in a 1v2 top floor, then you've got to fight the site in a 2v3. It's 2 disadvantaged situations that you're in. NIP, they don't blunder that one. They will close that out, and again, 4-0 on the server. The fact that you played all bomb site now makes it awkward too, because that means every round going forward, you're going to have 2 options as to where you could go. They'll go top floor for round 5, but they just as easily could have gone for piano exposition.
Doesn't matter what bomb site they go to. I mean, FaZe Clan have shown very limited success. Again, though, rounds 1 and 2 probably could have and maybe should have gone FaZe's way. So at least you do show that you can be a bit formidable on that top floor bomb site and on the middle floor as well. But the first 4 sites all being different bomb sites just goes to show you Nip's flexibility on this map. So back upstairs where round 1 started, Nip got the opening pick. FaZe Clan very quickly took the upper hand and outnumbered Cons, put him in a position where he had to clutch out, and he did just that. And then he repeated that in round number 2. He's cooled off since then, and I mean, keep in mind, Cons is playing support roles. He's not the guy that you expect to be getting all these kills from Nip, yet he has still succeeded all the same.
Comes off some big clutches, right? He's been relied upon in the late round after his frag-focused players end up dying, but when you call upon your captain and he answers, that's going to make everybody else start playing better around him too, and we've seen that through rounds 3 and 4. Now on the Clash is going to be committing to this vending hallway hold. Kind of surprised FaZe are going for the exact same push they tried in round 1. I guess it was quite successful, but NIP have sort of been the ones to adapt, expecting this admin side push. They committed a lot of resources to this side, bringing out these Banshees from Hates, the Mirror Windows from Wizards. Of course, Cons just putting his body on this side of the map is going to make it really awkward to press through it. We spent 2 minutes, Parker, and what type of map control do they have? Not much. Just admin and some play around the spiral hatch. That's going to be really tough to make things work. They've got their Sens wall stills, and they've got their Capital bolts, so let's see what they can do with it.
And now the shield goes down. Khan's taking matters into his own hands, but FaZe is crumbling yet again. I think it's in a wet paper bag at one point. Yeah, they're being shredded. But hold on a second. Never mind. The guns all hitting their marks. Fantasy is last man standing on Nip. In the blink of an eye, this round has completely turned around. Fantasy taking isolated engagements. No way they clutch again, right? He has no intel on KDS. Around the wall, Fantasy sees him and wins it. What is in the water in Nip's side of things? Another clutch. Another clutch, Jesse. 3 in 5 rounds.
All right, man. Let's just go next. GG's. It was a good try, FaZe Clan, but I don't know what's going on this map. You cannot close out a round to save your life. The 1v3 from Fantasy perfectly positioned himself inside of meeting. They had no clue where he was at. And then, frankly, he just hit some ridiculous shots. That second kill on Vidiking was so tight around the door frame. And then KDS wallbanged in the end. There's nothing lucky about that. He knows where you're at, and he can predict exactly where that head ends up after swinging back around the corner. So well played by the Valkyrie player. And this is the vintage Fantasy we've come to expect, right? Maybe he didn't show up on map 1, but all through the group stage, he has been consistently performing for Ninjas in Pajamas. 84 kills to just 74 deaths in the group stage. He was their top frag player by quite a bit over those first 9 play days. And now he's really starting to show up. Now he's starting to shine. You can tell that despite losing their own map pick, NIP believe in this victory.
Just a befuddling set of rounds here. They've got plot armor on the side of Nip. It just seems like the gods have come together. Everybody wants them to win. Everybody wants them to succeed, and succeed they are. I don't know if we had a tech pause or not. Did I miss something on my screen, by the way?
I didn't quite catch anything either.
It's been a bit of a long time on player cams, so...
The lobby was definitely paused. I don't know why. It sounds like it's back.
There have been a couple tech issues.
I'm on guard. Benchy's safety camera feed up and running.
Again, Brazil is always a mystery to me, man.
What's important is we got through it together.
Not like a bad mystery, just I just don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Credit to our crew, by the way, who's working here on the English language rebroadcast. All these guys work tirelessly.
10 seconds left.
It's been nice to be able to put our voices to Brazil, too. It's a region that I've always loved since the very beginning of my tenure here in Rainbow Six. You know, I remember going to Sao Paulo, the very first finals I attended, hearing the roar of the crown, decking myself entirely in Black Dragons gear and going up on stage and bad-mouthing Penta before they became G2. Frankly, a high water mark of my career. Then watching ENCE win their first and only championship in what was a huge move. The story of some of those players, Wilkie, Shate, Kanto, all of them, really was quite an incredible moment. And I've liked the region ever since. I like the way that they play Siege, and watching their continued development to the dominant powerhouse that they are now has been quite wonderful. So always good to see this. It'll be good to see which of these two teams qualify for the Munich Major as well. That's what's stake in this matchup. NiP losing out on their own map by a nail biter. 1 round separating them from FaZe Clan, and boy oh boy, do you bet you wish they had a timeout to go back and change the result of that round, because if they do and they win 8-7, now they are in excellent position, or would be, to close this out 2-0. Instead, it looks like all paths to the major run through Clubhouse. Down goes Cons. FaZe finally getting something going, and now they're attempting to defuse Vidiking in the midst of the smoke. Nobody's able to dislodge him from this position, so in the first minute of action and 9 players still alive, suddenly the round gets an awful lot shorter thanks to the makings of FaZe. NiP still with upstairs control, a very linear execute, but FaZe's guns are hitting very effectively. KDS with 3 kills, Handy with another, hates the last one, and it sure looks like FaZe Clan will win their first round. I mean, we've seen a lot of clutches from NiP here, but certainly we're not going to see... No. Come on. Surely we're not going to see a 1v5 clutch, Jesse. No, we won't. KDS shuts him down. The timer getting very close to the end. FaZe managed to make the best out of a bad situation. The final round of the first half goes to FaZe, almost a 6-0 for Nip. Still, though, Nip favored to win this map.
Smiles on the face of KDS, though, and I think he's given his team just the slightest chance in this matchup. It's not going to be easy down 5-1, but you are going to the defensive side of Consulate. This is still your map pick, and that last round was quite dominant. A nice little rush play. You jump in with the blitz, you get that smoke plant down, no problem. KDS decided to enter in through the closet, and he was both the starter and finisher for FaZe Clan that round, making sure that he got that opening pick and then locked things down from start to finish with 4 huge kills to come through. Now the move on to the defensive side might not be so promising for KDS. He's actually got a ridiculous gap when you look at his attacking stats versus defending stats. KDS is a 149 KDR on the offense, but only a 0.78 on defense. So I'm not sure if he will be the guy that they rely on for these next 6 rounds, but he was the guy that got them their one and only offense. And so that might just be enough to start snowballing things now. It's going to be important that you get the momentum back, that you can start to break the mental of NIP, that you start to believe yourself that you can come back and win this game. We've got a real difference in experience. We touched on it in the last map, but FaZe Clan, world champions, NIP, a very young team, not a ton of experience on this squad. So if you start to get in their heads, there is a world where NIP start to choke it.
Discovered the location of a bomb. 10 seconds left.
Swapping next.
Really tough to underscore how much closer this game has been than the stats would suggest. I know I sound like a broken record, but people are tuning in at different points in time. 3 of Nip's 5 rounds were won by the most improbable of clutches, 2 of them by cons to start this map. Frankly, this could be a 4-2 game for FaZe Clan if a single kill in 3 separate rounds broke the other way. 2 of those rounds in particular, FaZe made the poor decision to pull off of the plant when they were about a second away from getting the defuse kit planted. Both of those rounds could have turned out differently if the case was on the ground, allowing FaZe to get into better position. But alas, what's done is done. Doesn't matter how they were won. The fact remains that Nip is significantly closer to the finish line because of issues with FaZe Clan. Not even necessarily the strength of Nip, though I don't want to take anything away from Cons and the way he was able to pull off those 2 rounds, but it wasn't all just him. When you win a 1v3 clutch, a lot of times you need an assist from your opponents, and boy, oh boy, did FaZe give them quite the assistance. So now we go to the second half. Operator bans are locked in. FaZe Clan on the better side of this map. Can they close this gap quickly?
Hates on the Blackbeard with the first one to enter into admin. He's going to take this control. A bit weird to see Hates on the shield instead of Cons, but if there's someone other than Cons who grabs it, it has historically been Hates. He's got about a 10% pick rate on Monty, or on Blackbeard, I should say. So we do see this from time to time. Likes to play these shields a bit more aggressively, kind of in the entry role rather than in a support role where you sometimes see the shield start to thrive. A third admin side take that we'll see on Consulate today is, again, NIP deciding this is going to be the better side to go for. Risky position from Vidiking. There's nobody currently down below to punish him, but Hates was rotating right there now. He's going to have to watch out for that in a couple of seconds. You know, a bit off-site on another angle, providing a second dimension to this push. The real focus is going to be coming in from admin, though. Pino is just a distraction.
Nitro Cell goes off. Nip on the board first, but it's traded back immediately. FaZe Clan quadrupling up on these players, and look at that. Utter dominance by FaZe. As Fantasy finds himself by projector empty-handed, he beheads Handy. As another tucked into the corner, a pre-fire on the Souls. That's a thing of beauty for Nip. If Fantasy wins this 1v4 clutch, I'm just going to destroy my computer at that point in time because I'll have seen it all and I will be done casting. We're good. FaZe Clan, you know what's at stake here. Fantasy hears the sound over towards admin. It's just waiting, but he finds himself in a bit of an exposed position. Vidiking sweeping over to the right. Fantasy just not looking in the right direction. He's allowed him to go through. I mean, Fantasy playing this as tepidly as possible, but he had just had no intel. No intel on the sound seemingly betraying him. as that's a big round by FaZe Clan.
NT, good attempt, but in the end, the defense was just way too strong there. You had a lot of dimensions to that push, more than you'd usually see on Consulate. I said Pino was just a distraction. I didn't expect Souls to get both frags to open up that round. It was a brilliantly placed Nitro Cell to stop the initial swing in, and then immediately Souls was able to refocus towards meeting and find a second frag, taking down Hate. Really big stuff coming out from Souls, who had some big moments in our last map as well to really push FaZe Clan to the victory position. Bank. Should have been the easy one, right? You expect FaZe Clan to be able to walk away with that one. It's the strongest site on the map. We'll go basement next up. Really, all NIP need to do is win the tertiary site twice, and then that will be a good enough result to win this in regulation and send us to a third map. But you're always looking to end things out sooner.
Cannot let up. Nip has worked so hard and in the most uncertain ways has managed to put together a very formidable lead that FaZe Clan will now just need to continue to chip away at. You have to take it round by round by round, and that's exactly what FaZe will attempt to do. It's a bit of a goofy lineup here for FaZe Clan. Ellis, Solus, and Alibi all together is an intriguing one, Jesse.
Yeah, Vidiking on the Alibi especially. Not really the guy you'd expect to see running around on the roam. Traditionally the hard anchor support player on FaZe Clan. Laxing on the desk likened him to Canadian, so maybe it is fitting that he's running around on a bit of an aggressive spot. If he dies, he can just IGL from the grave, I guess. They definitely want to play this forward if you're FaZe, and Cyber opens things up nicely. The shotgun with Solus is good enough. He doesn't get revealed, I guess, technically the operator, but still easily punished from Hades, comes back around to the doorway and does find him inside of Visa, so no problems trading that pick out, but the threats are far from gone. Still multiple players up on the top floor. KDS and Vidiking both lurking close together up inside of Tellers. Wizard and the rest of NIP have to be really careful with this. They got to make sure they drone these guys appropriately. Some tracks with the Demos could be huge too. And the logic bomb from Hate's now being used to find these positions.
At least you got the Solus out from underneath you. You just need to worry about the other lurking operators, and FaZe Clan have a bevy of them. Now swing in from Wizard as he tries to track down KDS. He's got information that he can feed to the rest of his team, but there is a tendency among some Deimos players to get tunnel visioned and only focus on the operator that you're looking down the barrel of, not the rest that can easily swamp you. And keep in mind, just as KDS was being tracked, he knows exactly where Wizard is. Second attempt on the death mark, and Handy will not just have the death mark follow him around, but also the logic bomb ringing off. He finds some salvation down below in the bomb site, some safety and security surrounded by his teammates. 1 minute left to go. 8 players still up in the lobby.
Odd to see FaZe Clan kind of give this up. It's only a 4v4, and they don't have amazing site utility. That'll be a big pick coming out from Wizard. I thought that they might get more aggressive, and so did he. Vidiking shut down on the Alibi. Now it's a man disadvantage as well. Where's Cons at the moment? He's just inside of X position, so it's going to be a hatch drop attempt with the plant. Pino on smokes can try to help him out too, tossing those from yellow stairs. Great opportunity to go for the plant. This looks like it's all lining up for NIP except for that.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe just toppling Pino. Final death mark is now ringing. They were not able to find Handy for it. Down goes Cons. FaZe Clan putting together a great second half. Again, those rounds they let slip through their fingers in the first half might come back to haunt them if they lose this map, but they are doing just about everything in their power to prevent that, as they've now picked up 3 rounds in a row and reduced the gap to just 2. At what point does Nip try to settle things down? Because FaZe Clan are heating up, and they're going to ride the better side for the remainder of regulation.
At some point, you start to get a little worried if you're NIP. Again, that one attacking round that FaZe Clan won, it's not very many, but could it have been enough? Starting to feel that way. Trolls 5-1 since the side swap, by the way. He has been exceptional these last 2 rounds. 2 kills on round 7, 3 kills on round 8. Just playing the anchor positions that his team relies on him to play. If Vidiking is going out and having a little adventure on the Alibi, then you need the other support player on FaZe Clan to step up in the late round. I really did think NIP had a decent chance at making that execute work. They had good utility, they had good guns, they had good map control and good time, but a couple of those gunfights just went the way of FaZe Clan. They weren't big, aggressive flanks, they weren't massive moves with nitro cells, but it was little swings and they all went the way of FaZe. That's going to be what you really have to watch out for if you're NIP. This FaZe Clan team is an incredibly talented squad mechanically. They're an incredibly smart team too, and they'll go for cheeky things like spawn peaks, which is what Cyber will use to get the opening pick onto Fantasy, shut down the young gun, and untraded as he barely gets past the Visa window.
These are the types of starts to the round that FaZe Clan is going to need to have time and time again to set themselves up best for the mid to late round that NIP typically excels in. What a scoreline it's been for this map. 5 rounds, 1 in a row by NIP. FaZe have won 3 since. These teams very, very streaky. Big performances from players, not just Cons, but Souls having a good look. KDS getting a 4K as well. Nice shot by Cyber as he was prepared for Hates to march in through that Visa door. Cyber's hoping for another player to haphazardly vault in that window to Visa, but NIP have 2 minutes to go. They still have drones. They still have utility. I would hope that they aren't just face checking this.
Cyber's, even if he does get cleared at this point, Parker, he's gotten 2 kills. He's wasted so much time. Like, he is laughing at how much value he's given his team for this round. It looks like the push is going to pivot a little bit over towards Spiral. Cons with a Fuse Kit is still over on Admin, so you have to imagine that this is where it's going to come from, but I'm looking at 3 Toxic Babes, 3 Nitro Cells, 5 guns. There is just so much for FaZe Clan to do to stop this push, and we're not even on the right side of the map yet, Parker. We've got to clear through the entire top floor. We've got to rotate down Spiral or Yellow. It's really up to you to take your pick, and there's mirror windows you're dealing with. They do have a lot of time, but it's critical they use this time to get some picks, to get an advantage, and all the info is favoring FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. They've got so much intel at this current point in time. Just really does go to show you the dominance that FaZe exhibits on this map. It could be a completely different ball game as well, as FaZe now tries to make up for lost time. Down goes Cons, and NIP has almost nothing going for them. Just walking in, dying, walking in, dying. FaZe very close to a flawless round here. All they need to do is get Wizard. A Nitro Cell will go off. Vidiking is found by Wizard, but Bullet Tracer's going in front of Striker's eyes, and Handy will finish it with a shotgun, losing just 1 player. 1 round separates these 2 teams. FaZe have come to play, and boy, oh boy, has NIP not prepared for it. Surely NIP calls their timeout here, right? Surely.
Yeah, they have to call attack at this point. I would be baffled if we didn't see one coming out. Operator bans must happen first, so we'll get to find our answer after that. But, I mean, it really does beg the question. You know, you go back to that first half. If NIP don't get those 3 clutches, the game is over at this point, Parker. NIP won 3 1vx clutches, which means this would be a 7-2 victory for FaZe Clan had those 3 clutches gone the other way. Definitely lots to talk about. You gave yourself a lifeline in the first half by winning those improbable rounds, but now you've got to do it on the attack, and they've not yet to find any real success. It's frustrating, too, the way they're losing these rounds. I mean, you can go back to round number 9, and it's hard to criticize because it's like, well, Cyber is rat spawn peeking you on the ground inside of the Visa door. That's annoying. Then he somehow barely makes it past your trade that's happening on the Visa window. That's annoying. Then you're like, all right, well, at the very least, we know he went back to site. We watched him run up the Visa stairs, but he immediately sprints to Spiral, sets up a cam that was in his pocket, which he could have died with, but instead provided big value late rounds, and goes back down to the first floor where he continues to be a nuisance. It's a very frustrating way to be losing these rounds. And for NIP, I think it's important that they calm this down. They've banned out Cyber's Valkyrie, so they've at least done a little bit of damage to him, but you've got to slow your roll a little bit. With FaZe Clan playing so aggressive, you've got to be really careful, cautiously checking every one of these corners and making sure that these aggressive plays don't go the enemy's way. Finding the entry and converting these advantages, going back to the basics, have to be what's on the table for NIP. They cannot lose sight of that goal.
It's the last time I'm going to mention it. until the next time I mention it.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
But I mean, realistically, those first 2 rounds should not have been won by Nip.
10 seconds to go.
The improbable clutches. Errors committed by FaZe. Cons finding 6 of his 7 kills at the end of the second round, only able to muster a single kill from that point onward. It really does go to show you that Nip had a strong start, but it was not sustainable. And we're seeing it here how they are just not able to deal whatsoever with this FaZe Clan team. Cyber fighting a rappel? I mean, you can't shoot the rope. Could you imagine if that was a gameplay mechanic? You're rappelling up the building and then somebody comes out and shoots the rope and you just fall and die?
That's actually the next defender being added to the game. It's just a guy with scissors, and he can lean out the window and snip your grappling line so that you can't make it up and you fall down and get down.
Oh my goodness. The Rotero drones used to clear out objective and clear out gadgetry will not succeed as a Nitro Cell is hooked up by FaZe Clan. Down goes Wizard. Nip continuing to lose these first bloods 3 in a row now by FaZe Clan. Cyber with 2 of them. That was a nice toss by Handy, who read it with the pulse, who's seen a resurgence because of that Reaper MK2 being added as the secondary. Now that pulse shotgun is very in vogue, and Handy can go right back onto that cardiac sensor to call for the rest of his team.
Even the one round where they didn't get the entry, you'll remember it was basically a 5v5 execute and a chaotic one at that. So anytime the entry has been separate from the execute, it's been all FaZe Clan. Every time they've been the ones to get aggressive, to take the initiative, and they haven't slowed down even after the attack timeout. Our 4th admin side push. CEO is an option, but these teams just feeling like it's not going to be successful despite the failures that both have had attacking from this side of the map. You've got all the classic components. The Blackbeard is here. The Capitao is here. Cyber, they seem to finally know of his position down below. Hates can even deathmark track him if he really wants to, but he's better off not giving up his own position. Nice patience will pay off, and he cleans up Cyber for the 4-on-4. Less than 60 seconds to go, though, Parker, and they've still got a Toxic Babe. They've still got Zoto canisters, and KDS is hunting for a pick still.
Bizarrely, this is one of the best looks we've seen for Nip in quite some rounds, and if they can immediately convert this tactical timeout in the right direction, then match point will be theirs. They find the pick on the KDS, but Cons is bleeding out and will now fall away. Scoreline shows a 4v3, but in reality it's a 3v3 until Cons gets picked up. Thankfully, somebody on Nip was in position to do just that, and now Souls avoiding gunfire, heading out to long desk, floating between these bomb sites. Vidaking baited in by the Deathmark. Cons getting Diffuser down at the halfway point now. There's no gas to slow him down. FaZe cannot muster a kill. Down goes Pino, down goes Cons. Vidakings will get traded out as well. Suddenly, it's a 2v2. But there's that cardiac sensor, and they've got the read on Fantasy. Andy and Souls will now look for this final pick. Fantasy continuing to circle around. There's the shotgun tearing strips through him. Handy looks for it. Hates gets a quad kill. Fantasy the exit frag. Ninjas in Pajamas move to match point. It's been a great comeback from FaZe Clan, but the door has been slammed shut. Nip 1 round away from map 3.
For me, Parker, the difference maker just comes down to the fact that they were able to shut down Cyber. They find him on the bottom floor. Hates gets that kill onto him, makes it a 4v4 execute. And from there, you know, it's not the cleanest round I've ever seen. You lose your Blackbeard. He's got to get picked up from a down but not out state. Thankfully, you get a couple of kills while you're working your way through the site. The Deathmark forces some of those FaZe players to back off, and you just get one of those standard default plants going down. A couple of critical kills go the way of FaZe Clan, and I think a couple other kills just get barely missed out on. In the end, it goes down to 2v2. I thought Handy played it really well, but Hates sure played it better. Some big moments coming out from him to step things up, break double digits, 10 and 8 now in this matchup.
Bomb located by attackers.
One of the best players that we have on NIP, very much a long-standing member of this squad, and now to see him shine the brightest, get his team up to match points. The job is not done, but it feels so much more doable than it did 5 minutes ago.
5 seconds to go.
A devastating map for FaZe Clan, and honestly, a lot of this is their mess of their own making. You give up that first or second round, it might seem like an eternity ago, but that will have such a profound impact and a deep impact on the results. FaZe are learning that one the hard way. Still, they are in a good spot. 2 more rounds to be won on the favorable side of Consulate. A map they chose because of their skill and their practice on it. If Nip can take yet another attacking round, should be just their second. All hats off we'd have all our hats off. Words are hard, man. You know what I'm trying to say. Hats off to Nip for doing it, but we might have to turn our eyes towards Clubhouse sooner rather than later in what will be a 12 to 15 round shootout between these teams. One of them moving on to the major, the other one down to the lower bracket. A date with Los will be set for, I believe, the next match will be Friday.
Next week, and no matter what you think of Los as a team, lower bracket is always a terrifying prospect. FaZe Clan have brought the exact same off lineup to try to defend this bottom floor as they did over in round 8. Been a little bit less aggressive, not fighting as much on this top floor, but that doesn't mean that they still couldn't. A couple of these players are still lurking around. Vidaking actually one of those players that was moving around quite a bit on that alibi. They've got handy top floor. They've got KDS inside a lounge. Players all over the map, and it presents a really difficult problem. You still have 2 logic bombs and a couple death marks to work with, so NIP have tools to find these roamers, but it's all going to come down to who is overstepping their boundaries. Will FaZe Clan walk into an angle that's being held, or they walk into an angle where they find the back of someone's head?
Logic bombs will now go off. FaZe Clan's defenders known about their positions relatively quickly. Vidaking silences his gun first, and he's rewarded with a death mark. As Wizard looks to follow up on that. The death mark will be gone too. A tiny bit of damage done to Cyber, and with 50 seconds left, Nip need to bring the heat their direction. Andy taken out. Oh my, Cyber looking the wrong way. Things falling apart. Sloppiness for FaZe Clan, Jesse. This does not look like the team that won 4 in a row to get to this point. They're about to get swept out of their own map. They did it to Nip on bank. The same thing now unfolding. Their adversaries getting the last laugh. Clubhouse almost seemingly on deck, but Vidaking has something to say about that. FaZe still with some staying power. KDS losing a lot of HP, but upright all the same. Nip circling around to the bomb site. Vidaking collects his second. Really thriving on this alibi roll. Down goes KDS. A third for the King. A fourth. No! Wizard outduels him. And Souls will need to clutch. He's got the Deimos up against the wall. Diffuse Kit in the hands of Cons, and Wizard will just stand in this position. A 1v1, and it's a great walk away by Souls as he walks through the last attackers and preserves FaZe Clan's place in this map. All 12 rounds needed for these two. FaZe within 1 round of overtime.
You gotta be kidding me, man. FaZe Clan cannot lose these rounds. They're refusing to. Maybe it's a 5v3, but you're barreling down on 2 of the best anchors in the entire world, Souls and Vidaking. There's nobody else I'd rather have sitting on my bomb site in a man disadvantage. Vidaking's movements in that round in particular, ridiculously good. Every time NIP thought they had him pinned down, he rotates to a new spot. He finds a different angle to shoot you from, and he causes so much chaos in that push. It was a nightmare. I mean, the 2K that Pino got on the yellow stairs, Cyber, I guess he didn't have his headphones on that round. I'm not sure in what world he doesn't react to Pino's kill, but in the end, bailed out by the seasoned support duo. Souls and Vidaking looking so good in this game. And you got to imagine, Parker, if that's on land, Vidaking is standing up after that round.
Well, I mean, he stands up all the time to begin with, so I mean, it shouldn't really surprise anybody if he opts to stand up this time. It's been a stand-up performance for FaZe Clan through a lot of these rounds, and again, the scoreline is not an accurate reflection of the way that these teams have played. It doesn't matter. Sometimes the team that is worse on paper and sometimes the team that doesn't play the best still ultimately wins. In a best of 3, it's far less likely, but it definitely happens. Here's an intriguing one, Jesse. Final match or final round of regulation for this map. The Hades will bring the Nook, not that abnormal, but will bring the silenced shotgun, which is a bit strange, all things considered. Most players would love to bring that FMG.
Yeah, and you're combining it with Aurora from Cons, a Finka from Pino. If I didn't know better, Parker, I'd be expecting an explosive pseudo rush onto the site at some point. Might not be a technical rush, but I think this is going to be a very fast push right into the bomb site the second that somebody makes some noise.
Well, I mean, hey, the Nook was an idea, and ideas are great. Down goes Handy. He's secured by the Deimos of Fantasy. Now it's Wizard taking a damage inside a bathroom. FaZe keeping themselves in this. They will find 2 quick kills. Fantasy tearing through one more. He's on very limited HP. A single bullet will take him out. He and Cons now working together. Chock full of utility. 1 grenade, 2 smokes, and full gadgetry for both, as there goes a death mark on the side of Fantasy. Vidiking harassed out of his position. Vidiking and KDS topping the charts for FaZe Clan is, again, not usually a good sign, but they are making it work. Cons got all 7 of his kills in the first 4 rounds and has yet to find one since. 6 of his 7 kills came in those 1v3 clutches in rounds 1 and 2. So he has completely fallen off of the earth. But again, in his role, you don't expect him to get kills. He's got the diffuser in hand, and while Fantasy goes hunting for kills upstairs, it will be incumbent upon Cons to walk the case in and potentially attempt to defuse.
Good information right now for the defenders. Default cam catches out Cons. Fantasy's position will be known as well, of course, just playing up above. Watch out for these smokes on Cons. That could be a big impact, and with Fantasy shutting down the flanks, this just became so much more doable. If they can get to a plant spot, Parker, there's not a lot of denial, but KDS might have just won the round, cleaning up Cons and putting Fantasy into a 1v2.
I gotta say, we've casted a lot of Rainbow Six over the last week, and this has to be one of the most confusing matches that we've seen. I don't understand the way that these teams are currently colliding with each other. That mirror of KDS should have been dead long ago, but it was a bit of a bottle by Cons. So, if you combine Vidiking and KDS, you get 1 full HP operator. Fantasy, you blow wind at him a little bit too heavy and he will fall over, and that's exactly what happens. Great answer back from FaZe Clan, and we will go to overtime because, of course, we need extra innings yet again.
And Parker, things go from bad to worse for NIP. Their worst nightmare has been realized. They were up 5-0, and I believe my exact words were, let's wrap it up and go to Clubhouse. Not to be seen, I guess. FaZe Clan, this is their map pick. They get the defensive side start, which is an absolutely critical factor, given that both of these teams have only been able to win a single successful attack through the 12 rounds played so far. I really feel like it's Vidiking's world, and we're all just living in it. You go back to Bank, he is the MVP that wins them that game. A 3K to clutch things out on the final 15th round on Bank. Was big on their other round as well to be able to win that overtime 8-7. Now we see him forcing his team through back-to-back 3Ks in rounds 11 and 12 to get to this point. 14-9, top fragging the server. I mean, Vidiking has been just incredible so far today. You can tell this is a guy who has played under pressure far worse than this, and he does not shake when things get tight. NIP, I don't know that we can say the same, Parker. They came so close to winning this match, and they still could, but they're up against a mountain of odds against them. Having to win at least 1 attack in the next 3 rounds is not going to be easy.
Again, this NIP team seeming like they have some plot armor here. FaZe Clan getting to defend twice on their own map. What an end it could be. NIP racking it up early in this series, but since round number 5, they've only been able to put a single victory on the board. That is a long time in the wilderness. 5 rounds in a row, 4 rounds, then 1 in a row by FaZe Clan, broken up by that single NIP round, and it was FaZe back-to-back to send us to OT.
I'm reloading.
Defenders right now are 10-2 in this series, and FaZe Clan has the opportunity to defend twice. Yeah, I don't love these odds for NIP.
Well, they'll have to beat them one way or another. To the surprise of no one, it appears to be an admin side clear, our 5th of the game for the top floor of Consulate.
Maybe I was surprised by that.
Were you?
You don't get to speak for me.
Were you surprised?
I was not.
Okay. Doesn't seem like FaZe were surprised either. I like these castle barricade setups to just slow them down. You don't have to commit to holding admin, of course. Kind of surprising that FaZe even went here, I guess, because this was the one bomb site that NIP were successful in attacking. Of course, only one of the 2 times they tried it, but even still, believe in their abilities to shut this down. It'll be a send strat to come out once again. Cons on the Blackbeard, looking very similar to every other push that we've seen on this bomb site. Some aggressive fights coming in from meeting, but Fantasy not being fought just yet.
One of the slower rounds when it comes to these opening picks to be had. FaZe Clan not just defending, but also settling into the side that they just played off of. It's not like they were on defense ages ago. This is their 7th defense in a row, and they will have but a slight break. If NIP is able to take this round, the likelihood of them winning absolutely skyrockets, and they haven't really suffered anything, but hold on a second. There they go. They lose Hates. He's being tracked by the castle of KDS. Finished off by Handy. Now the Blackbeard getting more aggressive, but a Nitro Cell as Handy does double duty, Jesse. Cyber now as well on the board. A shotgun as the ace of Fantasy hits the ground. Some breakdancing and smooth moves, evading that shotgun blast of Vidaking, who's got a 3K in the 2 most recent rounds. Circling now to tussle with that same ace that eluded him for so long. Fantasy in a 1v3. All hell breaking loose in the bomb site. Fantasy with 15 seconds left. No control over the diffuser, no control over the site, and will now run headfirst into FaZe's defense. 2 players standing tall, and FaZe will move to series point. I said I wouldn't say it until I mentioned it again, but could you imagine where we'd be if even one of those clutches at the start of this map had broken in favor of FaZe Clan as they should have? We'd be done and turning our sights towards the matches next week, but we're not. NIP will now get a chance to experience Fortress Consulate in a must-win round, or they go down to the lower bracket.
And the problem here, Parker, is, yes, this has been a very defender-sided map, but it's also been a very momentum-based map. You know, NIP took the first 5 rounds in a row in this game, and then FaZe Clan won a bit of a run. There was one break in the middle where NIP got an attack, but NIP haven't really had the momentum in a very long time in this game, and so yes, they go to the favorable side, but mentally, I'm not sure that they're going to be in it the same way they were through the first 5 rounds of this game. Only time will tell. I want to give a lot of praise to Handy on that previous round. He rotated down the yellow stairs the second his teammate got tracked by the Deimos. He kills the Deimos down below and hits a Nitro Cell for a little 2K opening pick. Starts off that round so strongly for FaZe Clan. This is not a team that gets afraid easily, and it's crazy to think that even in these high-pressure rounds, when everything is on the line, they're willing to take risks. They're willing to send it down a staircase to try to retake a position that probably wasn't in the initial strat book, but it's just an adaptation called for by the situation. Can NIP do the same? Can they be as flexible with everything on the line? If they can't, they'll go to the lower bracket and play Los. If they can, then they'll get a 15th chance. But man, I don't even know, Parker. I'm too nervous to figure out how it's gonna go.
You're nervous for teams that you don't even play for?
Yeah. You not get nervous casting these teams?
No.
I do.
Why would I get
My
nervous?
heart's racing. Because what if they lose?
What if they win?
What
if they lose? What if they win?
Both are equally nerve-wracking.
I'm just here for a good time, and I will say, through all the matches that we've had, it has been a good time. This is my 5th day in a row of casting, and I've got to say, every single game, maybe not every game, but pretty much every single series has lived up to the billing. This one could go all 15 rounds as well. If you check the top of your screen, FaZe clawed their way through a scrappy first map. They took NIP's map 8-7. Now they've been pushed to the brink by NIP, but staved off defeat long enough to go to OT and win their very first defense. Now they have the onerous task of winning an attack. NIP statistically very favored on this side, even if Hates has taken quite a beating. First pick, conversions, very important in this matchup. 2/3 of the time you get that opening pick, you go on to win the round. That really bolsters your chances. There have been a lot of trades, so the numbers aren't as clear-cut as they could be. Just past the halfway point of this round, and nobody dead yet, though FaZe getting very close to this middle floor bomb site.
They're not going to commit to a top floor clear, Parker. They want to be planting under the smokes of Handy, and they can just pressure that top floor. Viking on the Capitao will try to use his firebolts to stop anyone denying the plant from up above. It's a common strategy we see, but there's a lot of moving parts, and it really requires everybody to stay alive and do their job. If one thing goes wrong, such as Cons flanking up from the basement or somebody getting picked from the vertical, it could all fall to pieces. Very risky push from FaZe Clan, but they've got everything in order.
KDS with 13 kills, Vidiking with 14. Souls attempting the plant, but the Banshees gave him away. And Hates will use that gadget to good use. He's been downed in the ensuing fray, but the diffuser now is in the midst of the site and will need to be retrieved, or FaZe will have to go for kills to win the round. Either way, the time is not on their side, and a 15th round looking most likely at the moment. Hates continuing to bleed out, and until he's picked back up, it's a 4v4. FaZe is an idea of where these players are, but you've got to actually take the heat to them. Now it's Pino and KDS coming to blows, both of them taking some damage. Top floor control, a real tricky spot in the midst of the smoke. Vidiking now trying his best. Down goes Wizard, down goes Fantasy. Hates gets picked up, but the Nitro Cell kills Vidiking at the last second, and Nip hangs on. Another 15-rounder. And yet again, Nip will fight for their lives, lose, and they are down to the lower bracket.
I told you it was going to be a push on the knife's edge, Parker. It was a very fragile execute where everything had to go right. Somehow, Hates got a vertical angle. He was upstairs inside of meeting, and supposedly there's supposed to be firebolts from Vidiking that will stop that denial from happening, but whether they were misplaced, whether they were mistimed, we really don't know. Maybe Hates just found an angle that it wasn't known of by Vidiking, and he was able to stop that plant from happening. He did plant just inside the door, whereas often you'll see that plant going kind of deep, tucked in behind the corner for a more difficult denial vertically. Regardless, we're here on round 15. Doesn't really matter now how we got here. NIP still have the task of finding an attacking round win, something that they have only done a single time since this map started. Choice will be Piano X position, so we go back-to-back on the same bomb sites as FaZe Clan will repeat. Their operator lineup compared to the last couple times that they defended this is going to be looking relatively similar, at least the same as the last time that we saw it. With the Valkyrie ban, they can't bring that back out, but it might be better that Cyber's on the Mozzie. We've already seen him catch a drone, and if that HUD is to believe, I think he's caught 2 separate drones in the prep phase, Parker.
I refuse to comment on whether or not the HUD can be trusted. There have been some, maybe, minor issues. Oh my, with drones. Why are you doing that in round 15?
Cyber, Parker.
It doesn't matter. You are 1 round away for qualifying from the major. You lost 2 rounds because of boneheaded decisions to start this map. And the guy who's supposed to be your top fragger decides to spawn peek in the first 30 seconds of round 15. You lose this map, you go to Clubhouse. Like, what are you doing?
Previous spawn peaks have worked out for him, but this one does get denied. If NIP start to turn it around and finally respond to it, then credit to them for adapting. This 4v5 is an okay spot to be in still if you're FaZe Clan. NIP have gone for, honestly, a very similar push to what FaZe just attempted. At least they have the operators to do much the same. They've got Pino, who's playing on that Capitao, which can launch the firebolts to stop the vertical denial. They've got Cons, who's going to be playing on this Blackbeard, likely trying to get the plant down with the shield on his back. But unlike FaZe Clan, I think there's a bit heavier of a commitment to clearing these top floor players. They've got time in the early round to pressure them, force them back out these positions, and pop the mirror windows. So why not commit to that? If you lose your Blackbeard or Capitao early, they could be in a dangerous spot, though.
It's not just that you lost the Mozzie, too. If you really did trap 2 drones and they hadn't been repositioned, those drones are getting you limited intel as well. Those could be very valuable tools for FaZe Clan. Nip has read into this one correctly. They got assertive. They got the opening pick. Get closer to this top floor control that you desperately need. Hates dying early has been a trend line through this second half. It will continue in the 15th and final round. 1 minute remains, and these 2 teams now in a 4v4. Nip tried to take advantage of that opening pick. They get fed into a trap, and now they will reassemble themselves in that same position, but they'll discover that FaZe Clan, for the most part, has managed to get away. Handy escaping, a Nitro Cell goes up, down goes Fantasy. Now, Khan's charging his way towards the smoke, but Handy just cannot be found. He continues to slip through their fingers, Jesse. 30 seconds to go and back upstairs. Khans will bring that defuse kit. They're just trying as much as they can through these kill holes to make life miserable for the defenders downstairs. No secondary utility, no main utility available for FaZe Clan. Only 2 impacts in pocket of Vidiking. As now Khans is dropped. Taking an engagement, he gets shredded. Wizard on the board. FaZe Clan with the advantage, and it's all up to Wizard with limited time. Nip put on an absolute clinic, but FaZe Clan are just far too strong, and FaZe will head to the Munich Major. My, what a scare it was, but they pull it out at the 11th hour in both maps. 8-7, 8-7, and they qualify.
The closest a 2-0 can possibly be, Parker, and what a well-earned victory from FaZe, coming back from a 5-0 deficit on their own map pick of Consulate. Super solid defensive rounds coming through from them. You cannot credit them enough. That final round, NIP came so close, but just missed some critical opportunities that ended up leaving the round all for FaZe Clan to capitalize on. Credit to them. Lower bracket is still alive for the Ninjas in pajamas, but they will have to wait at least until next week if they want to make it to Munich.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't want to diminish the work that Nip did in that best of 3 that ended up being just 2 maps. But FaZe made that second map as hard as humanly possible for them to get out of. There was just blunder after blunder after blunder. And these were things they did to themselves. Now, granted, it's against a NIP team. But if you try to do that against the best of the best at an international competition, those teams are more likely to punish you than NIP. So FaZe wins, but they've obviously got some work to be done. And they will have more games ahead of them. They will square off against Furia in the upper bracket next week. Ninjas in Pajamas and W7M, the losers today, still have a chance to qualify for the major. They'll just have to do it through the lower bracket. Jesse, you and I are done. The desk is waiting patiently to break down our second matchup of the day. So let's hear what they have to say about FaZe versus NIP.
Thank you so much, Intero and Jesse. And what a game this was. I really felt like the first half of it had us almost guaranteed a third map, but what an individual few moments we saw from these players. A lot of clutches over on the side of NIP at the start, and then afterwards from FaZe Clan to bring it back. I mean, there's so much we could say about this game, Lexing, but the way they finally closed it out and saved that game from going to a third must be huge for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all on the same page. Once we saw NIP go up 5-1, we were like, okay, this is going to be over. But we have to keep in mind, like, this is Consulate. It's a very constrictive map. It's very defender-sided. As you can clearly see in the stats, only 2 rounds were won on the attack. Both won respectively, one coming out of NIP and FaZe's side. But for FaZe, it was big hero plays yet again. A big 4Ks coming from Vidiking, coming from Souls, coming from KDS. I mean, there was those 2 basement rounds, Ollie, that we saw Souls just be like, okay, Souls is still alive. This is clutchable. It's going to happen. Yeah. And sure enough, he delivered each and every single time. And it was funny. I was making jokes. That last round, I don't know if Cyber got a text saying, hey, you might have to change the kid's diaper. You got to put the kids to sleep. He instantly goes for a spawn kill, waits there, dies, and was like, oh, sorry, we might be going a third map. We'll see about that one. But unfortunately, they do play it through. And then in this last round, Handy was so funny. Every time they ADS'd on him, it was just him sprinting away and finding somewhere else to run to. It was a very clean defensive half for the side of FaZe.
I feel like you've got to feel a little bit sorry here for both Fancy and Hates, because Definitely. They both put in an incredible performance. There were so many times that Fancy was the last player alive and just left in 3 versus 1s, 2 versus 1s, whatever it might have been. The opening pick, it was a fairly equal affair, considering how defender-sided this Consulate has been. The opening pick wasn't always an indicator as to who was going to come away with that round win. It really just felt like it was ingrained in the map, even deeper than that man count advantage at the start of the round. But FaZe, they do what they do best, and they pull it out of the bag at the end. I mean, a player that really is worth highlighting again and again throughout this series is Vidiking. We're getting a nice little visual there of one of the triple kills that he got. That was Souls clutching up on basement in, let's be honest, a round where he shouldn't really be winning it. But FaZe were winning those rounds that they shouldn't have been today, and that's the big difference maker. And for me, Vidiking is a large portion of that, along with Souls' clutch potential. those two on their own did a lot of work today, and that's without even mentioning the contribution that you get from players like Cyber, whether it's on that opening pick, whether it's on Handy. It was all very well rounded, but for me, Vita King stepping up was the big headline.
Yeah, it definitely was, and I totally agree with what you were saying. I feel like at 10 seconds left in each round, there was absolutely no way of telling who was going to walk away with the round victory there, and so this map played out. But with that, FaZe actually punched their ticket to the Munich Major, and therefore we get to speak to the victors. We should have JP on the line to share some words with us about how they're feeling about this qualification. JP, welcome and a massive congratulations on booking your ticket to the Munich Major. Now, you gotta talk to me about this. Yesterday, you were so calm when I mentioned all the overtimes. Today, your players do it again. What are they putting you through constantly with all these close games?
Yesterday, I already said that close games build your mental, and I stick with that. What makes our team the team that won the SI is like our mental is like bulletproof. So we keep on that. Strategic-wise, our region like improved. So the big factor in our team to be our team is a mental. That is a thing that we were losing like into the WC, and it was something that we tried to bring it back, have more confidence, and never like give a game to lose, and always try to come back the game. So I'm very proud of the team, to be honest.
JP, a lot of those rounds were going very close today. Obviously, as a coach, you have very limited involvement in the game. You get your tactical timeout, you get that chance to speak. But what's going to be the takeaway after this game when you talk to the team in sort of talking about how close those rounds have been? Because obviously it's not something that you want to keep happening, but it's nice that they're often able to win them out regardless.
I mean, we have to review the game, to be fair, to see the little details that what we could do better. Like, we have rounds in our hands and they slipped off, and we have rounds that we should lose and we won. So it's always a detail during the round that you have to pay attention and look into it. So it's basically to have to review it. It's very, very slowly, very attentive, and try to figure it out what happened strategic-wise, basically. But honestly, this game was more mental than everything.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, even the 8-7 doesn't really paint a picture of how close those rounds really were when it came down to it, especially in those two big rounds that you saw Souls have that clutch. But JP, I kind of want to ask, I asked a similar question to Igor that I want to ask you, just even for, you know, the FaZe fans out there, T2 talent coming up, what does your guys' practice regiment look like? What, like, if you could just give us a run through of your weekly scrims, practices, dry runs, what does that look like for you guys to just be able to replicate this sort of success?
Sure. I mean, during the week, we practice like with T2 teams and Tier 1 teams also, but we have some Tier 2 teams here in Brazil. They are very good, so we can practice against them without fearing showing everything. Like, we practice against them, showing everything we have without fearing that someone can leak and play against them. So those Tier 2 scrims, like, I can even mention that Elevate Academy, Supernova, they're very good teams, and we scrim against them. So having very good Tier 2 teams in Brazil helped us a lot to practice like very difficult situations and some stress that we shouldn't like showing to Tier 1 teams. And I would say it was basically when we scream like Tier 1 teams, like you are a player, you know, like you have to hide some stuff that you're playing to play against the other teams. So playing against those Tier 2 teams like helped us a lot.
Absolutely.
It's amazing to see Brazil has such a strong Tier 2 region as well, which really helps, I feel like, make this region even more competitive as it is. But I'm looking forward to the future, JP, and to the Munich Major, which you now will be heading to. Is there any team, maybe any player in particular that you're looking forward to playing against? I mean, your former team is already qualified. Any team in particular?
I always love to play against Secret, honestly. We didn't have the opportunity to play, like, lately, so I'm very excited to play against them, and of course G2, like I have friends there too, so G2 and Secret, I'll say.
Awesome. Well, I mean, Secret have already punched a ticket. G2 will have to wait and see if they make it next week. But for now, JP, again, a massive congratulations on making it to Munich. Thank you for your time, and good luck with the rest of the playoffs.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right, see you around. Always good to hear from JP and to hear about this game. And I feel like he was again saying what they felt about yesterday as well after such close games, but these close games and their mental being so strong really is going to help them, especially on those international events as well. And with the way that they pull these rounds sometimes out of nowhere, but close the series out in 8-7, 8-7. With KDS being the MVP here, I feel like a close second has to be a player like Vita King as well. These two players, I think in general, Ollie, have helped them through so many of these close rounds to bring the rounds back in favor for FaZe.
And it's almost as if Lax and I know a little bit, and we know what we're talking about here, because it was both KDS and Vita King that we highlighted ahead of this playdate. The game doesn't always live and die on the star players, the players that you always look toward, your Cyber, your Souls. Like, yes, they are there, and yes, they are going to do what they do week in, week out. And whereas Souls is concerned, that's clutch up some incredible rounds. Where Cyber's concerned, he's just going to be spawn peeking and kind of giving FaZe this sort of two-team approach where it's kind of like Cyber and then the other four. But the players where it really matters, it's your Vita Kings, it's your KDSs. And today, we saw big performances out of both of them. For me, you could have had either one as the MVP today, and it would have been very well deserved.
I think that's definitely the important thing to highlight is, again, you know, it's not just on your entries. It's not just on your flex players. It's also just as much as it is your support players. Having a strong front line and then being able to double back on it to have an even stronger back line is what makes a world championship winning roster, hence FaZe being the former world champions, or still the world champions up until, you know, this most coming up recent SI. But again, it speaks into the level of individual prowess that this roster has. And speaking even into this game, the mindset. Games like these, like let me tell you from a previous player perspective, every player hates these maps and games, but at the same time you love them because it helps you develop as a player, it helps you develop as a team, it just builds that camaraderie, that mental, that resilience, and it just makes you better night and day once you go into the next game, knowing that you can win these rounds even when they aren't in your favor, and it just makes you trust each other even more. So FaZe is going to walk out of this match even stronger than what we already saw them going into here.
It's very strong fundamentals for them. Now let's have one more look at the bracket and where we find ourselves after this first week of playoffs. There's still 3 more days left of the playoffs, but 2 important things have happened. We've qualified 2 teams to the Munich Major. As you can see, the top right in the upper final, they'll still have to play against each other because there is more on the line than just a Munich Major spot. We're talking about SI points. The further you get in this bracket, the more SI points you get as well. Should you not make it to the regional final, should you not make it to the Major, then having those rounds really built up over the course of the 2 stages, and this major will really help you as well. Now, also looking forward to the future, as we said, FaZe Clan and Furia have already qualified themselves. We still have those lower quarterfinals, right? The ones where we talk about Lowe's going up against NIP and Liquid going against W7M, which is going to be an absolute banger game. But before that, these players also need to win their game in order to punch a ticket, Ollie. Especially that bottom one, which we'll have next week, is looking very spicy.
It really is, and that's it's an important point to make at this moment, is that NIP are not out of the competition yet. They have only dropped down into playoffs. It's very doable to make it through playoffs, and we very often see teams make lower bracket runs. So there's a lot of potential still. That game, Liquid versus W7M, is going to be insane. You need to mark your calendars for that one. I think here we have got the current qualified team. So, of course, Asia Pacific have already wrapped up and locked in their 4. And a little bit earlier this week, only yesterday, Lax, we locked in North America as well.
Which, I mean, when you're looking at the North America wild card squeaking in there, you never would have thought that was going to be the case, but they are here. Let's see if they can replicate something from Reload. And then, as like we said, for the EML and for the SAL, we still have teams to make it, but we will find out next week what the side of SAL is going to look like, and same with this coming week for EML.
Yeah, even though, as you said, the NAL is already finished and the Asia Pacific League have already finished their playoffs as well, there's still so much seeds to look forward to. On Monday and Tuesday, of course, the EML will be back actually with a triple header next week. Kind of a super week, you can say, for the SAL, because our first matches will be on the 17th of October. That is a Friday. We're not just going to be on Saturday, Sunday. It's going to be 3 days of playoffs next week to round off the SAL as well. And on that Friday, it'll be the same time, the same place. These matches being at 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. CEST as well, if I'm correct. No, I'm wrong about that. It's 8 p.m. CEST and 11 p.m. CEST for those matches. And it's crazy to think about a team like NIP finding themselves there too, after Igor said, oh, you know, they are the strongest team from this region. They're probably going to qualify over FaZe. and now they find themselves in this game of do or die. If you win, that's great, you make it to the major. If you lose that game, you play the 5th, 6th place game. That means there's still some SI points you can grab, but that's about it. Your run for the stage, apart from that, is over. So a lot to look forward to. Will the two of you be back as well? Maybe you on the desk, I guess, selecting, and then you, Ollie, on the cast?
Yeah, I should be there on the desk, unless me and Ollie, you know, obviously the chat doesn't know. I did give a little rundown of my casting as one of the games were ending. So maybe me and Ollie swap positions and we get a little taste, you know, of what that could look like.
That was unreal. It was on bank earlier, wasn't it? And I was like, we were just chatting, watching the game. It was coming to the XQ. I said, hey, like, give us what you got. Like, show us what you got. Give us a little cast.
That's pretty good.
And you did a great job, to be fair. It was.
Appreciate that.
It was like I was in the room with one of the greats, you know. It was wonderful to listen to. But I'll be back on Sunday, I believe, Anne. So we will be here for the grand final, just swooping in and doing the grand final. But I'll be watching, of course. I'll be watching Friday. I'll be watching Saturday. Friday's games for me, I mean, they're going to be great. Obviously, NIP still with that opportunity, and I think for a team that needs a little bit more experience, the lower bracket's maybe not a bad place to be. Like, going up against a team like Lost, they should be able to get that over the line. They've given themselves a great account against FaZe, and then it almost upsets me already that we're only going to get one of either Liquid or W7M, because I'd have them both. You know, can we not get 5 spots? Can you not talk to someone and make it happen?
Yeah, I mean, I wish we could, and honestly, with the way that you talk about it, I also wish these games were just happening tomorrow. But there's email tomorrow, and as I said, you know, I don't think I can say it enough, but we do have 3 weeks next week, so make sure you're here on Friday, because that's when those really important games happen, and we send teams to the major in Munich. For now, there's email tomorrow and Tuesday to see which other teams will make it there. That goes for as far as how our show goes today, so thank you too for being on the desk with me and talking us through everything that we needed to know about the teams. Thank you to production as well. A thank you to those of you who stayed in chat all the way to the end and watched together with us. So thank you so much. Have an amazing rest of your night, and we'll see you again next week's Friday.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Bye.